by 8 7/8 inches. This is the box where George Torres was killed. It's a small box, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. George Torres was zipped up in this box. George Torres took his last panicked breaths in this box. The medical examiner explained to us that with each breath George Torres took in, there was less oxygen in this box. George Torres was murdered in this box. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my trial partner, we thank you for your time and attention in this most important of trials. We now have the law from the judge in this case. This is what our duty is to follow. And let's have a discussion regarding that law that we've just been read and given.
Hi guys. Oh God, A to B, I hope you start to feel better. Hi, hello baby. Hi, Carolina. Hi, Jackie. I think I saw Route Irish in here. Hi, Jolly Rock Hopper. Hi, Carolina. Picantis. Methamphetamine. I like it. I like it. Hi, April. Let me know how. Hi, Dandy, and thank you for the props for the thing with when he drops that picture in the trailer to this, because that was, of course, intentional. Hi, Kim Kalta. Hi, Siba. Let me know if you can hear me, which I guess you can. I don't know. I think this is getting a little easier. So far, this one has kicked off better than the last. And then we will start watching Cacciatore, and then we will, of course, watch Mr. J. Hi, Noni. Hi, Kim stole my fish soap. Weird. Yeah. Hi, Christina. Good. Hi, Ellis. Right, like, let me just drop this thing that's not even worth my time, and I don't want to touch it. All right, so let's start watching, and then, I'll interrupt and get annoying increasingly as the time goes on, as I do.
The first section of note we're going to come to is called Introduction to Homicide. But this being a legal document written by a bunch of lawyers who you've seen for the last 2 weeks arguing with each other, pay careful attention to ands and ors. Remember, if an and is somewhere, we're going to need both things or all the things, and if an or is there, then only one of those things we're going to need. So as we start out here on Introduction to Homicide, we come to the first section on justifiable homicide. And it reads, the killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this section is completely inapplicable. It's inapplicable because George Torres was zipped up in that suitcase. He couldn't commit or attempt to commit a murder on anybody he couldn't even scratch his own head while he was in that suitcase. Next, we turn to excusable homicide. Here we have several paragraphs. And it reads, "The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and in misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means, with usual ordinary caution, and without any unlawful intent." Well, the problem in this circumstance for the defendant is that she took the law into her own hands. Her testimony was that when George Torres was in here, he was laughing and giggling and they were joking. And then he started to complain that he couldn't breathe. And that's when she said that she wanted him to stay in there so he could feel uncomfortable. So he could feel her grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not lawful. That is not the use of ordinary caution. And that is not applicable in this circumstance. Second, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. George Torres couldn't provoke anything from his circumstance. George Torres was confined to this box. Next, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, a dangerous weapon is not used, and the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. This fails on 2 counts. There was no sudden combat. In her words, this was laughing and joking and we're all having fun when she decides that it's going to get a little extra real for George Torres. And it fails on the 2nd count because George Torres was killed in a cruel and unusual manner. Next, we turn to our main charge of second-degree murder. And the law informs us that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's important to stop right here. This sentence right here is telling us what has to be proven in order for the crime of second-degree murder to be for the defendant to be found guilty in this case. We've been hearing all kinds of facts for almost 2 weeks now of trial. But these are the 3 facts that had to have been met by the reasonable doubt standard in order to be found guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the state has proven second-degree murder beyond all doubt. And the proof of that guilt is overwhelming. But I will cite for each element one fact that conclusively proves each of those elements beyond all doubt. As to the first fact, that George Torres is dead, well, we have a stipulation, amongst other things, that agrees to that. As to the second fact, the death was caused by Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, in her own words, from the time that this case began on February 23rd, 2020, to when she took the witness stand a few days ago, was consistent about one statement. She zipped him up. She didn't zip him out. She zipped him up in the suitcase, and she refused to zip him out. 3, there was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. The law goes on to define for us what a depraved mind is, and also what an act is. And it's going to tell us that an act includes any series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or a series of acts that one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself displays an indifference to human life. Ladies and gentlemen, her conduct fits every one of those things. And if there was a scintilla of doubt that this was not the actions of a depraved mind, I point to you, ING 1062, states 17. Mr. J, may you publish states 17?
Hello.
For everything you've done to me.
Hello.
For everything you've done to me.
Hello.
Fuck you.
Hello.
Fuck you.
Hello.
Stupid.
Hello.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Hello. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do me shake me.
Hello.
Upset members there of George Torres' family walking out after the prosecution shows that suitcase video that was recorded on Sarah Boone's cell phone.
Yeah, she is terrified. And, you know, I say this all the time, but Sarah Boone is scared of no one. And it's very obvious. So she certainly wasn't going to be scared of George Torres, who was very sweet. She's not even scared of people she should be scared of. Like us. Ugh, I hate her fucking face. I have to stop cursing so much. The last live I did on her last week, every other word was the F word. I was like, this is very unladylike of me. Hi, VC. Hi, Emma Roth.
You may continue.
Sarah. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
That's
Sarah.
on you.
Real ransom. Now you want to give it for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you drink on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Fucking breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Sarah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that exhibit removes any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant's actions. But we know from the evidence that this was not the first time she had considered killing George Torres. We know from the evidence that on January 13, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to George Torres' murder, the defendant had a text message conversation. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. Bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him. Then I'll be better. Torres. But ladies and gentlemen, in this case, the law actually specifically tells us that the intent to cause death is not necessary. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Next, we turn.
Hi, Marcy.
I'm going to bypass the lesser included offenses because though she is guilty of those offenses as well, the law instructs us that she is to be convicted of for the highest offense in which the evidence supports, which is second-degree murder in this case. So turning our attention towards voluntary intoxication. If there was any question about the fact that Sarah imbibed alcohol on the night that George Torres was murdered, and that maybe somehow that would excuse the conduct, there would be some type of defense for the conduct. Well, this tells us that that's not the case. Voluntary intoxication resulting from the use of alcohol is not a defense to a crime. Evidence of a defendant's voluntary intoxication may not be taken into consideration to show that she lacked the specific intent to commit any crime. A person is voluntarily intoxicated if he or she knowingly consumed a substance that he or she knew or should have known could cause intoxication. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to second-degree murder, manslaughter, or culpable negligence. Ladies and gentlemen, there's ample evidence of the defendant's intoxication from watching her on the public surveillance, buying the bottles of wine with George Torres, to her admissions to drinking, to her voice that we heard on the video while she was torturing George Torres. Next, we come to defenses. First, we come to the justifiable use of deadly force. And it tells us it is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone were justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Owens will rise, and he is going to show you this. And this. And this. And he's going to talk, and this as well, about the list of grievances that Sarah Boone had for George Torres. He's going to talk to you about curtain rods. He's going to talk to you about black eyes. He's going to talk to you about what an awful, awful boyfriend George Torres was. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of all of that, it still will not change the fact that the defendant is not entitled to the justifiable use of deadly force. Because as we continue to read this instruction, it tells us, in deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in using the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force or the threat of force was used. Danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed that deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, and this is important, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, no reasonably prudent and cautious person would believe that a man who could barely fit into this box, who was incapable of movement, who was begging for his life, who was slowly asphyxiating, suffocating with each breath, would have needed to use deadly force against him. The justifiable use of deadly force utterly fails, utterly crashes like a house of cards. But there's more. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. Let's stop there before we consider the next two paragraphs. Some of the most critical testimony in this trial is her testimony on the stand. It was a great day. We were doing puzzles and artwork, dancing with the dogs, listening to music. Tag, you're it, hide and go seek time. George gets into the suitcase. She comes and zips him up. They were still laughing about it. We're still laughing after he zipped up in the suitcase. And then that's when George had the temerity to ask, George Torres had the temerity to ask to be unzipped from the suitcase. And that's when Sarah Boone decided he needed to suffer. She was the initial aggressor, ladies and gentlemen. She provoked the use of force in this case. In her own words, we were laughing and playing, right before he wanted to be let out because he couldn't breathe. Paragraph 1. The threat of force asserted toward the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George Torres. He couldn't exert anything, ladies and gentlemen. George Torres couldn't even exert his arm out of the suitcase. How on earth could he have exerted a force so great to justify his... Judge, I object.
Approach.
Pretend judge, in my experience, I'm not proud
An
to
objection
say,
from the defense attorney there as the prosecution delivered.
not proud to say that I found this out the hard way more than once, but I find that dogs do not enjoy dancing and don't like it when, at least when I dance. They also don't like to hold hands, but that they don't have a choice in that. I'm reading your comments. Well, let's see what goes on here. Hang on.
His closing argument. I would imagine it was about the comment over George not being able to get his arm out that we just heard Mr. Cacciatore make. It's been an emotional closing argument so far for the prosecution, and specifically for the family members of George Torres who are inside the courtroom or were inside the courtroom.
Chance to do anything. That she wanted to withdraw.
You know, we were talking about Cacciatore and Jay and all that. And when after they got the verdict, when they gave a brief press conference, like spoke to the press, I thought that Cacciatore was almost crying at one point. And hey Danielle, thanks for joining. And I'm wondering if I'm the only one who noticed that, or, you know what I mean? Let me know. Hi, Artie. Absolutely, Artie, because she can sit without a peep, and that's exactly what I want her to do. Guys, don't forget to put on the live chat as opposed to top chat or whatever, because like I was looking for Picantus and what they said, and I was like, I don't even see them here, and then now I know. Danielle.
Draw and stop the use of deadly force, but George Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of deadly force. Ladies and gentlemen, George Torres never got a chance to do anything. George Torres never was able to mount any aggression towards the defendant. Therefore, this paragraph is inapplicable. And the law tells us as well that physical contact in this case
Me neither, telling someone, just saying.
includes any restraint on George Torres's movements. The law also tells us, again, you find that Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of great bodily harm, of death or great bodily harm at the hands of George Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were reasonable. Now, we're going to get to battered spouse syndrome in a moment. But again, I submit to you, this will be the opportunity for the defense to air grievances in regards to George Torres. But again, those grievances will not change the law, and they will not change the fact that the justifiable use of deadly force fails as a defense for the defendant. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, manslaughter, culpable negligence, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence You may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. Considering the issue of deadly force, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and George Torres. Now we come to the special instruction on battered spouse. You have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome credible, you may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether, in Sarah Boone's circumstances, would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use of unlawful force by George Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony in regards to battered spouse. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from 3 experts in the areas of battered spouse in this case. And I think at the outset, it's important to note what battered spouse is and isn't and what the law instructs us here. Battered spouse is not some carte blanche. Battered spouse is not a license to kill. The fact that George Torres, at points, mistreated Sarah Boone, did things that were worthy enough to get him arrested, to get restraining orders placed upon him, doesn't mean that she walks around with an ace in her pocket when it comes to George Torres. It doesn't mean that because he did these awful bad things, that now, through the rest of time, she's a battered spouse and she just has the right to kill him, or to make him suffer, or to punish him, or to make him feel uncomfortable, or decide that he needs to be confined to a box. No. What the battered spouse syndrome instruction does, it talks about the imminency of fear. And when we heard about that testimony, we heard about it from Dr. Harper, and we heard about it from Dr. Brannon for the defense. And some of the testimony was a little difficult to understand at points, but there was one point in Dr. Brannon's testimony that was very critical. Dr. Brannon talked about rule-outs. He talked about the fact that when emotions and emotional reactions are involved, like trauma and trauma-based disorders, other possibilities have to be ruled out before we can even ascribe those actions to battered spouse syndrome. Other possibilities, according to Dr. Brannon, include alcohol abuse. Dr. Harper should have listened to Dr. Brannon's testimony, because Dr. Brannon completely undercut Dr. Harper's testimony. Dr. Harper relied heavily on the words of the defendant, who was abusing alcohol at the time of these events. And then you heard from the expert for the state, Tanya Warner. And her opinion was much more straightforward. Remember, Dr. Brannon did not render an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse. Dr. Warner said affirmatively, yes, I believe she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome. But she also applied what Dr. Brannon was talking about. Other possibilities have to be ruled out as the trigger for a behavior, for an event. So, in Dr. Warner's estimation, the fact that at the time of this incident, they were laughing and joking and carrying on meant that the trigger was not domestic violence or some threat. In the defendant's own words, the trigger was him wanting to get out and her being reminded of the bad things that he had done to her. That's not imminence of fear. That's a reminder of bad things a person has done. And again, even if you were to believe that she was battered spouse triggered at the time of this event, it still does not save the day. Because all the battered spouse trigger law tells us is that it goes to that imminency requirement. It doesn't say there's no imminency requirement. It doesn't say that, look, if you're suffering from battered spouse and you're triggered by battered spouse, then, hey, there's no more imminency requirement, do as you wish. It just gives the ladies and gentlemen of the jury another thing to consider in determining whether or not that threat was imminent. And we know from the evidence, we know from the videos.
I hope this isn't a bad time to pause, but it's too late now because I just did. Hello, all the new people coming in. Danielle, who I think I said hello to verbally already. Tanika, thanks for joining. Kim stole my fish soap. You might not be a straight A student, nor was I. And I can't really help you with that because I don't remember how I finally figured it out myself, but maybe someone else will. How to receive like gift memberships and stuff like that. Thank you, VC Wants a Pony. Thank you, Helen Someone. Thank you, all of you generous people and all of my people. And I'm so glad that a lot of us are here together. Hi, Margarita. And this is David Cacciatore. He was one of the two state prosecutors against Sarah Boone. And you know, it's interesting. Oh, hi, Anna Beebe. Thank you. How when I watch this now, like I realize, and this is kind of a little bit scary, but like I realize what a state I was in when I saw this, because the whole trial for me, I mean, yes, once they came out with the videos and all that, I was like, okay, now I feel better. Because at first I was like, are they just going to like, meh, like what was the point of this? But even this, like their closing, I walked away from this trial feeling like they left it too open-ended, that it's possible, because at one point they also say, we don't know what went on between those two and the abuse went both ways, or maybe they were both, which just wasn't strong enough for me. But now that I watch this, I'm like, they did a great job. I was just in too deep, right? And I think a lot of us must have been, because I remember us all feeling that way. Yeah, I don't know if you can do it on an iPhone. That's another thing. I'm reading your comments. Yeah, I always say that as far as in regards to whether or not Sarah meant to kill him, I always say that for me it's right, miss, just too emotionally invested. I think that Cacciatore is very fit, and there's a video of him giving a yoga class, if you're interested in that. I mean, you can Google it. It's not a secret. It's not like he only sent it to me. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Something about iPhones or gifting, or it'll come back to me. That's what happens when you day drink. Let's continue.
There was absolutely no threat. And we know there was no threat because George Torres never got out of that box. He was never got out of that box until sometime on the early afternoon of February 24th. Mr. J, can you please publish from stage 21?
Okay, I'll show it. Find it. Hi, lovely olive oil. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. It's good to see you. I'm glad you made it. I wasn't sure if I was going to see you. Thanks for coming, and thanks for the memberships. Don't worry, Helen. You said it first, and I respect that. No friendship is worth losing over just a man. Right. Margarita says, I remember having faith in them, but wondering but being upset they didn't cover everything we knew. Me too, of course. I mean, I always say this, but if it were up to us, this trial would still be going on. Because they'd be like, and then there was the time that she did this, and she moved her shoulder this way, and she was wearing this shirt, and we know, then they would have to find out what the green shirt was, and I mean, this trial literally would go on forever. And in a way, it has in the best way, just because she's away forever, locked up where she belongs, in a cage. And yet these things continue to be interesting to talk about, and also because of her, there's always a little something going on there with her, you know? None of it, it's all ugly from her end. Hi, Yasmin.
I'm going to go to court and I'm going to tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand.
I also hate these videos, and I never play them, but we're watching the prosecution's closing, so there you go. I'm glad they played them here.
Isolated situation has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Her being in trouble in her life, she has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Closed.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Straight person.
Angel.
Yeah, there's no more.
I know she'd be an angel.
Not exactly. Even he can't quite.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonnet.
What?
And they did.
Good, I love you, baby. Whatever you want me to say. God will prevail, and it will take.
The fact that this was on her phone and that they played it in this trial and that she was still shows her face or opens her mouth at all. Thank you, pretend judge, for 5 gifted memberships. All right. And let me see if I can pronounce this. Is it Cerusla? Cerus? Let me know. I always pronounce things fancier than they are supposed to be or just completely wrong. Got a membership. She just walked in and just got a membership, which is awesome. And just me. Hi, just me. Again. Hi, Zach. Right. I mean, with the things that she did, and one of the things I was saying before that I forgot or moved on from was, I don't think personally that she intended to kill him, because I don't think Sarah does anything, makes any big decisions and makes them happen, honestly. I think that she was just living her everyday life. For me, what's worse, hey, Miss Shan. Hi, Margaret Allen, is that Michelle de Mateus, hello. Hey, Tickety Boo. I think that she didn't care if, obviously she didn't care if he lived or died, because she certainly wasn't concerned. You know, she went upstairs and hit the bed or fell asleep on the couch, which a lot of us think happened there. But, you know, my guess is that his cries for help lulled her to sleep right on that couch. Yeah, I know, Miss Shan, we were just saying I hate these videos, but there you go. Right, exactly. R2N moms. RN2 moms. You know who I mean. She may not have intended to kill him, but she certainly didn't care. She was fine with whatever, you know. And we'll never know, because she was never free again, thank God, after she promised to stop drinking. But I'm sure we're all willing to bet that that would not have been the case had she ever been allowed out in the streets again. She does hold a grudge forever. And you know, the thing is, Helen, someone, and everyone, is that she doesn't just want what she feels is coming to her, which is ridiculous in itself. Right, A. Night, night. All right. Thank you, Michelle. I'm glad. Phew. I think that I know that she also wants people to suffer. Like, she didn't want the attorneys to get money for the work they did. Her business, she's all in everyone's business. She has to control everything. Hence the Darth Vader comparison. You know, she cannot let anything, she doesn't want just what she feels is coming to her, which is nonsense, because she should know she's got nothing coming to her. She's a convicted murderer. But she also wants every single person who's done her wrong to suffer. God help me. Let's continue on.
Out of this situation.
Clearly, George Torres is dominating the defendant. Clearly, George Torres is the one telling the defendant what to do. Clearly, George Torres is the one calling the shots at 4748 France Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, are we so sure that George Torres wasn't the person suffering from battered spouse syndrome? Next, we're going to come to the justifiable use of non-deadly force. The language and the arguments are pretty close to what we've already heard in the deadly force instruction, including the key language that it requires a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this was not a case of non-deadly force. George Torres lost his life as a result of these actions. We have heard the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zadovich, who described his cause and manner of death, who described the mechanism of death, how that oxygen dissipated in that suitcase. And when we also look at the imminency, we heard in opening statements by Mr. Owens that, the big threat in this case, the awful threat, was in the magic 9 minutes between the video at 11:12 that she took, torturing George Torres, to her follow-up video at 11:23, after she had moved the suitcase. Mr. J, that you published from States 17, IMG 1063.
you know, methamphetamine, she may have cleaned the carpet, but she did so much other shit to it before she cleaned it that there was really no point. That's what I think. And I mean, she didn't clean it. George did, if anyone. For a sense of accomplishment, so they could start drinking. Interrupting again. Kim stole my fish soap, so I see you just decided to gift instead of be a gift recipient. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you, Kelia. Now, I thought... Oh, no. Wait. It was Kelia, right? Yeah. I thought, Kelia, you did gift earlier. Am I losing my damn mind? Thank you. Snarkinator, hi. Oh, no. That's someone who got a gift. I don't know that name. I've never seen that person. In the chat, in the comments or chat. Yeah, I think Mandy Strong, I don't think Sarah would know this, but I think that actually she would never have let George go to work again because more than money, hey, Senor Avocado, more than money, Sarah loves control and is very jealous and insecure. So she wasn't going to let him start working someplace new now. I mean, what if Nonchalant Quay showed up there? Yeah, I don't know if y'all have been through my phone yet. Yeah, we've been through your phone. Why don't you have a seat?
Sarah.
Hi, Subrosa. Subrosa said, someone needs to call bullshit. Right you are.
It was a short video. Well, what's one of the things that we notice?
Hi, my sweet tea.
You can hear how loud George's voice is on the 11-12 video. But now, roughly 11 minutes later, from the time that that started, you see that the makeshift coffin that he's in has been moved. And his voice now is soft.
I'm interrupting again. And you know why, Laura Newman? Because you're right. I'm losing my damn mind. I don't know 50 things previous, 50 things prior, and then the 50 things that I just did. I don't do 50 things in a month, so let's start there. And I wanted to say hi, well, to my sweet tea, who I did. Katrina Dancer, hi. I think I said hi to Mandy before, but hello again, just in case. And let me know if I'm stopping too much, because, you know, how I do. Yes, right. Hear me out. So we've had a very exciting week, actually. Jumpsuit Pablo and AG Tactical, who I don't know if you know him, but he's great if you want to check out his channel. I think he's very funny. I like them both very much. They both covered one of Sarah's calls that they got from Hear Me Out, and he got mad shout outs, and it's awesome. And they were both great. They all both say, of course, all the things that we think and say. So if you haven't seen somehow, check them out. It's Jumpsuit Pablo and AG Tactical.
The life is draining from
Thank you,
George
Katrina.
Torres. It is evident in that video. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence that there was no threat in the magic 9 minutes that was not recorded. There was only George Torres in this box, slowly being killed. Next, we come to weighing the evidence. This instruction tells us it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider. Did the witness
Hi, PSR 076. Drive safe.
have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? In focusing on the defendant, absolutely. Two people walk through the front door.
I wish I could highlight comments, but if I can, I don't know it. I don't know how to do it. But pretend judge says that she's going to be Margarita and someone else's secret Sarah because she can afford 2 bottles of Woodbridge. Brag much?
On the evening of February 23rd, 2020 at 4748 France Court, George Torres and Sarah Boone. But only Sarah Boone ever walked out that front door alive. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? This is an emphatic no. And the litany of her intoxication in versions of events is evidence of that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I would submit to you she wasn't. 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Clearly. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And I would say largely no. Because on the issue of whether or not George Torres could have threatened her the way she says that he did, the answer is clearly no, and we know that from the forensic data. We know that from the items itself. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? In regards to the defendant, it's almost more appropriate to ask about the time she did make a consistent statement.
Yeah, Michelle. I don't know if you were here, but we're also going to watch, there's a video of him conducting a yoga class. I was just going to say something about something you guys were talking about. First of all, her drive through seeing the real world, I don't know what she fucking expected. And when she was out in the real world, she didn't see much of it anyway. And the bidet thing is, so I'm working on a video right now where I talk a lot about Brian really and good fathers in general, and good parents in general, and whatever. But that bidet thing has me so heated, I can't even talk about it.
Listen to her version of events on the 911 call, on the body cameras, on her first interviews with law enforcement, and then
CJ says, y'all can have the prosecutor, but tell the judge I say what's up.
Hear her in her next interview the next day with Detective Kopsel and Detective Lowen, and more details come out. Things change. First, she was never intoxicated, then she was intoxicated. Then there's just the whole fact of she omits the fact of, oh yeah, he was actually trying to attack me. Oh yeah, I was in fear for my life. When she said at every turn, no, it was just a great day.
Yeah.
We were having fun. Oh my God, I can't believe this. We were doing good. The only stress we had was about jobs. And now, 4.5 years after the fact, it's time to come up with a new story. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubt about the defendant's guilt when she described using that baseball bat to hit George Torres's fingers back in the suitcase when he attempted to save his life? Do you have any doubt when she is given how many versions of events in this case? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of her neighbors about the loud crash and the arguing that night? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zagovich? Do you have any doubt after watching the videos of George Torres?
Thank you, Margie. Don't mind if I do, even though I don't really have anything to say. But I was going to reiterate that we're going to watch the yoga thing after we get through with all of the closing. And if you guys want to rewatch anything, like, I can rewind, whatever. I feel like this, partly because, well, no, maybe. Yes, partly because when I'm doing this, I'm reading the chats and stuff, but I guess I kind of am anyway. And when I have videos playing, it doesn't matter how interested I am in them. I'm doing other things. I don't have a great focused attention in general, which is great because I can watch a good video a million times and be like, oh, I don't remember seeing this part. And yeah, Zaddy Kranick was a big, big hit during this time, and for good reason.
Torres being murdered and her laughing about it and talking about the fact that he cheated on her.
Overt act.
Do you have any doubt after reading the text messages from her phone, after seeing the videos of how she controlled and manipulated George Torres? And if you say, Mr. Cacciatore, I still have a doubt, well then the law asks you, is that doubt to an element? And is that doubt a mere possible doubt? A speculative? An imaginary? Or a forced doubt? I submit to you the idea that she had to do this because she was a battered spouse is an imaginary doubt. It's a doubt born from the imagination of Sarah Boone. It is not a reasonable doubt.
Yes,
but if you
Michelle,
find yourself back in
we're
that
skipping James
deliberation
Owens,
room,
obviously.
and you are just trying to think of some
Michelle DeMatteis wants us to skip James Owens, which of course we are, because it's like watching a dementia patient.
some way.
Honestly, in his defense, and I never thought I would come to his defense, but I have a few times now, who could blame him? I'm like a dementia patient now. I mean, certainly at this point I was.
In which the defendant is not guilty. Just searching, struggling for that way. That also is not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That is a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that when you read the entirety of those jury instructions and apply the
I
law
think so too. Hello, baby.
to the facts that came out in this case, that you are going to come back with the only lawful verdict, which is guilty as charged, second-degree murder. Thank you.
So that's a good question.
Look at the lack of emotion. There's
So
zero
that she
emotion.
could make him feel
I mean, not for herself,
how she
not
felt
for him. And that
when he
is a
cheated
mark
on
of a
her.
narcissist.
when he
Did-
choked
Did
her,
you want him to feel?
and to hold him there as a captive audience, according
Okay, so next we're going to get to Mr. J. I think Owens took the case because he thought somehow, first of all, and I would be curious what everyone here thinks about this, but when he was like, I'm a true crime watcher and I watch a lot of YouTube, I don't believe any of that. Because if any of that was true, he would know a little more, know about our Sarah, he would know a little more about. I don't know if he would be able to see the depths and breadths of how powerful her destruction can be and how impossible she was, but that's hard to grasp, so I get that. But I think somehow he just got himself all involved in the tickety talks and he was like, I'm going to be, the next whatever. And I mean, obviously, look, there's no man or beast that she cannot destroy. That is my opinion. And that's why, I shouldn't say that. Not Zadie Kranick. He saw her coming. I'm sure he's seen a few of her at this point. And had her number immediately, which is why he gray rocked her. And he was like, killed her with kindness, but also just like, the fact that he did not, I was waiting for his statement after he sentenced her. And when he didn't give one, I felt devastated, but so briefly, because I was like, it's genius. It's perfect. It's painful, but it's perfect. And he's a better man than I am, because I would still be there talking about what a bitch she is. Yeah, Jay Bratt. Hi, Jay Bratt. She did get the lawyer she deserved, and he got what he deserved with her, quite frankly, if we are to believe a lot of the things that we've heard and read about him. Yeah, here we go. Zach Eves, was it you? Who was it that suggested Mr. J? I think it may have been Zach. Or, let me know. Yeah, Paige, I think so too. I think Mr. J is, obviously, he's a character. Yeah. Tilly, 18. Hi. You look familiar to me. I know you. You look familiar. Not that that's you, but she was never going to admit, she still hasn't, and she never will. She'll just get more and more angry as it sets in that she's never going outside again. I agree that her lawyer did the best he could. No, I don't think anyone could do, nobody could get, the problem with Sarah is Sarah. I think that there are lawyers who, and Owens might be one of them. I'm sure Cashman, I'm sure every public attorney to our knowledge that she was assigned was decent. Were they, they weren't getting paid. So, but they're professional and they're a lot better. They actually really restored my faith in public counsel. Not that it was so bad, but you hear things. And there was no working with her. This was never going to win. It's like, for me, that little chat that they had right before she delivered her allocution, and just the way Owens was like, I'm done, really showed it all. Hey, Robin, glad you're here. I think Lana did a great job of selling Owens into taking the case. You're right. The jail text show it was Lana who handled all that. Yeah, it's true. She was Sarah Boone's, what was the word you used? I didn't even catch it. Sarah Boone something. I agree that it was Lana who orchestrated that. And what's interesting, but not surprising, is that also, if memory serves, Sarah did not want to pursue it. She was like, I don't know, I'm partly just... After Lana worked her ass off to get this woman who has been complaining nonstop about having to be pro se, not by choice. She gets her a lawyer, an attorney who's not in prison already, and Sarah's not pursuing it. She's not calling him. She's so suspicious of him. She is, there's nobody worse than her. There wasn't an Owens in the vampire series yet. Hello, baby. Oh, Jackie, what'd you miss? Hang on. Oh, is ex-Derek here? Why am I missing things? There you are. Hi, ex-Derek. Oh, we're watching the prosecution closing for Sarah Boone, of course. Also, ex-Derek, if you're still here, which I hope you are, one of us should break the news to hear me out that the word video literally means I see in Latin. Let's continue.
Her testimony. Now he has to listen to me.
Charles Grieve.
Well, right out of the gate, there are credibility issues.
Yeah.
Cheating to me means viewing pornography. Well, we saw cheating really means women. And the heated conversation on June 14th about these women in Facebook. And that is what leads to the arrest on June 15th. He's out whoring, Candy Crush, all the bizarre things that you see in her phone. She uses the legal system as a weapon at times. There's no denying that they are engaging in violent behavior, and it is over nonsense. It is smashing TVs. They call the police, and then they're standing there looking bewildered about what to do and who to say, and laughing and joking. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom is the place for justice, not a suitcase. The reason we have a jury system originally started with the idea that the king, the crown in England, shouldn't be able to go and incarcerate citizens on his whim. So it developed into a system where citizens would have to say, yes, you can take our fellow citizen. But the opposite is also true. A citizen cannot take another citizen's life because he or she feels like it. That likewise requires a jury to decide that it was objectively reasonable for a person of ordinary prudence and caution. Like Mr. Cacciatore argued earlier, battered spouse syndrome is not a license to kill. Past grievances, even being stabbed in the leg, so on and so forth, do not give her the license to kill. There are still laws in place about when and how this can be done in a justifiable manner. I want to talk about the most important jury instruction in this case that has not been discussed very well, or thoroughly, excuse me. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And we'll stop at that comment. The facts of the case that came from her own mouth, if she is to be believed, and we will explore thoroughly why you should disregard every bit of her testimony, from court to the detectives, to the 911 operator, to the doctors. Her testimony, if it is to be believed, the most favorable light that she has presented of herself, is that at the end of a Sunday fun day, where we are drinking, we're outside by the dartboard, we're doing puzzles, we're doing arts and crafts, and there finally comes a point in time where we're going to play hide and seek. And he says, tag, you're it. Even though she's it, she goes upstairs, hides in the shower, eventually gets tired of being there, it's cold, so on and so forth, and she comes back downstairs. And as she comes back downstairs, she can see Mr. Torres fiddling to place himself inside the suitcase to try and hide for this game. And the lid is not closed and it's flapping. And out of jest, out of levity, undisputed according to her testimony, she comes over there and zips it shut. Whether it's 100% or enough for 2 fingers to get out, that is something that you decide as the jury. But there came a point in time where the fun and games was over. And Mr. Torres told her that. Babe, I can't breathe. Sarah, babe, let me out. This is all on video. We don't have to imagine this. This is all on video, 1062. At that point in time, she is using force against him that is not justified. She is the initial provocateur. She is the aggressor under the law.
Well, she'd still
And
need
what level of
stamps.
force
for
is
the
it?
judge.
I can't breathe.
Hijack you.
Not let go of my hand, not get your hands off me. I can't breathe. This is no different than 2 people, maybe they're buddies at the bar, similar to an example that was given by Mr. Owen, who are wrestling, and one has another one in a headlock. And there comes a point in time where the person on the receiving end of the headlock says, that's enough, I'm tapping. George Torres was tapping.
I have to stop to say hi to Charles. Hi, Charles. I don't know if I said it in the text or not, but hi, good to see you.
And she ignored it. And she was kind enough to tell you why. Out of anger, which translates to hatred, ill will, spite, just like that in jury instruction for second-degree murder. She told you exactly why. She got angry. Him saying, I can't breathe, babe, was what triggered her. Not a fear of imminent harm. Those are her own words. That is the law. These are the 2 paragraphs that solve this equation without getting up on a big whiteboard in college that's 30 feet long, 15 feet high, and a ladder, and somebody's scribbling Latin words and Greek letters for months and months to solve this huge, complicated equation. The equation is solved in 2 paragraphs. She is the initial aggressor. He is saying, I can't breathe. It is no different than a naked chokehold that she does not let go of. And she told you it's because I want him to listen to me. This is my bully pulpit. This is how he made me feel in the past. She doesn't describe it as teaching him a lesson, but that's exactly what she says. I want him to feel like I felt in the past. I want to tell him things. Ladies and gentlemen, we can play semantical games, but that is teaching him a lesson. Therefore, we have to look at the other 2 paragraphs. Because right now, plain as day, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force
I think she
against
knows that
herself.
She wouldn't take it either.
And what force are we talking about? Well, the threat of force that she tells you she was facing was him fighting for survival. Him sticking his fingers out of the suitcase. Him sticking his hand out. That is the threat of force, coupled with, I'm going to end you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she is the initial provocateur. She is the one using deadly force against him. If I have somebody in a rear naked chokehold,
Okay.
they are entitled to use deadly force against me to break that
Yes,
chokehold.
hell yeah.
At least until we're separated. He had every right to say what he said. He had every right to exist and stick his hand out and try and survive to breathe another day. However, the use of force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used the force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself, unless she does one of 2 things. And she did neither. Not even close. The threat of force asserted towards the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. All right, let's give her absolutely every benefit of the doubt, which you should. This is a criminal prosecution. The state of Florida has alleged she committed murder. You need to do everything you can to look for reasonable doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not an imaginary doubt, a forced doubt, speculative doubt. So accepting that all of their past history, accepting the doctor's testimony, and the limitations on what they reviewed compared to what we reviewed. We did a much more thorough review of the relationship than any of the doctors did in this case. So let's give her that first clause. Because of their past relationship, with George now fighting for his right to exist and saying that he will end her if he gets out, we'll give her that. But just like Mr. Cacciatore mentioned earlier, lawyers' words mean things to us, and they mean things to everybody, but really to us. Or an and. There's an and.
Detective, I wouldn't if I were you. Just saying. You'll regret it. The Jennifer Soto and Mr. J thing is audio only, but it's worth listening to, in my opinion.
Had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George Torres. She did not use every reasonable means to escape the danger that now, after provoking him, that he was presenting to her, according to her.
Hi, Cracked Pepper. I'm glad you're here.
She didn't pick up her cell phone and start walking, call 911. She didn't do anything other than, if you believe that is why she called Brian Boone, made a phone call to Brian Boone, and unfortunately, because of past history, he just ignored her drunken phone call. She did not exhaust every reasonable means to escape this danger that she created. She started it. She created this.
Shannon, the reason I think it was a good choice, is because people, I'm not really one of them, I will admit. I mean, you know, I know Star Wars and it's fine, but there have been a lot of them by now, and I'm like, people love Star Wars. They go crazy over Star Wars, and there are probably most members of that jury heard Star Wars and they got interested, and that's why I think it was smart. And it's also, especially if you're interested in Star Wars, he's so spot on with the control that Sarah has, even remotely. In this case, certainly in the case of poor George Torres' death, but even in general, I mean, look at who she controls from inside the prison walls. You know, turns out he was righter than I even thought. But I get what you're saying.
Other than using the deadly force on George Torres. Now, this is a weird situation.
Hi, Fletcher boy. Rewind a little bit because I was talking.
She created. She started it. She created this. Other than using the deadly force.
Right, they could have just played the suitcase video and walked home.
Now, this is a weird situation. This is not a rear naked chokehold. This is a suitcase, or as Mr. Cacciatore said, a box, or actually more aptly described it as a coffin. And when you secure somebody into a box or a coffin, you can still exert that deadly force on them from a distance. I'll give you a quick example from a couple of movies that I love. In 1977 in May, a movie came out, it's called Star Wars. They eventually called it Episode 4.
Ellis, and I'll rewind right to the beginning of this because there's a whole reason we're here. I have blocked Kim on all of my social media because, as you say, not a nice person.
In the first scene, there is this large, imposing figure that wears black armor.
Here we go.
He is a government agent, and he is looking for some stolen classified documents. He picks a man up who he believes is responsible for this treachery and breaks his neck and chokes him to death when he doesn't tell him where the plans are. We all understand that. That is direct force we all understand. But what we need to understand is the force she's exerting from the couch, and then when she goes up to bed, she is still exerting that force on him. She set these implementations into motion and did not stop. So later in this movie that came out in 1977, another co-employee of this dark, imposing figure, Vader, insults his religion. He does not go to HR. He takes matters into his own hands and chokes this person from a distance. Ironically, while we're talking about force, it's the force. And then in the subsequent movie, he's like doing it from his office. He's killing his incompetent employees on different ships. Force, deadly force, can be exerted from a distance in this situation. So whether she's on the couch or whether she turns in for bed, she is still using that deadly force on him. She has not exhausted every reasonable means to escape this danger. Do something. You started this. You put him in the position where he cannot breathe. She's required by law to do something about it. Not something, everything. There was no efforts in this case. None. Or, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of force. That did not happen. She never withdrew from physical contact. She is still, like Vader, choking him from the couch, choking him from bed. She never withdrew that force. Physical contact includes any restraint on George Torres' movement. She never indicated that she wanted to withdraw. Sarah, babe, I can't breathe. All right, if I let you out, are you going to come out peacefully? Since I started this, I'm the one that made you not be able to breathe. That didn't happen.
Welcome, Helen B, to Only the Sexy People.
So ladies and gentlemen, this entire analysis about deadly force starts and ends there. She was the provocateur. These are her obligations when she starts it. She put him in fear of death. He is literally telling her, I cannot breathe. A couple other things about the law. Second-degree murder does not require a proof of intent to kill. Argument was made repeatedly that she didn't intend to kill him. That has never been the state's suggestion. Because why would we suggest we prove something that we don't have to? It's not her subjective belief. Well, Sarah Boone doesn't believe that this suitcase can kill him, even though he's repeatedly said, I can't breathe. It's a person of ordinary judgment who would know, is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. A person of ordinary judgment who hears, I can't breathe, babe, Sarah, and his voice gets weaker 9 minutes later, you're on notice. This is statutory notice. Done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Her words speak for herself. This was not out of fear. This was out of hatred and anger. Born out of all those horrible things that has been done to her and done to him. Understand, we're not going to belabor the past. Is of such nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. I don't care that you're saying you can't breathe. Fuck you. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Fuck you. It's second-degree murder. We do not have to prove the intent to kill. We have to. She intended the act. She intended the act of zipping him shut. She continued to intend that act when he said, I can't breathe. That act resulted in his death. That's a manslaughter, but then when you add in the hatred, ill will, spite, and the depraved mind, that's what makes it second-degree murder. And that 2-minute video is the textbook definition of depraved mind as we define it here in Florida. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
Hi, Deb.
You cannot feel sorry for her because they had 2 1.5-liter bottles of wine and then some from the leftovers from the day before. And quite frankly, she's blackout drunk.
Yeah.
She's
let's call
blackout
it what
drunk.
it is.
She doesn't remember making the videos.
She turns her phone over right to the deputy the next day because she doesn't know what's on it. She doesn't remember doing it. Another thing that we just haven't talked about much is her story. She can't be up in the shower hiding and taking a picture at 11:03 p.m., 9 minutes before the video. That portion of her story just doesn't add up. And what it shows is it's more like 20 minutes instead of 11 or 12 minutes that we know he's trapped in what turns out to be his coffin. Let's talk about her testimony at trial. And we'll talk about all the problems.
Right.
A lot of her issues predated her relationship with Mr. Torres. So it's not attributable to the trauma from Mr. Torres with all the luggage she brought into the relationship. And listen to the way she talks. It's not splitting the bills, it's helping without argument. It's not cleaning up and doing Sunday chores, it's cleaning up so we can relax. It's a reward. She talks about him like he's a child. I need to lead him to the next activity from one to the other. And then you saw all the videos, and I'm not going to belabor it, that we showed in rebuttal, but the relationship and the power dynamics speak for itself. He was treated like the third dog. And it might very well have been a dog that bit and was violent, but he was treated like a dog. Why are you leaning against my door? Get out of here. Go downstairs. You're worthless. You're garbage. They showed the part of the video where he slaps the phone, but that's after 5 or 6 minutes of being berated and dehumanized in a way that nobody should be treated. He just wanted to get in bed and lay down next to his fiancée. Instead, get away from the side of my door, you useless dog. I thought it might be a good point in time to listen to the music. You know, when does Mr. Torres get to decide what to do? I mean, she paints this picture that he goes off and does all these things on his own, goes and buys wine when he's not supposed to, does all these things when he's not supposed to, but when does he get to do what he wants?
Michelle, I always say that the only thing missing is I know you are, but what am I?
Suitcase downstairs for a week so they can donate it. What was in their lives that was preventing them from getting that suitcase to the Goodwill or whatever? Neither one of them worked. What's going on? Lucas is over there on Mondays and Tuesdays. The story about the suitcase having already been down there is quite suspect, and we will get into that more. But again, it's not we went on a trip together, we had a great time. It's, I quote unquote, I recently took him on a trip. Then it comes down to the moment of truth, which we've already gone over. And it's just quite frankly inconsistent because she doesn't, there's no explanation for the picture. Her explanation at trial when I brought it up to her was, I just don't remember. I don't remember this period in time from the picture at 11:03 to when I was supposed to be coming down the stairs. There's a major glitch in her matrix. She shakes the suitcase, please stop doing this to me. And then his hand gets out. Now she's the point in time when she gets angry and doesn't do what the law requires after basically choking him with his coffin. Beats him into submission with the bat and turns it back over. For the first time ever at trial, she says, I'm going to fucking end you, is what he said. She never told that to even her doctors. We've heard the arguments why she didn't tell the truth to the police and all that. And there's a lot of truth into the argument that was made. There's a lot of truth. When the argument is made that she didn't understand self-defense, what that means, what it comes across as, she makes this story change as she learns about it. When we apply the jury instructions to her statement, all 6 of them apply against her. Won't belabor this since it was discussed earlier. But did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Even at trial, she admitted that she was intoxicated for the first time. She went back and forth with the police about whether or not she was intoxicated and her standard of drunkenness and whatnot, but she was so intoxicated that she still felt the effects of it at 1 p.m. the following day. The medical examiner told you that alcohol dissipates in the average person. Everybody's different. Tolerance, all sorts of things come into play. But on average, 0.015 grams per deciliter will dissipate every hour. So you can do the math. 0.015 times 14 puts her at 2.5 times the legal limit. For those reasons alone, you should not believe anything she told you. You should not believe anything she told the police. You should not believe anything she told the doctors. She was at 2.5 times the legal limit. She has a gap in her memory that's unexplained when I brought up the photograph at 11:03. You can't have it both ways. I don't remember 11:03 to 11:12, but I was upstairs in the shower hiding.
Sorry, but this is important. Kim stole my fish soap. Are they your children having fun or someone else's? Neither is acceptable, obviously, because we're busy here. Hide your money, y'all. There's poor people around. Oh, it's the best. I love him. And I love that. And I've loved this for a long time, but the fact that he uses it, and I use it too, is electric chair. And I first saw it on a channel, and I'd be curious, probably we all watch the same channels, but Brittany Vaughn. And she's very funny. She's also true crime. She's lovely, and she has doggies. Spigot Sarah. I don't know, we may have lost Kim Stole My Fish soap to the children that he's... They're probably his children or her children, but that serves you right. I don't know what you were thinking.
Does the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Well, this ties into what we're talking about. But again, there's a glitch in the matrix, 11:03 to 11:12. Her memory is not accurate. By her own admission, I don't remember. She tells the police when they show her the video, I don't remember that happening. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I submit when we got off script, and by we I mean with both attorneys, she wasn't as honest and straightforward as when it was a very directed and smooth examination. I came out of the gate with something that was off script. Tell me about Pamela Erickson. Tell me about Christine. Tell me about Crystal. Because she's the one that said cheating to her meant pornography. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, she knew exactly who those people were, and that she believed that he was cheating on them with her. And apparently she is too, with some guy named Ben. When I describe this as a violent, nonsensical relationship, that's exactly what it is. It's not to downplay the violence. She got stabbed. She had minor surgery. It got infected. Those injuries are real. But they just don't apply in this case. They just don't apply when you use that self-defense instruction when she's the aggressor, if it's to be believed.
Judge, object.
Approach.
Judge, object. And he always has to have him approach because he knows that Owens can't make verbal objections or like legal whatever it is. Robin, help me out here. Because that's not how they do over there in the Panhandle. So, and no shade on the Panhandle. I'm sure I would like it there more than I like a lot of other places that people would think are very fancy. But, you know, so he lets him, the state and the court has facilitated this entire thing and gone out of their way to get this shit over with, really, in a fair way. Yeah, what about Deb Richardson? I saw you and I don't think I said hello, but I wanted to. It's good to see you. And what about the curtain rod? Pretend just, I love how the prosecution is so confident they tell us they're big sci-fi fans for their closing. Yeah. Legalese owns no speaky. Exactly, hello baby. He does como se dice legal. Yeah, Boo and Ben, who's a gentleman, which he is not. Hi, Miss Rex Murphy. Hi, Care for. Yeah, every single story is made up. That's the thing about this bitch, is nothing she says is true. And speaking of bidets, I may have mentioned this before. Hi, Margaret Martinez. It's good to see you. Hi, Marcy. So I live in a New York City apartment, and they're small and expensive and crazy, as we all know. I've lived in the city my whole life, in the Bronx and New York City. And this apartment I found during COVID. And I like strange things, strange apartments, and it's a little strange. One of the things that's strange about it is it has no closets, but 2 bathrooms, which you don't get 2 bathrooms in a New York City apartment unless you have a big apartment. You know?
May proceed. Objections overruled.
And I guess because it was COVID or whatever, and we'll never know why. It was newly renovated, which was another draw for me. And it's great. I've got a washer dryer. I'm not complaining. But both bathrooms, which I mean, the thought of 2 bathrooms in this place is completely ridiculous. Both bathrooms have bidets in them. So there you go. Sarah. Thank you, and hi.
Let me say it loud and clear. Back spouse syndrome does not have any effect on this case. It has no relationship to this case because she is the aggressor. She zipped him shut in the suitcase. After he said, I couldn't breathe, she wouldn't let him out. Therefore, all of the instructions above that paragraph of however do not apply. They do not apply. Now, turning back to what I was saying, did the witness have some interest in how the case would be decided? Well, of course. 3 out of 4 panels that y'all came from indicated to the judge fear of punishment was more important than the fear of public speaking. It speaks for itself. She has an interest in the outcome of the case. Now let's talk about, does her testimony agree with the other evidence in the case? You do not have to accept this story. Let's pretend, as you should, because all 6 of these things, we haven't even gotten to the inconsistent statements. Let's pretend her testimony doesn't exist, and you just have to look at the circumstances.
Better for the environment, Cito.
The testimony from the defendant is George Torres' head is here. You can stand if you need. You've been sitting a long time too. His head is here. His butt is kind of down here. His feet are here. And his hands and his knees are up here. He's in the fetal position, if we remember right. The hematoma on his head is on the left side. The bruises, the deep bruises on his back, are on his left side. You hear that? That's solid. You don't have to accept that she put those marks on him when he was in there. The evidence doesn't support it. You can conclude she used this bat when he was outside the suitcase. You don't have to believe her when she said they were playing hide and seek. You don't have to believe her because she doesn't know the rules. She came downstairs, saw what she had done, and had all the opportunity in the world to clean up whatever mess may have been at the bottom of the stairs. But ladies and gentlemen, physics doesn't lie. She can't expect you to believe her testimony about the loud boom being the day before compared to her 2 neighbors who weren't drinking, who have no interest in the outcome of the case, who suffer from none of the infirmities of her testimony. She suffers from all 6 infirmities. When her neighbors say there was a loud boom that night, there was a loud boom that night. Did it shake the wall they shared in common? It shook the wall that they shared in common. Did she have any injuries consistent with being dragged up and down the stairs the night before? No. You saw the pictures the CSI took. You don't have to accept her story about hide and seek. Something made that loud boom. It takes energy to make a loud boom. Energy that could very well be in the form of somebody going down some of the stairs, all of the stairs, in the suitcase, out of the suitcase. But that's what the evidence supports, is there was a loud boom that shook the walls and interrupted a FaceTime conversation that was so loud that the girlfriend on the other end heard it. Something loud happened. And then there was silence, according to the witnesses. And they can argue that Juan Torres' testimony was great for them. It's great for the state. She was screaming at him already at 7:30 p.m. She was already on her bully pulpit. And we know she doesn't need to put him into the coffin to get on her bully pulpit. There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live your life. Go take a walk. Do this. Do that. You don't have to accept anything she said. It's inconsistent that he received the hematoma to his head, his bloody mouth. How is his mouth getting bloodied inside the suitcase? That's protected from her and her bat. But that suitcase, a 100-pound drunk woman is not beating through the wood of that suitcase or whatever it is that's making that noise when it's thumped. Ladies and gentlemen, those injuries happened outside of the suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody or something went down those stairs. She has no injuries consistent with going down the stairs. He does. He has blunt force trauma all over him. You don't have to buy her story, and you shouldn't. The inconsistencies, I'm not going to belabor it. Your dinner is waiting in back. Let's just briefly talk about the experts, and we'll move on to the end. Dr. Brandon was absolutely fantastic. He explained everything that you all needed to know about battered spouse syndrome.
Thank you, hello baby.
And this isn't about whether one of them or both of them had battered spouse, because at the end of the day, she's the initial aggressor, and she had the duty to do the things that the law requires. But it does call into question the credibility of the past power dynamics of their relationship. Those videos speak for themselves. The officer in the last video asks him, dude, you're a guy, why don't you do something about this woman, your wifey, who you don't want to rat on for beating you? It's like, man, I'm not a beefcake. I'm not going to rat her out. There's countless examples, if you apply Dr. Brandon's testimony to Juan Torres, that really shows you the power dynamics of the relationship. He was her violent pet.
Minus, he
Dr.
wasn't
Harper.
violent though.
I don't find much quarrel with what she says about battered spouse syndrome, and nobody should. I mean, she's the expert. But she's not Ms. Boone's treating physician. She's not her treating psychologist. The way it was described in argument, and I believe from Dr. Brandon's testimony, was she's supposed to be a forensic detective. Get to the bottom of this. She's going to come in here at trial and tell you her opinion you should rely upon. With 9 visits, she never asked the defendant what it is the victim said that put you in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. That's the crux of the matter, Doc. You're never going to ask her what it is he said or did for this grand jury instruction about threat of force or use of force? It's remarkable. And, you know, she didn't review everything that was presented to you. At the end of the day, it's your opinion that matters about this relationship. And again, we agree with Dr. Werner. It doesn't matter. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to take the chokehold off. And if it was too dangerous for her to directly take the chokehold off, she had the duty to do something else, everything in her power to stop him from dying because she started it. She set it in motion. She used the force grip on him from a distance, the couch and from bed. It was her obligation to stop. She didn't. But Dr. Werner, she was called by the state of Florida after having evaluated and listened to the defendant give a similar story and concluded battered spouse doesn't apply. So she was never asked to delve any deeper into it. Given the information that she did have, the limited information, she agrees, yes, Ms. Boone has battered spouse syndrome, but it doesn't apply to the case because she was the aggressor and she did not fulfill her obligations. And really just your gut common sense. Go back to jury selection. In jury selection, there was examples about bullies day after day doing something to somebody. And somebody raised their hand and said, don't they have to do something that day? Don't they have to do something that day? And he didn't. After he was put in fear of death and told her he can't breathe, the imminent threat of great bodily harm and death she is describing to you is him fighting for his life to escape. She did not fulfill her obligations. There's details that matter. And again, not to belabor it, I mean, the evidence in the body-worn camera and the 911 calls, it's not offered
Bye, Carolina. See you soon.
to prove the truth of the matter of as who
Thank you.
stated what. Who knows what happened between these two? You see them with the police. Can't believe anything they're saying. It's not offered to prove that she's a bad person. It's not offered to prove that Mr. Torres is a bad person. It's simply offered to call in question the reliability and credibility of what she said about the past. That's all that it's there for. But there are some nuggets and some Easter eggs. There was an argument made during closings that Mr. Torres knows not to do anything when being videotaped. Bizarrely, shortly thereafter, they showed a very edited clip of him attacking her and slapping the phone out of her hand. He knows he was being videotaped, and there was another video like it too. So to make the argument that he doesn't do anything, he's a good boy when he's being videotaped, it's belied by their own argument. They showed one of the videos.
Exactly.
Learned helplessness. She seemed to control
$2K8.
everything. I mean, his birth certificate, it gets torn up when he doesn't comply with her wishes. You'll see the rest of the text messages if you choose to delve into them. But I would suggest you don't have to, given the jury instruction about aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long 2 weeks, and you are making a very, very important decision for Ms. Boone, and a very, very important decision for Mr. Torres and the state of Florida and his family. He's dead. She killed him. She's admitting she killed him to have this affirmative defense of I was justified. It was not justified under our law. She does not get to decide that she has a license to kill because of her past grievances. The law requires her to stop using the force that she started applying to him. And she didn't. She didn't withdraw. She didn't tell him he was withdrawing. She didn't use every means available to try and stop this from happening. She didn't. And you know what was in her heart. She tells you it's hatred, ill will, spite, and venom. This is not a self-defense case under the law. Go back and follow the law. You cannot feel sorry for her. You cannot feel sorry for him. You cannot feel angry at her. You cannot feel angry at him. It's maddening to see their relationship. It is maddening. Nobody would want this life for yourselves or your children. It is violent nonsense, but it does not affect what she did and what her duties were under the law that night. She wanted to punish him. She did, and then she left him there. And she had an obligation, if you even believe her story about the imminent threat for him fighting for his life, she had an obligation to do something about it and not just go upstairs and let him suffocate. Thank you.
All right. And just in time for me to say hi to Mallory Beavers. Hi, Mallory. So hey, Monique. Good to see you. Triple hearts. Let's watch Sarah get shackled up and taken away by this guard who I love. So I think we're going to take a little comfort break so we can all get beverages, those of us who are available. And then we're going to watch Mr. Cacciatore give a yoga class as promised. And then maybe we'll even watch the Jen Soto thing being interviewed or listen to it by Jay if we feel like it. We'll see what we're doing, what's going on. I don't know, it feels like a Friday night to me. It's Tuesday. Owens was saying that men don't hit women. Yeah. Also, the thing that Sarah says, yeah, he's pervy and misogynistic, and his history does show it, in case anyone who doesn't know, he's got quite a history on him that went unchecked because of who he is and where he is and whatever. Exactly, Dana. Hodkin High and Hodgin. Sarah was the abuser, period. The only abuser, correct. You can just tell George is not abusive. Oh, good, Monique. It's so good to see you. I'm glad you made it. We're still going to be doing some stuff here, so you're good if you've got time. Yeah, Michelle, and I'll say something else. I think I said this in the last live. I don't know if you were there for this part of it, but I wanted her to be able to show up in family court because I want to see what's going on over there with that situation with the honey buns and the medical snacks. Miss, people don't like me because I didn't get fat. Well, now why don't they like you? You load. I can't help myself. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll do that. I'll give it. I mean, I'm not gonna do like a. I'm just gonna, turn my camera off and go get a drink, and then that's what you guys should do too. How's that? I'll see you in a sec. Ugh is not an emotion; it's a sound. Margarita, we've been through this. Okay, Monique. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Get a good night's sleep. Be right back, guys.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm not wearing pants, Beth. Hi, guys. Oh, good. Excellent. Good, care for. Wait a little minute. Look at you, Linda, with the martini, making a cocktail, like some kind of, good for you. In a martini glass. I like to know when people make their own cocktails, how fancy they get with it. Hi, Paul. Welcome back. Interesting detective. He does have Riz. Margarita. Mallory Beavers, I can't believe you weren't one of the sexy people already. But welcome. Yeah, Mr. J did wear fancy socks and fancy ties. I showed, my mother has had to endure fleeting moments of this whole thing. And when she saw Mr. J in his ties, she lost all respect for him. And I didn't bother explaining to her how wrong she is. So. What happened, Kim Stoll, was uncomfortable. Tito's vodka, a favorite in my household and the household of my best friends. Sugar Rim. In a martini glass, obviously, right? I mean, that sounds very fancy. I'm very impressed. Disney Mom. Oh, good. Disney Mom is cooking dinner for her kids, which, I mean, as a Disney mom, I guess you kind of have to. But she's got a medical snack, thank God. Yeah, detective, I think taking dance really changes the way you move forever, in a good way. Obviously. Well, maybe not obviously, but. Helen, someone brains are super sexy. I agree, and thank God for that because. Homemade lemon drop. I say I do like lemon drops. I don't really like sweet drinks, and I'm not a big cocktail person. But I mean, listen, I'll drink almost anything on the rocks. Not a huge rum fan, and scotch makes me nauseous, like throw up nauseous if I drink, more than a bottle of it. But hey, Boom Shiki, I'm glad you're here. Boom Shiki, like just enough muscles to move my heavy things. Yeah. Michelle DeMatteis is having a Tito dirty martini right now. Tito's dirty martini. Blue cheese stuffed olives, Michelle. Get out of my head. First of all, that's very Real Housewives of you. And also, as much as I hate to admit it, yeah, that's fucking delicious. It's like a whole meal. I like that a lot. I drink usually gin martinis because I'm an old man at heart. But I like vodka too, so I don't discriminate that much. Oh, that would make sense that Mr. J's kids choose his. Actually, after we watch this, we'll listen to the Jennifer Soto thing, and you'll get a real feeling, or at least I got a real feeling about him as a father, and I mean, definitely as a person. I mean, he was just so disgusted by. They both, I will say, Mr. Cacciatore and Mr. J seemed rightfully and equally and enough for me, certainly, disgusted by Sarah Boone that I felt good about the whole thing. Jackie Anderson, you are really a Renaissance woman, and I respect that for you, but Scotch makes me throw up. Look at methamphetamine going on a date. That explains the new pep in your step. And the no pants, probably. But Prosecco with green apple. Is this the new apple martini? I like that. Thank you, Cray Cray, for Cray and Nikki C, because we're the OGs, the New Yorkers. I like Beefeater. First of all, I don't know. I always tell them I won't know the difference. Just give me whatever you got. But I usually go with Sapphire just because that's what a friend of mine used to get, and she knew more than I did. Is Carolina back? Yes, Michelle DeMatteis. A dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives is a snack just like Cacciatore, but if we say that in front of Helen someone, she's going to want to kick our butts. Yeah, disgusted by Darth Boone. Deb Richardson is back. Good. Squirrel, there she is. Warm mezcal. Interesting choice you've made there. Yeah, Sapphire's nice. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have a very refined palate, to be honest. I don't think. So that would all be lost on me, Cray Cray, but I admire people who are of better, I get it. I just don't get it. I know when something's good, but that's about it. Natch, squirrel, natch. Well, Derek, you missed. Sarah was in a real upset, was found innocent and is now free. So you'll be happy to hear about that. And now we're going to watch David Cacciatore, one of the prosecutors in Sarah's case, teach a yoga class. So get comfy. She's done a runner. I want to see what Charles said because someone's laughing at him. That's the stuff. All right, let's do this and then we'll do Soto and then we'll do whatever. Shit. Here we go.
Chaturanga, upward facing dog.
Oh, wait, I
Back to
rewound it a little
chaturanga,
bit. I
and
fast
exhale,
forward, so hang on.
downward face.
Chaturanga, choo-choo. Shit. What's this? Okay. No.
Hi everybody, my name is Junko.
I just said cancel. The hell?
Hands up, back to mountain.
And we don't have to watch this
Hip width apart.
We're not doing this
And our
alone with
hands
him.
shoulder width
But
apart.
the
Looking.
beginning is, it's good because he talks a little bit.
Feel free to skip anything or to add anything that you feel like you need. So let's start out and come to the front of our mat in Samastitihi. Deep breath in, deep breath out. And let's raise our hands over our head coming into mountain pose. Slight back bend. And let's fold forward.
Congrats.
Halfway lift and fold. And let's step back into plank with our shoulders over our hands. Chaturanga. Come up to upward facing dog, looking forward towards the point of our nose. Back to Chaturanga. And let's go exhale to downward facing dog.
So happy.
Let's strive to keep our feet hip width apart and our hands shoulder width apart, looking forward between our hands. And let's breathe. Breathing for 1.
Just to interrupt, this is the only way to watch this, with a drink in our hands, hanging out together, and not doing one, not even thinking about actually doing it. But I will give him a thumbs up because he's amazing.
Breathing for 2.
Giving him a thumbs up because most of us would have sex with him.
Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4.
I'll tell you in a second, Michelle.
Breathing for 5. Let's look forward between the hands, and you can step or hop to the front of your mat.
I will.
Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale to standing, look up. Slight back bend, hands to heart center. Deep breath in, deep breath out. And let's return to Samasthiti. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Hands up, back to mountain pose. Fold forward. Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Hands plant down, back to plank. Chaturanga. Upward facing dog. Back to Chaturanga. And exhale, downward facing dog. 5 deep breaths. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Look forward, step or jump to the front of your mat. Halfway lift. Fold. Inhale to stand. Slight back bend. Hands to heart center. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Return to Samasthiti. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Hands back up. Exhale, fold. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold again, and step it back to plank. Chaturanga, upward facing dog. Exhale, back to Chaturanga, and downward facing dog. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Look forward, step or hop to the front of your mat. Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale brings us up to standing. Slight back bend, hands to heart center. Deep breath in again. And exhale. Back to Samasthiti. Hands back up. Slight back bend. Exhale, fold. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Step it back to plank. To Chaturanga. Upward facing dog. Back to Chaturanga. And exhale, downward facing dog. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. And 5. Look forward between your hands. Hop or step to the front of your mat. Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale brings us back up to mountain pose. Hands to heart center. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Let's take an extra deep breath in. And exhale. Now I'm going to step out wide with my left foot and facing the side of your room. Let's bring our hands down by our hips and then bring them over our head again. Deep breath in, deep breath out, and let's fold, coming into Prasarita Padvottanasana. Keeping our hands underneath our shoulders and our gaze focused between our hands. Let's breathe. Breathing for 1. Look to try to keep your toes slightly pigeoned in this pose.
I wonder too, Jackie.
Breathing for 2.
Yeah, Helen, I don't know who them women are, but I was just about to say, if I was his wife, which we all know he's not, he's perfectly single, he's not married, but if he was and one of us was his wife, there's no goddamn way he'd be going on this retreat, okay?
Breathing for 3.
I miss Shannon.
Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Exhale, release. Inhale brings you back
California
up.
Dreamer. Hi.
Hands up.
I'm working
Deep
on it
breath
too.
in. Deep breath out. Let's bring our hands to our hips. Take a deep breath in again.
Oh, hello, baby. That's
And then exhale, and let's fold one more time into Prasarita B. Breathing for 1. Breathing
He's
for
not
2.
just me.
Breathing for
Straight
3.
men do yoga. Straight men who know what's up.
Breathing for 4. And 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Hands come
Purple
up.
leggings
And now let's
is
bring our
is a
hands
hooker.
behind our back and clasp our grip.
Jolly Rock Hopper. She's a
You can
slut.
put either the left thumb or the right thumb over one another and look up to the ceiling. Take a deep breath
Christina.
in, and let's exhale, fold down over our
Amaretto
feet,
soda with a twist of
bringing our hands over our shoulders
sound
and
on this,
towards
do
the side of the room. Breathing for
Is that too
1.
low on him?
Breathing
I
for
did put
2.
the link to this if anyone wants to do it later or whenever or never.
Breathing for 3.
He doesn't have a boyfriend, Michelle de Mateus.
Breathing
We've
for
already been through. Yes,
4.
it's okay. It's fine for people to live their lives, but not
Breathing
for him.
for 5.
He needs to do what we say.
Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Hands release, come up. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Deep breath in again. And this time, let's bring our hands down towards our big toes, grasping our big toes with our index and middle finger, and coming forward.
Squirrel, you can't have a guru. That never ends well. I've heard. I mean, I'm not the guru. I could never have a guru because I don't, just the word guru alone makes me not happy. But don't trust these people. I'm begging you. They're scammers. Mr. Cacciatore, on the other hand, is a guru/attorney. That's a nice pool. Where is he? What's going on here? Is this Florida? I bet it is because he's not going like far away from us.
Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. And 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Hands come up. Back to heart center. And let's step back to the front of our
Go back
mats.
to heart center.
Deep breath in.
Hi, Ben.
Deep breath out. Hands back up to mountain pose. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale,
thick
halfway
fella.
lift.
This is so sick.
Exhale,
We're so
fold.
sick.
Step it back to plank.
Hands aren't that
Chaturanga.
small. I don't know.
Upward facing dog.
I don't
Back
get the
to
feeling he's a
chaturanga.
tall guy.
And exhale, downward facing dog.
That's what I want to know.
Take a
Helen
deep
Summer.
breath
Where
in.
does he find the time?
And then breath out. Let's lift our right leg up and step it through, coming into Virabhadrasana A, Warrior 1. Our
I
back
like
foot
a
is
strong
going to be at a 45-degree angle. Our front toes are facing forward. We bring our hands up, and let's breathe. Inhale and exhale. Now let's transition into Virabhadrasana B, Warrior 2. We're gazing out over our right hand, breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3, breathing for 4, breathing for 5. Let's turn the right hand up and reverse our warrior, leaning back, getting a stretch into our right side body, but not collapsing into our left side body. And let's hold. Breathing for 1, breathing for 2.
Ex-Derek Boomshiki is not even watching this because of you. I hope you're happy.
Breathing for 3, breathing for 4.
Also, I don't know where Hear Me Out is. I've been trying to get his attention, but maybe he's sleeping or busy or working or, He liked this.
Breathing for 5. Let's come back into Virabhadrasana B. Hold just for a moment. And now let's
All about the
transition
dog.
into Parsvottanasana. Let's bring our right hand. You can either bring it to your right knee, or you can actually bring it to the floor if you are more flexible on the outside of your right foot.
I don't know. I think the
and
size
look
of the
up
spoon
towards your top hand.
matters too.
Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2.
Thank you, Derek.
Breathing
Makes
for
sense.
3.
Tuck it out.
Breathing for 4. And
No LTB.
5.
Hi.
Let's
This won't last
exhale,
that long.
release.
gonna
Inhale
move on
brings us
after
back
this.
up to Virabhadrasana B. Look forward. Let's windmill the left hand inside of our right foot
Thank you, Craig.
and come into a reverse low lunge. Just for an instant, take a deep breath in. Let's bring our hands back down to the mat, send the right leg high, and come through for a vinyasa. Upward face.
I'm glad you asked Disney Mom, for people who, I don't know, thought that maybe this was going to have something to do with Sarah Boone's prosecutor's closing argument. There are 2 prosecuting attorneys for the state, and there were in Sarah Boone's case, Sarah Boone's trial, and one of them was Mr. William J., and one of them was Mr. Dave Cacciatore. And that is where we are now. We've already watched the closing arguments, and now we're watching David Cacciatore teach a yoga class. So, fear not, we're still on brand here.
Facing dog, back to chaturanga, and downward facing dog. Let's take a deep breath in, and deep breath out.
And then we're smart.
Deep breath in again, and now let's lift the left leg and step it through. Warrior 1.
There.
Deep breath in,
It is Siba.
deep breath
I
out,
could speed it up, but
deep breath in again, and let's transition into Virabhadrasana B. Looking out over our left hand, breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3,
yeah, Shannon.
breathing for 4, and 5. Let's turn the left hand up, reverse the warrior.
Ironic that this entire thing is about breathing. I don't like these women at all. And also, a little makeup never killed anyone, ladies.
Breathing for 1,
Mr. J does not, not to my knowledge, he does not teach
breathing
anything.
for 2, breathing for 3, breathing for 4, and 5. Exhale, release. Inhale lifts us back up to Virabhadrasana B just for a moment. And now let's come into that Parsvottanasana on the left-hand side, either bringing the elbow to the knee or down to the floor, depending on your level of flexibility. You can also extend the right hand over your head too, for the extended version of this pose if you choose. Breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3.
I know, Deb. I'm tired of watching this, and it's not
Breathing
even
for
like,
4.
I mean, yoga can be hard, but
And 5.
I think Pilates is better. Just saying.
Exhale, release. Inhale lifts you back up.
Thank you, Mallory.
Deep breath in. Deep breath
But
out. Let's windmill the hands down to the mat. Right hand comes inside the left leg. And let's reverse low lunge here just for a moment, taking a deep breath in
I like it, Hella Baby.
and out. And now let's bring that left hand by our foot, extend the left hand high, and let's come through to plank, chaturanga, upward facing.
Shannon, can you please put that in the comments to this video or any video, because I like that a lot and I would like to read it, or have it at least. I might remember it, but I might not, and it would just be helpful for me to have it in writing. And if you don't mind, I mean, you don't have to, obviously, but I like it a lot. Shannon says her letter to Sarah would be, "Dear Sarah, you should be glad that see if I can get it exactly. Oh, thank you, Jackie. 5 memberships to only the sexy people. Dear Sarah, be glad the jail snatched you up before I could. I'm so serious. Thank you, Jackie. Oh, is Danielle here? I can always tell when all the hearts start and all the crazy love happens. I love you guys. Oh, good. Hi, Jessica.
Dog, back to chaturanga, and
Chaturanga
exhale,
choo-choo.
downward facing dog. Deep breath in,
Yes, Danielle. Isn't that beautiful?
deep breath out, deep breath in, deep breath out.
Good, I'm glad. Hi,
Let's
Danielle.
extend the right leg again, bring it up.
Danielle, we're watching Dave Cacciatore teach yoga, as you do, you know.
Up, step it through.
And after this, I think we're going to watch listen to Mr. J interviewing Jennifer Soto.
Virabhadrasana A for a moment. Deep breath in, deep breath out. And let's come into Virabhadrasana B. Breathing for 1.
Hi, can I get a hug? Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're watching one of the state prosecutors on Sarah Boone's trial, teach a yoga class, because that's how we do things around here.
Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3.
Yeah.
Breathing for 4.
Maybe this is why. I don't think
And
he's that
5.
calm
Now
on the
let's
inside,
straighten
though.
this front leg from the 90-degree angle and bring it back. Hands still in extended forward. Let's reverse.
Sorry, I did too, cracked. So the judge in the last Lori Vallow trial, who's also kind of a hottie. I mean, listen, these are desperate times, ladies. Did an interview with Nate Eaton, and at first I was like, this might be even too boring for me to even watch, because I was listening to it. I was lying in bed, of course. And but it's pretty good. I like him.
The palm.
He doesn't talk about Lori or any of his trials, but I'm always interested in how a judge becomes a judge, you know?
And take that reverse extended warrior here. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4.
Yes, and wow.
And 5. Let's exhale, release, come back into the Virabhadrasana arms. Our legs are still extended. We're going to look forward towards our right hand, and we're going to hinge at the hips, bending forward, and we're going to come down into Trikonasana. You can leave your hand at your shin, you can bring it to the floor, or you can go for the big toe. You can also use the assistance of a block with this pose if you choose. Looking up.
Helen, didn't you already ask who's them women? Now you're asking who are these people? We don't know who they are, but we know that they're not good enough for him, and they're probably kind of slutty.
At our top hand, breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3,
Crack pepper.
breathing for 4,
Yeah, he's
and
cute.
5. Exhale, release.
Not my type.
Inhale, lifts you back up. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Let's windmill the hands back down to the mat. Left hand inside the right foot.
And
come in
it's
just
exhausting.
for a
It can
minute
be.
to that reverse low lunge. And let's bring our hands back down to the mat. Right leg extends up. Float it through. Chaturanga. Upward facing dog.
Me too,
Back
Dan.
to chaturanga. And exhale, downward facing dog.
Thank you,
Deep
Squirrel,
breath
for
in.
joining us and me.
Deep
It's always
breath
good
out.
to have you here. I love it.
Deep breath in again. And deep breath out. Let's lift the left leg up Step it through. Virabhadrasana A,
Gwen, we
just
can
for a
help.
moment. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Coming into that Virabhadrasana B,
I've been a
warrior
slut for worse,
two.
Lori.
Again. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing. Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Let's straighten the front leg. Reverse the palm. Come into that reverse extended pose. Breathing for 1.
I'm glad, Squirrel. You are mine too.
Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5.
It's forever.
Let's bring our hands back up to Virabhadrasana.
They are, Jackie.
B hands at the front.
I also like that he's
upright
just
on our mat.
cash.
Let's hinge at the hips again and look forward over that
That's why I
left
keep
foot. And let's
moving
come into
myself.
Trikonasana here on that left side. Looking up at
No,
our
he does
top
not.
hand. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. You can also extend this top hand over your shoulder for an extended
Natalie.
variation if that's in your practice. Breathing for 3.
Hi, Natalie. Yeah, if Sarah Boone had a twister board or whatever you call twister mat, she would have had to come up with. She probably would have worked that into the lie, although I don't know how. But it couldn't have been more stupid than the one she came up with.
Breathing for 4 and 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Let's windmill the right hand inside the left foot. Come in.
All right. So someone just gifted Mallory a membership to Danielle Chavon, which is awesome.
To that reverse low lunge just
I mean,
for
not
a
here,
minute.
but somewhere in the world it happened.
Deep breath in. And let's bring the left hand by the left foot. Extend the left leg high. Come through the plank.
Hi, her Hello Pain. Hello Pain says, I just got here. And my brain malfunctioned seeing Cacciatore like, hello, sailor. Yeah, well, I'm glad you recognized him because some people are like, what the hell is going on here? What has become of you and your channel? Oh, goodbye, Charles. It's always good to see you. Mwah, mwah. But yeah, we're all just warming up, and maybe this is what we'll do from now on. We're just gonna watch workout videos and sit around getting drunk. That's not as fun as watching criminals, though.
Chaturanga. Upward facing dog. Back to Chaturanga. And exhale, downward facing dog.
Do we think this is in Florida? I kind
Deep
of feel
breath
like it
in.
might be.
Deep
A lot,
breath
but I feel
out.
that way.
Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Let's look forward between our hands and let's come through to a seat. And let's extend our legs forward into
Now we're
Paschimottanasana. With our feet pointing up, let's bring our hands over our head.
Definitely a more skeptic.
Inhale, exhale, and let's exhale and reach for our feet. Breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3, breathing for 4, and 5. Let's exhale, release. Inhale, hands back up. Let's bring our hands down by our hips for Dandasana. And we're going to do a little modification of this because in Dandasana, let's lift our hips, and you can either just lift just your bottom off the floor, or if you want, you can try to lift your whole body off the floor just for a few seconds.
Helen, This is a family show.
And let's lower. Exhale, release.
Well, I see
Inhale,
tuba.
hands back up. Fold forward. Breathing for
Natalie.
1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4.
Squirrel, I'm sorry to interrupt if everyone is doing this along and they're just relaxing and stuff, but for those of us who are not doing yoga, actually doing it along with him, which is probably quite a few of us, if not all of us. Squirrel, I posted the link to this in the chat, but I will do it again, and then I'll do it in the description just in case, because, you know. Yeah, that's it. Let me get that link. So you can give it to people at work and have them whatever.
And 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Exhale, hands down again for those Dandasana lifts. Exhale, release. Inhale, back up. Fold forward. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. And 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. Hands again by our hips for Dandasana lifts.
Oh, Sharon.
Release.
Sucks. It might be better than doing this, but I don't know.
Exhale, fold forward in Paschimottanasana. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. And 5. One last time, I promise. Inhale, hands up. Exhale, hands by our hips, Dandasana. Lift.
Ugh.
Lower. Hands back up. Fold. Deep breath in. Deep breath out.
Touch.
Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Deep breath in again. Deep breath out. Let's release our hands. Hands back up. And you can either put your right ankle or your left ankle in front of each other. Let's roll back and then come through. Back to a chaturanga. Upward facing dog. Back to chaturanga. And downward facing dog. Deep breath in.
$2 B debt, I think. I mean, that's a very tough one for me to figure out. But says release with your back up broke ass.
Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Let's look forward between our hands and let's come through. You can either jump through or just step through to a seat. And let's lie on our backs. And let's bring our legs halfway in towards our hips. Let's keep our feet hip width distance apart. And let's take a deep breath in. A deep breath out. Deep breath in again. And you can do bridge. I'm going to start in bridge, which is we're going to keep our feet with this alignment, hip width distance apart, and we're going to lift up. You can either keep your hands by your side or you can clasp them underneath your body. So let's lift into either bridge or wheel. Breathing for 1.
What B-Day reference?
Breathing for 2.
Yeah, this is a long class and we're not even doing it. We're just watching it. It's already been 25 minutes. It's another 7 minutes or something left. Jeez. Exhausting.
Breathing for 3. Breathing
I
for
missed your live
4
too, Danielle, but I will check it out after this.
and 5. Exhale, release. Slowly lower down to the mat. Deep breath in, deep breath out. You can move your knees
Natalie,
just
he
from
is.
side to side just to get
I
a
am
little
too, just me.
movement and sensation into them. Let's take another deep breath in.
I think Sub Rose has had enough of this, and I've given the link to it, so maybe we should, you know, we get the gist. You're fit. All these broads are around you, ruining our lives. Fantastic. I'm going to look for Jennifer Soto's interview with Mr. J. How does that sound? I mean, if I'm getting Hey, Addie. This is David Cacciatore, one of the prosecutors in the Sarah Boone case. That's why. As far as I know, Mr. J does not teach any classes, athletic or otherwise, on the internet, so we're not going to watch that. I knew he was a yoga teacher because I had a subscriber, or immediate, like one of my first subscribers on my channel, who told me about this. He has since been blocked because things did not go well with him, but I got this information, so there you go. And that was very nice of him, and he was, very involved and very helpful until he got a little too involved and helpful. I don't know. I think you'd think it was a Hobbit house. I think this is what I think. I think this is Florida. Not that he lives in Florida. It should be Florida. If he's going to like Thailand for this, I'm definitely out. That's way too much work. But it's not Thailand. And you can tell if you look around a little bit, this is, Florida trying to look like something kumbaya, in my opinion. Okay, Sharon. See you soon. Yes, Addie. This is the one in the skin tight 3-piece suit. See now why the method to our madness? Yeah, Jay's this is forever a wander. Jay is definitely more of a cosplayer, and I respect that too. We all find our way. Hi, Dwayne. Oh, right, it's Tuesday. We always catch each other on a Tuesday. We love you too. Have a safe trip, and I'm glad you're getting her. Give her our love. You're welcome, Natalie. Well, I like Helen Someone now, who's been here for the entire live, and thank God. And one of the reasons that prompted the things that prompted us watching this was Helen Someone telling me to back off of him because he's hers, and I was like, got it. You only have to tell me once. You said it first. I get it. Now she's asking, wonder what he's like between the sheets. Haven't you been wondering that from the beginning? I thought that was the whole point of this. Isn't that what we're kind of talking about here? Thank you, Sharon. Good luck at the dentist. Sorry that you have to do that. Wine bottle on the ledge. Let me see. I'm sure it's a vase or some kind of, It's possible this is forever. Very. He does have stamina, yes, X-Derek. Now X-Derek is kind of interested in what he's like between the sheets. Where's Boom Shicky? All right, let me look for Soto, and we'll see what happens. Actually, I'm gonna keep playing this because I'm gonna look for Soto on my
deep breath
other
out,
device and then put it on.
And now we're going to come into our second back bend. You can either repeat bridge again, or if you want, you can come into wheel. If you're coming into a full wheel practice, You're going to bring your hands by your ears. You're going to lift your lower body, and you're going to lift up into wheel, breathing for 1, breathing for 2, breathing for 3, breathing for 4, and 5. Slowly release back down to the mat, bringing your chin to your chest, and take a deep breath in, take a deep breath out. Add some swaying of your knees side to side or whatever gentle movements you need.
I think he's,
deep breath
bringing
in,
this to fruition.
deep breath out. Let's come back up to a seat and let's rock forward. And you can either this time switch and have the other ankle forward. Let's come through to a plank, chaturanga, upward facing dog, back to chaturanga, and downward facing dog. Deep breath in, deep breath out, deep breath in, deep breath out. Look to your hands, either jump or come through to a seat, and bring your legs forward. I'm going to turn and face you on the mat, and we're going to come into Janu Shirsasana. And in Janu Shirsasana, we're going to start on the right side. We're going to keep our right foot out, and I'm going to bring my left foot to the inside of my right thigh. We're going to look forward at our right foot, and we're going to fold forward towards that right foot. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Exhale, release. Inhale, lifts you back up. No vinyasa. We're just going to switch over and move the left foot out to the left side. We're going to bring the right foot inside of that left thigh. We're going to look out over that left thigh, and we're going to repeat and fold over. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3. Breathing for 4. And 5. Okay. Exhale, release. Inhale, hands back up.
Gwen Pigeon feels a little violated.
Swing your feet back to the front of your mat, and let's lie down on our backs.
So I just had a brief exchange, text exchange. I got the Mr. J and Jennifer Soto interview, so I have that queued up, and I asked Hear Me Out to come join us for a second. I would like this to be playing when he does, for obvious reasons, because he'll be like, what the hell's going on here, and what did you sucker punch me into? Yeah, I mean, look at the side of that house. That does not look like this is not the peaceful, exotic retreat that it's, I mean, not that, Dwayne is back. Yes, it's his second chair. Exactly, Dwayne. We know who you mean. It's okay. You can misspell it. Deb, I know. Believe me, I'm like, it would be, we're never going to do this. And if I do it, I'm probably not even going to tell anyone about it. But actually trying to do this would tell us everything we need to know about, him. Maybe not everything we need to know about. Yeah, back of his house. Back of someone's house, squirrel, for sure. Or maybe back of Muldoon's. Could be. Hey, Super Kelly. If you come back, or if you were just quiet, then hello. Glad you're still here. Yeah, the quiet guys, they're touch and go. I think my opinion, A to B, is that is a barbecue, like a grill or whatever they call it. I don't know. I do too, Mallory. So, Joette, this is one of the not Mr. J, but Mr. Cacciatore, the prosecutors on Sarah Boone's trial. This is him teaching a yoga class. And there was some interest in it, so here we are. I'm going to grab the other thing. I'm going to play this until I put that on in hopes that Hear Me Out comes in and asks what the hell we're doing.
Let's come to our backs, and you can either bring your feet into a Baddha Konasana, putting one hand to your heart and one hand to your belly. Taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Deep breath in again, deep breath out. Slowing the body down, starting to slow the breath down here towards the end of our practice. Deep breath in again, and a deep breath out. You can either stay in Baddha Konasana, or if it's more comfortable, you can extend your...
we're going to stay in Baddha Konasana, obviously.
Swing your feet back to the front of your mat, and let's lie down on our backs. Let's come to our backs, and you can either bring your feet into a Baddha Konasana, putting one hand to your heart and one hand to your belly.
It happens.
Taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Deep breath in again, deep breath out. Slowing the body down.
Thank you, Paul.
Starting to slow the breath down here towards the end of our practice. Deep breath in again.
Derek, do you think we're getting him in here or what?
And a deep breath out. You can either stay in Baddha Konasana, or if it's more comfortable, you can extend your legs out to the side of your mat and come into Shavasana.
Baddha Konasana, I don't even know her. My best friend just texted me. She's like, what's going on here with the yoga? And I told her who it was, and she responds, the one in the polka dot leggings is a slut.
You can also put your hands facing up by your side, or even over your head if you prefer that.
Air flags of death.
And let all thoughts drift away. There's no more effort to be had. Just focus on your breath and your body.
That's funny, Noni.
Honoring your body and how you're feeling in this moment. And allow yourself to relax.
I know she does. Jackie, she really does. She's amazing. Just like all you. Hilarious and bad. The waterway, Robin, might be swamp, I don't know. I'm hanging on to this because I want Hear Me Out to come in and see it. But, I don't think he's coming. Yet. Meanwhile, everyone's relaxing. The second I change it, he'll be in here. Hey, retired, not bored. This is David Cacciatore, one of the prosecutors, along with Mr. J, on the Sarah Boone case. He teaches yoga, and we're watching it, for a minute, or 30 minutes, or whatever it was. We're almost done. He's awake now. Hi, Scripsy. It is impressive.
Slowly start to bring movement back into your body. Maybe either just slightly bending your toes or your fingers, and let sensation creep back into each limb. If you like, you can roll to either side of your mat and take a fetal pose. And just relax. When you feel comfortable, come up to seat at the front of your mat. Let's take a deep breath in and a deep
Okay.
breath out. Let's bring our hands up over our head to prayer position.
We're in Florida this
stopping at the
afternoon
third
where
eye.
new details are emerging
Taking a deep
in the
breath
death
in,
investigation of
a deep breath
13-year-old
out,
Madeline.
and into heart center. Deep breath in, deep breath out. May the rule of...
This was the most exhausting relaxing I've ever done, and I didn't even do any of it.
Soto. The teen was reported missing earlier this year after she never made it home from school. Soto's mother's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, was the last to see Soto alive after he allegedly dropped her off at school that morning. During the investigation into Soto's disappearance, police found disturbing content on the phone of Stearns and then arrested him on charges of sexual battery and possession of a child sexual abuse material.
And now we're going to listen to Mr. J interview Jennifer Soto, and this is one of my favorite things actually to listen to because you'll know why. You'll all agree, I'm sure. You'll see what I mean.
Days later, Soto's body was found, and quickly after that, Stearns was charged with Soto's murder. And now we are learning new details from a newly obtained police interview with Soto's mom, Jen, and this interview was done about
Helen, that's because you overexerted. I have a cramp just thinking about it.
a month after Soto's body was found and just 6 days before Stearns was indicted by a grand jury for the murder of Soto. Now, before we play that interview for you, let's get you caught up on the case against Stefan Stearns. Stefan Stearns is accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto, his girlfriend's daughter. Madeline went missing on the morning of February 26th, and her mother, Jennifer, spoke to WFTV the next day.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe?
Jennifer says she realized something was wrong when she went to pick Madeline up from school, and she wasn't there.
I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
According to Stearns, he dropped Madeline off in a church parking lot next to her middle school. He also spoke to WFTV the day she went missing.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. So last time we saw her,
So just to give some context in case, you know, certain parts are missing or people don't know about this, Madeline Soto was 13. She had just turned 13 the day before this happened, I think, or 2 days before. And her mother's boyfriend, who they were already broken up, and he was a total loser with no job, and, you know, she got a job for the first time in a long time, and she claims that made her unable to take her. She had to get really good sleep, and she had, you know, so she invited him to go to her 13th birthday party with her because she couldn't go because of this. She had some training at her job. And I mean, she wasn't, you know, this wasn't like a new position as a rocket scientist, just so you know. But her daughter's 13th birthday, she had to miss for it. And so he came and he was to bring her to school this morning. And that was the last anyone ever saw her. They have what we're listening to is they have now found her body. He has been arrested. And her mother, who we're about to hear interviewed by Mr. J, who is one of the prosecutors on the Sarah Boone case trial, is interviewing her. And she has not been arrested. No charges have been made against her to date, and he's already been sentenced. He took a plea, thank God. And Mr. J was going to try him, which I was looking forward to, but I was still relieved that we didn't have to hear all the details on this. And this is the interview of Mr. J and her after poor Maddie's death.
She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. Said thanks, love you too.
Wait, what? What happened?
What was that?
Police began to suspect Stearns as they investigated and looked for Madeline. And when they examined his phone, investigators say they found videos and images of sexual.
What happened? Someone was put in timeout? Oh, okay. Phew. Thanks, Carolina. God knows what would happen if you weren't here. Nothing good. Thank you. It does happen. Sometimes people do things like you know, you're looking at something and I've seen it happen a lot in other chats mostly. But don't take it personally, people. I mean, I think this is the only time it happened. Although me and Dan D once, like, I don't know, muted each other or blocked each other. Something happened there. But oh, Robin, that's why you shouldn't take a shower. Mix yourself a drink and just sit down and relax.
Abuse of Madeline.
During our forensic investigation, we uncovered disturbing evidence, graphic images, and videos depicting crimes being committed. It was during this examination that we learned we needed to act swiftly to remove the suspect, Stefan Stearns, from our streets.
2 days after Madeline went missing, Stearns was arrested and charged with 60 child sex crimes. On March 1st, Madeline's body was
Also, this is Winter Park. Where this took place.
Found in a wooded area off of a 2-lane road, 40 minutes from where Madeline lived with her mom and Stearns. And on April 24th, Stearns was charged with first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty.
The evidence shows an individual that was entrusted to keep Madeline safe, made calculated moves to dispose Madeline's belongings and place her body in a wooded area before she was ever reported missing.
Investigators say Madeline was never dropped off or near her school. Surveillance video allegedly shows Stearns returning to the family's apartment complex the morning she disappeared with Madeline visible in the car. Detectives believe she was already dead.
We know this case has gained significant public attention because Madeline had just celebrated her 13th birthday and was just a child. The indictment signifies a crucial step forward in our quest for justice.
Let's take a listen now to the start of that police interview with Jen Soto. This is Madeline Soto's mother, taken about a month after her daughter's body was discovered.
Good morning. We are at the State Attorney's Office in Kissimmee. It's 8:57 a.m. It is April 18th, 2024. I am William J. I am the Division Chief for the Homicide Unit. With me is Danielle Pinnell, also from the Homicide Unit in Kissimmee. Can the detectives identify themselves?
Detective Mark Morris.
Detective Kyle Smallwood. And with us is
Jennifer Soto.
with your attorney, Matthew Spark. All right. We went over some things before we went on the record and told you the opportunity to ask any questions that you need to ask. If you need a break to consult with your attorney, that is absolutely fine. We'll all step out of the room, turn off our recorders, and let you exercise your constitutional right to have counsel. There's no problem with that. There's water fountains here. There's restrooms. I don't know if you're a smoker or not, but like if you get desperate, we can make an outside break time, but we are kind of under time constraints.
Just bought those.
With that all said, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. All right, this is an investigative subpoena, so you've been compelled to be here. And in our country, under the 5th Amendment and 14th Amendment, as applied to you under the Florida Constitution as well, you cannot be forced to incriminate yourself.
I agree.
So anything you say today can't and won't be used against you unless you just don't tell us the truth. And I've already explained to your attorney, Mr. Bark, whether or not you've made any inconsistent statements in the past, that is dirt under the bridge, and either a misdemeanor was committed or it wasn't, but we're not going to be using that as a basis of some sort of perjury by false statements, because those other charges wouldn't be perjury anyways. So the most important thing today is to tell the truth. I also explained derivative use immunity, which means if you said that there was a gun, and obviously there's no gun in this case, buried in your attorney's yard, we couldn't go dig up that gun if you told us that, oh yeah, there's the gun that was used is right there. We wouldn't be able to do that. We would have to show that we learned all those things independently from this interview. Okay? Do you have any questions? All right, so let's get started.
Before you start, let me just make sure we're clear on the record. Off the record, we had discussed our position on the concerns we have. Ms. Soto was interrogated by law enforcement previously. She was under a tremendous amount of duress and stress, being that her child was missing and then she was found deceased. There's been media hysteria about this. There's been people asking for her to be prosecuted, tarred, feathered, executed.
Especially such a bad one. I mean, obviously I don't get it.
And so with that said, we have the concern that you brought up about
Thank you.
If there's something said inconsistent today, not being used against her for filing a false police report.
Right, so for example, if she said something that was false then, and we have no idea that was false now before this interview, but she comes in and admits that it was false today, we can't use these statements or that admission that it was false against her, just like we couldn't use anything else against her from this interview.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to welcome our guests for this hour, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Happy Thanksgiving week to both of you. Thank you for joining me. This case, Maddie Soto, we remember when she went missing, and we remember they were looking, and the mother and the boyfriend spoke to the media. Then fast forward, he got some charges because of child porn and 60 charges on all of those issues, and then later charged with her murder.
Shopping night, Saturday? Yeah, I think. So you got here Saturday night.
That's Stephen Stearns. Hang on. That wasn't the whole interview. That was not it.
All right. Tuesday, February 27th, and he's like your intimate partner, right?
No, I go back to the school.
This is from Gavin Fish.
On
Gavin
Western
Fish's
Way.
channel. If you don't know it, it's good.
Off of 429.
Okay. Did so you and Stefan have been together pretty much the whole time after? Have you guys always been together, or has there been times that you stay at the hotel or you working and then him be out by himself?
When I woke up this morning, he wasn't there, and he was gone for about an hour.
He's got this
But he
interview.
came back.
Like, it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her. Okay. That's been at least.
Hang on.
You think?
Got it. Okay. For how long have you lived here with them?
Oh gosh, years now, a couple years maybe now.
Okay. And what is your
Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is...
look like?
I live here, but I split
I
my
hate
time
him so
between
much.
here and my parents' place down south in Northport. They're getting on in years and they need some help.
Got it. Okay. For how long have you lived here with them?
Oh gosh, years now, a couple years maybe now.
I'm just going to put this on until I find...
Welcome back to Court TV Live. New emerging details are coming out.
We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30ish, 7:45ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. We got to McDonald's. We're close to McDonald's. I said, "Do you still want it?" She wasn't interested in the McDonald's anymore, so we continued on. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. My cars are, I guess, kind of hoopties. I get it. It's an image thing. But that was sometime probably between 8:20 and 8:40-ish. Somewhere in there. It was along the stretch of the road that on the right side that has all the communities on it before you get to the overpass. We could see the overpass from where it was. So it was on that side, on that stretch of road, and that's where I dropped her off. She said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to go find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, yeah, it's fine. Kids get dropped off early enough as it is. It's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her. I said, okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where we were supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. What I assumed was probably headphones or something like that, but find out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. It looked like any other day. And I just continued on.
Okay. When you said you dropped her off, like, in the area, kind of like where exactly did you drop her off?
So if you pull down the street going towards the school, you've got that whole strip of communities on the right side there. It was in that stretch of sidewalk there. We pulled in and maybe about halfway up the street or so, and she was like, right here's good.
Was it like in one of the apartment complexes, the church?
Not in, it was outside one of the apartment. It was just on the sidewalk on the side of the road there, just like a tuck and roll, you know?
Okay, so like if I were to be on the road, where, like, what do you remember seeing that you dropped her off at?
I remember the overpass was up ahead. The sidewalk was on the right, row of trees. There's, I think, a median in the middle. And then there was another community maybe across from that before you get to the church. So it was like before the church.
So Town Loop Boulevard's that street that connects to the school.
Yeah.
Is that the street that you...
Is this, which one?
So that's Town Loop Boulevard, right? That's the one that...
And where's the school located here?
The school's right here.
School's right there. Okay, so the school would be on the left in this case. Here's the overpass
you
I
guys
was
came from
talking
this
about.
side?
Yeah, we came from Town Loop, I think, which is Town Center, yeah. So we made a right here and then pulled somewhere about...
So you came from Town Center and turned onto Town Loop.
Yeah, where's the church? Is this the church here?
That's the church.
Okay, so we weren't up to the church yet. So we were pulled onto here, and then we pulled maybe about halfway up here, and I dropped her off somewhere in this area here.
And she walked from there to the school?
Yeah.
It's a pretty long way.
It's maybe a block or so, but it's not out of the ordinary for her. She likes to do that sometimes. She likes the cold weather. She was wearing her hoodie. She likes the cold walks.
So you dropped her off near Lilac? Does that sound right?
Yeah, it wasn't at a cross street. It was just a bit of the sidewalk there.
So did he merge into the sidewalk, or did he stop in the middle of the street, or?
I just pulled over to the sidewalk there and let her hop out.
How often do you drop her off?
This might be the 5th or 6th time I've ever done it.
Okay, and when you drop her off, where do you normally drop her off at?
Normally down the street from the school. She requests that a lot.
Like the same area or somewhere else?
Especially if it's sometimes in the church parking lot, sometimes just wherever she tells.
Okay, I think it was the thing we were just watching, but I don't know. Every time those people from Core TV interrupt, I just get like...
Do you live somewhere else, or what's that look like?
I live here, but I split my time between here and my parents' place down south in North
View, but she comes in and admits that it was false today. We can't use these statements or that admission that it was false against her, just like we couldn't use anything else against her from this interview. Okay.
I want to welcome our guest for this hour, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira, and
anybody.
Let's take a listen together now to Jen Soto recalling the events of the day before Madeline was reported missing.
My understanding is that on February 25th of this year, you were working at the hotel on Disney property out at Coronado Springs. And you have to answer out loud and loud enough to get caught on the report.
That's what I'd like to
I know.
Yes.
All right. And did you get off at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Did you go direct?
This is my theory on Jennifer Soto. I think that she had Maddie in an attempt to keep Maddie's biological father around, even though by then it was clear that, and he had made it clear that he wasn't interested. I think that Jennifer Soto does whatever, literally whatever she has to try to keep whatever man she's managed to, get to hang around her. Whatever to keep him around. And I don't think, that's what I think was going on here. And that's not good, obviously.
Directly home?
Yes.
About how long does it take you to get home?
About
25 to 30 minutes.
And when you get home, who is downstairs, if anybody? You have a 2-story, is it a townhome? Is that the best word for it?
Yes, it's at home.
If anybody is downstairs, who is downstairs?
Right, so
saw
Jody
my daughter
Arias. Except for
Madeline
Jody Arias
and,
didn't, at least
Stefan.
didn't have a child, you know?
Do you recall what Madeline was wearing? And do you recall what Steph?
Right, Helen, someone. I think maybe he had dropped her off once before then. And Jennifer Soto has family around. She could have gotten someone else to take her to school, and she was around to take her to school. The day that he was trying to get rid of her body, she was luxuriating at home. She canceled whatever appointment she had. She didn't have to wake up early. Just disgusting.
Stefan was wearing.
Disgusting.
I can't tell you now.
When you get home from work, do you need to kind of eat a late dinner before you get settled in for bed?
Yes.
And do you eat there at your home?
Yes.
Hey,
What do
Lady
you
Williams.
I think I had a pub sub waiting for me in the house. A sandwich.
Okay. Did anybody join you in sitting down and eating?
No, I ate in my bedroom.
Okay. Did it look like anybody else had recently cooked food or eaten any food there that night?
From what I saw, no. I didn't see anyone cooking, or it didn't look like anyone had been cooking.
Okay. I believe in one of your former interviews you mentioned that Madeline might have gone over with you kind of what she got at the birthday party since you didn't have the chance to go because you were at work.
Mm-hmm.
When and where does that occur?
That occurs like right after I get home. It occurs in my bedroom. Everyone's in my room.
And so by everyone, let's just be clear since I understand you have some roommates. So what do you mean by everyone?
Okay. Madeline, Stefan, and myself were in my bedroom.
Okay. At this point in time, do you recall what Madeline was wearing?
I don't know.
Let me ask it a different way. Can you tell me whether or not she was wearing a long-sleeved green sweatshirt and jeans?
Oh, no.
Okay. Would she have kind of been in her bed gear, or do you think she could have still been in the dress that she wore to her birthday celebration?
She would have been in pajamas. I can't recall the exact pajamas, but she would have been in pajamas. She had already, by this point in the evening, she had already showered and changed out of that birthday dress.
And was it your understanding from your sister that she had gotten dropped off about 8:30, she being Madeline?
8:30, 8:45, something around that time, yeah.
And what's your understanding as to when Stefan had gotten there? If you know. If you don't guess, it's fine.
Actually, while he's saying that, this is important. So there's things that you might think should be a certain way because that's just the way things go. But don't just guess based on past history that it's the same as what happened on that particular day. If you don't know, you don't know.
Then, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what time he got there.
Okay. You were at work, so I just didn't know if, like, sometimes families check in, hey, I made it, by text or by phone call or anything like that. Do you not remember any of that?
I don't remember.
Okay. How long were the three of you in your bedroom?
I'm going to say for about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did Madeline tell you about the party?
She was really happy.
Did she tell you what food they had there at the party? Or?
Yeah, they had her favorites.
What are her favorites?
Puerto Rican food. So arroz con gandules.
All right, so you're going to have to translate to English. I know frioles and arroz and a couple of...
I know frioles and a rose. I think that Addie asks, do you think with the timing, Suitcase only had Little Man to keep Brian by the time they had him? I think that Suitcase was living life the way she thought she was, like, kind of just going over the, she got married, she did this, she did that. Everyone has kids, so if you don't really overthink it, it seems like the thing to do. I also think that she might, just knowing her the way we do, my guess is that she had a child for attention. And maybe things in that marriage weren't, I don't know how committed she was to Brian at all, but she may have been getting a little bit bored. And she thought, well, a child will, maybe people are like, when are you going to have a baby? And she was like, well, this will be. And it's true. People, you get a lot of attention when you have a baby. That's why there are some people out there, not that there's anything wrong with feeling this way to a certain extent, but there are women like, that Turpin 13 family that I bring up a lot. She had 13 babies because she loved being a mother to a baby. I don't know exactly what her reasons were, but, everyone offers you their seat. People are very nice to you. Everyone loves babies. So that could be the reason I would think Sarah did it. I don't think she did it to keep Brian because I don't think Brian was really straying. He doesn't strike me as the type, and I don't think she was all that crazy about him. So I think she just did it to get attention and to kind of, probably she wanted to maybe change the trajectory of her life a little bit in a way that only she would think would be amazing, because having a child is very hard, but Sarah doesn't understand hard or anything at all for that matter. Yeah, Rita, you all don't know how hard it is to let autocorrect spell pregnant. I know. I don't know Bossy Tuba if she was with him for his family's money, and I'm not even sure how much family money there is there or what that's all about. Family money is, a family who's comfortable and can help their son out is one thing, but she makes it sound like these people are millionaires, and they are not. There's not, I don't think. Bye, Margarita.
Other things, but help me out.
If I recall correctly, she had requested rice with, is a type of rice and beans. Rice with pigeon and peas.
Okay.
And benil, which is, I'm not sure how that is. It's a pork, but I'm not sure how they cook it.
Okay.
So cooked pork. That's typically what she requests for her parties. That's like her favorite meal.
Okay. And what kind of gifts did she get?
She got a lot of money.
Okay.
That's what she ended up showing me. I think she had a few trinkets, but most of it was just a big wad of money that she was so excited for.
All right. Is there any particular reason Stefan couldn't make it up to the party? Because it's my understanding he didn't exactly work or anything.
He wouldn't have been invited. The party was held at my mom's house, and my mom and him have never had a great relationship. She's never liked him. So he wouldn't have been invited to the party at all. It just would have been my whole family, and then me. If I hadn't worked, I would have been there.
Okay. Now, during this 30 minutes that the three of you are...
I do think that Sarah, I'm sorry to keep interrupting this. I'll play it after this last comment. I'll play it for a while because it is very interesting. I think that Sarah was, obviously, Brian's money, however much it was enough for her to live comfortably and go to Muldoon's and do whatever she wanted. But Sarah does not think that there's ever going to be any kind of consequences to her actions. So I don't think she was thinking about it. She was living her life, and Brian was just going to have to follow suit. And it's easy to think that she would think that, first of all, because she's her and she's an idiot. Second of all, because Brian is an easygoing guy. The fact that she didn't see it coming that there would be drunkards busting into her house at all hours of the night and that Brian would actually get pissed off about it. So, and Sarah pulled a lot of shit during that time when they were trying to supposedly work things out. She started lying about Brian and him abusing her right in front of their couples therapist. All kinds of shit went on there. So I don't think she was thinking about it. I don't think it occurred to her that she was going to lose Brian. She was pretending that she wanted to work things out. He was the one who finally put his foot down and was like, oh, hell no. So I think that she was using him for his money. It just didn't occur to her that it would ever come to an end. I don't think she thinks too much, you know? She's an idiot.
In your bedroom, is Madeline engaging in any of her kind of nighttime routine, or, you know, getting ready for bed? What else is going on, if anything?
Hi, Dwayne.
We spent a long time talking about gifts and having her show me, and then we counted out.
Yeah, well, maybe that's probably. If George didn't care, not that he didn't care, but I don't think he was.
I can't remember if she had finished with all of her bedtime routine.
Okay. Does she brush her teeth at night?
In the shower.
In the shower? Okay. And that occurred before you got home?
Yeah.
Before we head to break, we want to remind you of a major sentencing happening Monday for defendant Sarah Boone. You watched her trial play out right here on Court TV, where a jury ultimately found her guilty of second-degree murder in the death of her boyfriend, George Torres. You may remember she zipped him inside that suitcase. Well, Boone now faces up to life in prison for zipping him in the suitcase, leaving him there to die in her conviction. We will have that sentencing for you live starting Monday morning here on Court TV at 9 a.m. Eastern. And still ahead, Madeline Soto's mom walks police through her daughter's bedtime routine and why the night before she went missing was a little bit different. We'll be right back.
At any time during the course of your relationship, if he expressed that he's ever had sex with a child.
No. Not a child. But when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18. Okay. He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15.
Welcome back to Court TV. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in Florida now, where new details are being released in the murder of Madeline Soto case. 13-year-old Madeline Soto was last seen on the morning of February 26th when her mother's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, was supposed to drop her off at school. Madeline's body was found days later in a grassy area.
Also, you notice how there are a lot of pictures of Jen Soto that look nothing like her, like this, for example? How'd this happen? That's not Jen Soto. That's not the Jen Soto we know.
And now, Stearns is charged with her murder. His trial is set to begin in September of next year. Right now, we're listening to the newly obtained police interview of Madeline's mother, Jennifer. In this portion, the DA questions Jennifer about Madeline's bedtime routine the night before her disappearance.
And my understanding with her nighttime medication is that's something that you would like to make sure she had bedtime or so?
Something like that, yeah.
So were you present for that occurring? Or did that occur after you got home?
That did not occur on my call. I believe I had instructed Maddie when she got home to go ahead and take them herself.
Okay. And is that something that she's allowed to do?
From time to time, yeah.
When you say day, is there, what my understanding was there was some hydroxyzine. Is there anything else she takes at night?
Just hydroxyzine.
All right. And the Miralax is when?
Miralax is...
So that would have been earlier while you were at work too if she took it?
Yeah.
May not have because she was at the party?
Yeah, because I had been training at work that week and we had been going back and forth with my mom's a lot. The Miralax wasn't consistent.
Okay. All right. Now, Madeline, does she lay out her clothes for school the next day, or is that something she gets in the morning, makes a game time decision like my kid?
Typically, it is a game time decision morning of.
Okay. What about this specific evening? Do you remember anything about it?
Yes. This evening, we had, I had already discussed prior to Stefan coming to visit that he was going to help me take Maddie to school that day.
This is Forever Wander. I think you might be a little bit too generous in your assessments. Just saying.
So because I knew that was what was going to happen that night, I had asked Maddie, pick out your clothes, have everything ready, have your backpack ready, your water bottle, everything you need ready so that way you could just grab your stuff and head out. It won't be too much of a hassle in the morning. And so she did. She picked out her clothing. I asked her what she was wearing, and she told me what she had picked out. I said, okay, fine.
All right, so she picks it out, but does she physically take it out of somewhere, wherever she stores her clothes, and put it somewhere?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she took that clothes upstairs with her or anything like that.
All right. So as far you didn't see them in your room, and did you have the opportunity to kind of see her cubby part of the living room to see if she had put them on her bed or anything like that?
I hadn't seen them.
Does Madeline have like a water bottle or a hydro flask or whatever the kids call it that she likes to sleep with? And bring up or bring wherever she's sleeping?
Typically not. That stays downstairs in her backpack, and then she'll clean it in the morning and then fill it back up and just leave it in her backpack. That typically stays in the backpack.
Okay. Favorite stuffed animal or stuffed animals? Anything that always goes with her wherever she's sleeping?
She does have a few stuffies and blankies. Did I see any that day?
Yeah, specifically, did you see if she brought any of that stuff upstairs with her?
No, I didn't see any of that stuff upstairs.
Now, separate question. Generally, habitually, like your attorney was saying, there's a difference between specific memory, but generally, would she do that? Not saying that you saw it that night.
Generally, would she do what?
Have stuffies and blankets and her favorite stuff.
Yes, she typically would.
This is Forever Wonder. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree on Sarah Boone having a pretty smile, but she does have moments when it's not bad, and her mother was nice looking and had a very nice smile, so let's go with it.
So if Stefan says something like Maddie's building her nest and getting settled in, would that to you mean like her stuff is part
That's what I was also going to say, is the stuffies and blankies thing really bothers me when she says it.
of this nest, or what do you think that would mean, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall getting that text from Stefan that night, that Maddie had settled into her nest for the night?
I don't remember that text now.
Okay. My understanding was that at some point you told them it was time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Do you recall about what time that was?
Around 11 o'clock.
So that's consistent with getting home at 10:30, having this half-hour discussion, and eating your pub sub? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right.
I love
Do
her
they
this
comply with your wishes to go upstairs when you say that at about 11 o'clock?
Yes, they do.
Oh, you mean hers?
Is there any further communication between either you and Madeline or you and Stefan about, all right, kids, it's time to go to bed, anything like that? Or was that the last you had heard from either one of them that night?
I think at some point, Stefan comes downstairs to use the restroom and then goes back upstairs, but after that, I don't recall interacting or saying anything, so.
Okay. And my understanding is that you had some sort of parental controls over Maddie's phone. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure by parental controls exactly. I didn't have any limits or anything on the phone set up.
Well, like, for instance, if she wanted to install Game Pigeon, does that have to go through you?
Yeah. So any permissions for any apps, she would have to ask me for.
All right, and does that ring a bell as to occurring that Sunday? Game Pigeon? Okay. All right. So that's the last time you hear from either one of them until the morning. My understanding is that Stefan comes down and is dealing with your dog. Is there any communication other than perhaps Stefan coming down to use the restroom? Is there any other communication that you have between Stefan and Maddie? Do you see them? Now, I've said communicate. Do you see them? Do you go up and check on them? Do you see Madeline or Stefan from the...
Sub Rosa says Jen and her donkey gums, which is ironic because we were just talking about her smile and how some people think it's nice. Also, I don't know if what brought up fillers and Botox was because she had a Botox appointment for this day that I believe she canceled or kept, or I don't know, she had a blood test and a Botox thing that one she kept, one she went to, I don't know. But as most of you probably know, Botox can also be used to prevent and treat migraines, and in which case insurance will cover it. And my guess is, knowing Soto here as we do, that she probably had migraines and she probably got the Botox to treat her migraines, or claimed to, and have insurance or whatever it is pay for it. So that's probably because she doesn't really strike. Well, I shouldn't say she doesn't strike me as the Botox type because she's trifling. So who knows?
The point you kick them out at 11 p.m. until you see Stefan at 8 in the morning ish is what you guess for the dog.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't see them.
Okay. Now, when you go to sleep,
yes, I would. Yeah.
do you sleep through the night, or do you kind of wake up and not have consistent good sleep?
I sleep through the night.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any points in time where you get up and you're taking steps or just checking on your phone
Yes, Rosa. Wendy looked like a Romulan.
because you can't go back to sleep. As far as you remember, when you go to sleep, you're out until the dog thing in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you hear or see anything during those hours involving Stefan or Madeline?
I didn't hear or see anything that night.
Before we have to take a break, I want to quickly share my thoughts from the bench on this case. A mother knows. That is what I have seen time and time again during my time on the bench as a judge. There seems to often be an instinct, a gnawing in the pit of the stomach, even if there's no explicit confirmation of a mother's greatest fear. Perhaps she didn't know that her own boyfriend was abusing Madeline, but she clearly knew the nighttime routine. She knew that she would send them upstairs to go to bed. She acts as if it was so important for her to get sleep that she would do whatever she needed to get that rest, like sending her child with an adult boyfriend of hers. I get it. Life is exhausting, but never at the expense of your kid. She never should have allowed her daughter to go upstairs to sleep where her boyfriend, who was on and off again, by the way, was sleeping. If she knew details about the nighttime routine, I promise she could have had a radar as to the routine that he was making between himself and Madeline. I'm shocked she has not faced any charges at this time. On the other hand, devil's advocate, maybe she agreed to tell them all about the defendant to avoid charges against her. But I stand by this. A mother knows. If you know something or see something, say something. We'll be right back with more from Jen Soto's police interview after the break.
We want to understand the mindset behind your actions in this case.
That's something that has occurred before.
Now back to the murder case against Stefan Stearns in Florida. Stearns is scheduled to go to trial next year after being charged with first-degree murder in the death of his girlfriend's daughter, Maddie Soto. Maddie's mother, Jennifer, spoke to police earlier this year, over a month after investigators discovered her daughter's remains. We're picking up that police interview now with Jennifer telling the interviewer about the behaviors of her boyfriend, Stearns. Now, this was on the morning he was supposed to drop Madeline off at school. Let's listen.
The first thing you remember when you wake up after having gone to sleep?
I wake up to Stefan trying to put the leash on the dog.
Okay. Now, is this the first time that you've ever woken up to Stefan trying to put a leash on your dog, or is that something that has occurred before in the past?
Me too.
I'm gonna say this is the first time. It's not normal for any of us to put the leash on the dog on the bed.
So for ex-Derek, and if anyone else doesn't know, some of the most irritating most horrifying parts about this case. You know, Stefan Stearns murdered Madeline after years of abusing her, and the detectives, when they were trying to get information from Jen and found her to be a little bit laissez-faire, I guess, decided to show her a photograph they had found in one of the many in Stefan's phone and various drives and all that. I guess at this time maybe it was just the phone, but of them in an act. And Jennifer Soto, first of all, went on to tell his parents to get him a lawyer. And second of all, made a lot of comments. I guess this isn't the interview where she says these comments. That was with the officer, the detective. But she's very like, well, I mean, it's not like she's just not like every single other mother that we can think of, other than the people we talk about, you know, like that we know in real life. Not like how they would act, like completely going insane and begging to have Adam.
Because if he's on top of any, like, bed, couch, anything, he'll pee. He gets really nervous. You have to do it on the floor. So I found it really weird that he did that, but...
All right, so let me ask it a little more broadly. Is this the first time Stefan's ever come into your room while you're sleeping to take the dog out for you in the morning?
I can't recall if we saw him before.
Okay. Did you find it unusual then? Or what did you think when this was occurring?
When it happened, I think I was more... I found it off, but I was more worried over the dog. I was like, please don't pee on the bed. I don't want to do laundry.
Okay.
So I was more anxious over that. He put the dog on the leash and told me to lay down and go back to sleep. And I said, okay.
So were you not laying down when he tells you to go back and lay down?
No, when he put the leash on the dog, I shot off the bed because I was going to help him. I was like, no, let me do it. And he's like, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this.
Okay.
I said, okay.
Now, do you go back to sleep or do you check your phone or
Under the
do
jail.
anything?
Yeah. You'll really hate it.
I can look at anything.
In this period of time that you have been awoken by Stefan, do you hear or see
concerned
anybody
about
else in your
everything.
household?
I hear somebody in the kitchen. I'm not sure who it was. No. I'm not sure who it was.
Okay. Could you identify it by size, like their steps? Could you identify gender by their voice? Anything like that? Well,
All I heard was sounds of like cabinets shutting, like somebody in there shutting, like looking for something and shutting.
okay. Now, if your daughter had been awake, would she come in and say goodbye to you before school or not? Just let you sleep?
I would have hoped she would have come by and say goodbye.
Suppose eventually.
I can't remember if this is one of the first times that Stefan actually took her to school, so
First time is my guess.
I would have hoped she would have said good night, but I'm not sure.
All right.
Who cares?
So do
It's
you
only the
fall
last
back to
time I
sleep?
ever saw her alive.
I do.
And when do you wake up and how do you wake up?
I wake up at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Of all the crazy shit she does and the way she acts, that is the moment to me that is the most despicable and the most suspicious. That they're asking her about what was essentially the last time she ever saw her daughter. And she's like, I'd imagine. I mean, I don't know. You know. Whatever.
To my alarm. Yeah, I wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning to my alarm. I get ready. I think at around 9:30, 9:45, I leave for my doctor's appointment.
Okay. So in this period of time from when you're waking up and getting ready, do you see anybody else in your home?
At this point, I'm not too sure. I know throughout the day I've seen my roommate in the kitchen cooking and doing her thing, but I don't recall if it was at this time.
Did you see your daughter this morning on the 26th?
No.
Did you have any texts or phone calls or any other type of communication through any possible app on your phone? Like, hey mom, love you at school, whatever. Any communications from Madeline?
Anything from her? Nothing.
All right. How about from Stefan by the time that you wake up at 9? Any texts or communication from him? Maddie's dropped, I'm off to the game store, or whatever he's doing?
No. I didn't hear back from Stefan until 10:20ish, and he had told me he left his phone at home that whole morning by accident. And I had asked him how the morning went, how was Maddie, and he let me know that this morning went great.
Yeah, Derek,
we made good time.
Derek, this case is going to make you so angry that you might want to back away. It is, you especially, and not that everyone doesn't get angry about these things, but this is really horrific.
Busy super quick. He was going to take her to McDonald's for breakfast, but she changed her mind. All she wanted to do was sleep in the car, so he let her sleep. He took her to school and dropped her off where he said he dropped her off, and that was it.
And you had a 10:15 appointment for a blood draw?
Yes.
And did you go anywhere else prior to getting to your appointment for your blood draw? Did you go directly there or not directly there?
It is a lot.
Basically the question.
You might have to take that yoga class again.
And after your blood draw, did you go directly back home?
Yes.
About what time did you get home?
Sometime between 11:15 and 11:30.
Did you have any other appointments or doctor's appointments later in the day?
I was supposed to have had one, but I canceled it
When did you cancel it?
that same day.
Why did you cancel it?
Because it was a $350 Botox appointment that I didn't want to spend the money on. I changed my mind last second.
All right, still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and Deputy Public Defender Philip DeBay. I can tell, even though I haven't been able to see you on camera, Marie, I can tell that you have not at all reacted to anything the mother is saying. I want to give you the opportunity to share what you've been thinking.
I believe that there was a meeting of the minds, a contract for the sale of this little girl to him. I think that she remained silent, and Philip will know because he's the guru of everything. There is a law in contract that says there could be an unofficial contract whereby silence is acceptance. She knew that she was homely. He wasn't really interested in her. He was in and out of her life. And she knew that she had something he wanted, her little girl. So she looked away, gave the hydroxyzine at night, which, by the way, makes you drowsy, and then delivered her child to him. In this interview, like Philip said, she should have had a lawyer because she's telling a lot. She's saying that when he was 18, he told her he dated a 15-year-old. Right there, that's a problem. She knew he liked underage kids.
I've never seen this.
And she exposed him to her daughter at night, drugged up, so that he can do whatever he wanted. She acted like she didn't understand because maybe she knew that if she didn't put up her daughter as an enticement, he would not be checking for her homely self. And I'm telling you, that woman, she knew.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Marie. I just wanted to mention she did have an attorney, right? Like some people might think, well, why would she think she needs an attorney? But let me ask Philip, great defender, because you serve as a public defender representing individuals. What do you think in response to what Marie is suggesting and saying? Not suggesting, but rather saying about this mother.
I'm not convinced. I have not heard enough, to be honest with you.
Oh, Michael, I'm so glad you're joining us, and I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better, and I'm glad we're keeping you company, and I hope you continue to feel better. But I'm sure we will be seeing you again after this, in the weeks to come. Thanks for joining us.
You would have to believe
I
that
don't like
either
this guy's
she
face.
literally pimped her daughter out to this boyfriend, or she was completely overly trustful, naive, and just unsuspecting, unwary. And I gotta tell you, and I know a lot of people are gonna hate on me for this, but there's something a little too naive and almost sort of, I don't want to say pathetic, but almost kind of sweetly naive about her, where she truly does not suspect that he did anything. Now, I'm not saying that she shouldn't have known. Of course, most adult women would know. First of all, you never let your daughter sleep with your boyfriend. That unto itself is so abnormal.
Yeah.
But let's just give her that she doesn't understand boundaries. She doesn't get it. And she never thought in a million years that her boyfriend would ever put a hand on her. Then she really is not complicit, and she truly is innocent. And, it's probably why the prosecution never filed charges against her. Because if we're all honest, they don't have anything.
But also,
all they really have is her presence.
Let's think about this too. What do perpetrators do? They pick their vulnerable victims, and I would suggest he's a perpetrator, allegedly, and if the allegations prove true, I think he well picked a mother that he believed would not have the wherewithal capacity to protect a daughter so that he could then victimize the daughter. That's my theory. Marie, let me ask you about a detail I noticed where she said...
Hi, retired, not bored. Welcome. Mothers know. And Stephen Stearns was very lazy in every part of his life. And Stephen Stearns is going to go, is my opinion, of course, for the low-hanging fruit. And it doesn't get lower than Jen Soto, in my opinion.
She noticed it was not normal to put a leash on the dog. Nobody put a leash on the dog, and yet here comes Stefan putting a leash on the dog. That's a pretty specific detail to notice and say, oh, it was a little off. But I was more worried about the dog peeing, so she does notice details.
Don't look at him. Don't look at
She does notice details, and you know what's sad? Her daughter was probably dead by then, and that's why he said, go back to bed, baby. And he went on to try to figure out what he was going to do with this body, and that included propping her up in his car, acting like she was alive, and he was driving her to school. Philip, that woman knew what the hell she was doing, all right? She made a choice. There's nothing wrong with her. She's not slow on the spectrum. She was just that one chick who needed a man so bad that she upped her daughter so that she could have him coming around. That's what I believe. Because like Ashley says, a mother knows, and she should have known. She's responsible for that.
This is a crazy case. Philip, do you think she'll ever face any charges? We only have about 10 seconds.
Yes, Bossy Tuba.
Never, ever in a million years. First of all, they gave her immunity.
Yeah,
that's that. They gave her use and derivative immunity, and that completely protects her from criminal prosecution.
All right, thank you so much for that explanation. You both are sticking around with us, and coming up next, Michael Ayala joining me for more of Jen Soto's police interview, plus what Stefan Stearns had to say about Madeline Soto in the days before her body was found. Stay with us. We'll be right back on Court TV.
Sub Rosa. Weekend at Bernie's Pedo Edition. Ugh, look at him. It's disgusting.
Happy that we were all together here, and she's just very happy. She was a happy kid. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet girl. I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer.
I think they really did try to get her.
She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time.
We don't know where she could be. We're scared. We just want her home.
I mean, I know this is not how things go, but even if she didn't know, she should be arrested for not knowing. Honestly, that's just neglect. I mean, what's the point of being a mother, of having a mother, if this can go on right under her nose? I don't know what's worse.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down.
Me too, detective.
We have video evidence that shows Stephen Stearns discarding items in a dumpster. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster.
We could see the overpass from where it was. So it was on that side on that stretch of road, and that's where I dropped her off. She said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, yeah, it's fine. Kids get dropped off early enough as it is. It's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her. I said, okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. I can't remember the exact spot, but it was around where these communities were. Thank you. So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there.
Where's the school?
Just on the other side of the overpass.
So somewhere around here.
So yeah, somewhere, maybe not this one, but the next one.
Good night, Sin Sliced Bread. Sleep well.
Possibly it's right in this stretch. We just came down and we drove about halfway down. And she was like, that's good right here. Well, I was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she caught them.
I really think that some of these defense attorneys are just there for rage bait, you know, and Court TV is, you know, they're also kind of trifling.
Walking over. Yeah. But she was just kind of, you know, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Don't know why they don't do that. You know, why don't they just kind of like at least give you a blanket, you know?
My core temperature was down. The time they took it, it was like a degree or two lower than it should have been.
Wow.
I couldn't regulate sleeping on bare metal. The first night I was on concrete floor with a roll of toilet paper for a pillow. Nothing else.
Yeah, Derek, we can, certainly. Just that, I mean, you know, first of all, I do try to stay away from things where children are involved, although I've covered plenty of them, because you have to. But this is definitely one worth covering. It's interesting, and there are a lot of pieces to it. And there's a lot of footage, you know, recordings of interviews and stuff like that, so definitely. The video I did on his sentencing, I thought, I tried to give good insight into her relationship, Maddie's relationship with her father, her biological father, and the rest of the family. I mean, they did all the work, but, you know, and Mr. J, of course, represents there. This is, I don't know how much of this they're going to show, but this is Stephen Stearns being transported to, I think, to prison from the jail or somewhere, I believe, because he's complaining about how he was cold and he didn't have a blankie.
Begging for a blanket or a pad to sleep on for like 2 days.
This guy is very nice.
To do stuff like that. She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here.
Where is he?
She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here.
Okay, hear me out. Thank you for stopping by, and of course, as always, giving me money. Go back to your nap. You missed the thing I wanted you to see anyway, but I'll get you next time. Always good to see you, my friend.
She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy.
Yeah, of course, Stephen was uncomfortable for a couple of months.
I loved her like she was my own. I don't recall us going
Don't
anywhere
leave yet.
last night.
Hear me out.
And honestly, at that point, my brain was mush, and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. That feeling her presence here is... Sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's hard.
We are also learning new details from a newly obtained police interview with Soto's mom, Jen, taken about a month after Madeline's body was found and just 6 days before Stearns was indicted by a grand jury for the murder of Madeline.
Let's take a listen now to more of that police interview as Jen...
Okay, we're going to take a brief break to show, hear me out, the video that I wanted him to see earlier. Oh, for the love of God, where is it now? Hang on.
Rulers of the world always follow the path of virtue, guarding the welfare for generations to come. Start out and come to the front of our mat in Samastitihi.
Here we go.
Deep breath in, deep breath out.
Okay, Ellie, I will.
And let's raise our hands over our head, coming into mountain pose. Slight back bend. And let's fold forward. Halfway lift. And fold.
Oh, yeah.
And let's step back into plank with our shoulders over our hands. Chaturanga.
Oh, there's the one in the polka dot pants that my bestie
Come
was
up to
talking
upward facing dog, looking forward towards the point of our nose.
Tired,
Back to
not bored.
chaturanga. And let's go exhale to downward facing dog. Let's strive to keep our feet hip width apart and our hands shoulder width apart, looking forward between our hands. And let's breathe. Breathing for 1. Breathing for 2.
Chaturanga, I don't even know.
Breathing for 3.
Not funny yet, right?
Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5.
Look at the back of that place.
Let's look forward between the hands, and you can step or hop to the front of your mat.
Oh, of course he has.
Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale to standing. Look up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're
Slight
going.
back
I don't know
bend,
where Hear Me
hands to
Out
heart
is,
center. Deep breath in.
but we're going to go back to the other
Deep
thing.
breath out.
We've already done this.
Let's return
I'm
to
exhausted.
Samastitihi. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Hands up. Back to mountain pose. Fold forward. Halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Hands plant down. Back to plank. Chaturanga.
Okay, good. Are you enjoying
Upward
this, Hear
facing
Me Out?
dog. Back to chaturanga. And exhale, downward facing dog.
This is what we were watching today.
5 deep breaths. Breathing for 1.
Okay. He's getting his leggings on.
Breathing for 2. Breathing for 3.
Yeah, I'll see. Definitely, I'll do it.
Breathing for 4. Breathing for 5. Look forward, step or jump to the front of your mat. Halfway lift.
Jackie Anderson says that Hear Me Out is taking it all in and typing with one hand.
Fold. Inhale to stand. Slight back bend. Hands to heart center. Deep breath.
Right, Hear Me Out. But the reason
in.
we were watching this was because this teacher here is one of the prosecutors in the Sarah Boone trial, not Mr. J with the Darth Vader. The other guy with the 3-piece suit who held up the foam core blow-ups of Sarah with her fake injuries and threw them back. Used the defense's presentation evidence against him, basically. That's all. So that was the point here.
Deep breath out. Return to Samastitihi.
Soto,
Back to your
here she
regularly
describes
programmed
coming home from an appointment
scheduled
and then
program.
hours later discovering that her daughter was missing.
When you get home from your blood draw appointment, is there anybody else at your home?
When I get home from
Thank you, Polynomial. Polynomial wants us to fast forward to where David Cacciatore starts to twerk, but I don't have a login thing for OnlyFans, so we're going to have to wait on that. I will work on it.
blood draw. Yes, Stefano's home.
All right. And can you describe what he's wearing, what he's doing, his demeanor, what's going on?
Kiss your finger. We stop.
I can't recall what he's wearing. It might be a red shirt with a graphic on it.
Okay.
He's sitting in my bedroom on my desk.
Prior to you getting there, he's in your room? Or is that where you guys go to talk?
That he was hanging out there in my room.
Okay.
My room is kind of like the general hangout spot.
Okay.
I walk into my room. He's sitting there on the computer chair. He's talking, acting normal, asking about the morning and how everything went, and
don't forget to like and subscribe.
That he let me know the errands that he ran that morning or what he was up to.
And what did he say he was up to?
He said he had dropped Maddie off at school and then afterwards went to a vape shop so he can buy vaping things.
Okay.
But that the store wasn't open, so he waited a long time for them to open. They never did.
Yeah.
So he drove around, killed time, and then eventually made it back to my house at like 10:20. When later on, when I got home and he was home, we started discussing, or he started telling me that he was going to go back out to run a few more errands in a little bit down 182, and he gave
Derek, that would be the Not for the Weak of Heart membership.
me the name of a few stores that he might stop at. And I'm like, okay.
Bye, hear me out. Love
I asked him if
Thank you.
he wanted to meet me at my house by 2:30 so that we can go pick up Maddie from school together. And he said, yeah, he'll be back by 2:30. And I said, okay.
So was that the plan, to get her together, or was it ever
You're welcome, Alice. Thanks for joining. Bye. See you soon.
discussed that he would get her alone?
The plan was for us to get her together.
Okay. All right. And so does he leave before you leave?
Actually, before this, while we were still discussing, while we were having the conversation in my room, he did mention at one point, while he was sitting there, that he had to reboot his phone, or that he had to update his phone. And what was it? He had to update his phone, so I told him, stop avoiding it, do it. Like, it's updates take a while, like, do it. And while he was updating his phone, he said, I don't know what I did, but I just factory reset my phone. And I said, that's weird. I didn't know that you could do that. He said, yeah, a button popped up and I pressed it and it just reset my entire phone. And I'm like, oh, that sucks.
So does he leave before you do to go do these errands he was telling you about?
Yes, he does leave.
Do you stay at home until it's time to go get Madeline?
Yes.
Do you hear anything from Stefan while he's out doing these errands?
Great. I'm free to be you and me. Welcome. Good to have you here.
No.
So 2:30 rolls around. Is Stefan back home yet?
Exactly.
No. At this point, I leave.
Do you try and call him or text him or communicate with him?
Yeah, I had been calling him like maybe starting
fleeing to sleep.
15 minutes before I was supposed to leave just to see where he was.
Did he answer?
No.
Deb Richardson, I've had my yoga pants on all day.
I leave at 2:30. Around 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him. And he said, I'm so sorry. I left my phone at home again on accident.
On accident. It's not on. Bye.
I was driving down 192 and my tire exploded or shredded. And I had to pull over into one of the plazas and change my tire. He said he hurt his thumb doing that.
Hurt his thumb.
And that, yeah, he was late and didn't make it back on time for that reason.
All right. When you leave to go pick Madeline up at 2:30, do you take her phone with you?
I do.
And how is it that you come to get her phone to go with you?
At some point in the morning, I was organizing and putting things away, and I walked into her bedroom and I saw her phone on her dresser. And I just assumed, oh, she must have left it here while getting dressed and forgot it.
Okay. Was it on?
Yes.
And sometimes when you bump or move phones, the notification screen comes up. Did you happen to do that, and did you see if there's any incoming notifications that she had missed?
All right. Route Irish.
Okay. All right. So you go to school, and due to time constraints, like an NFL football game, we're going to kind of jump ahead a little bit. My understanding is that you want to be first in line, and you have to get there early to do that, and I understand that.
Yeah.
She doesn't come out.
She doesn't know.
Did you call her phone?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I forgot I had it with me. I was like, where is she? Why isn't she out yet? So I start calling her phone, and then I start realizing I'm hearing vibrating, and then I look down, and I see her phone's with me. I'm like, oh.
Okay.
How am I going to get a hold of her? Because I'm the first in line. The cars behind me already have children. They're full. They're waiting for me to leave.
Okay.
You know, Judge, on some level, some of the things she says, you're a little skeptical about it. But that particular point can be looked upon with skepticism, but I'm not going to say I've done this before. I certainly know people who have, where you may either have someone's phone or I took it.
Yeah, that's the least of the things that she said or that were suspicious. But I get the feeling, and I don't think he says it, and it doesn't surprise me that he wouldn't, that he has a daughter around the same age as Maddie, because there are certain things he says that just lead me to believe that, and just the way, I don't know, just a vibe. Hi, Rat Irish. Yeah, Maddie's hamper. Just Me says Maddie's hamper had this a-hole Stefan Sturge's boxers in it. I guarantee you that's the first and last time he ever put his boxers in an actual hamper. He strikes me as a straight to the floor where they fall guy.
My wife's phone for some reason, then I'm calling her and I realize, oh my God, I have her phone. That has happened.
Central, only on Court TV.
We had collected all of her envelopes with Christmas money and consolidated into one.
She's talking about the birthday gifts that Maddie got at her 13th birthday party, which Jen was not at because she had to work, although I don't think she was actually working this day. I think she had a training, but could have probably made it to the party, but...
I'll put all her money into one. And then I said, I will put this somewhere safe, and I thought I had put it in my nightstand. A few days later comes around, whatever. We start looking for it or asking for it or something like that, and we can't find it. We can't find it at all.
So let me just narrow it down. Did she accuse Stefan of taking it?
I'm not sure if she did directly. We both had the suspicion, but we're like, no, could he have? No, I don't think so. But I eventually found that money.
Okay, I was just going to, how did the mystery end? All right, so you just started this job at Disney Coronado Springs like a week or two earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And your sister and other family members would help with Maddie getting to school because of your job?
Yes, my mom, my sister, yes.
Okay. Why is it that now Stefan on February 26th is coming up to help as opposed to any of your family members helping getting Madeline to school?
I had asked for him to come and help me because I think I was working a lot of night shifts or like really late shifts.
What do you mean you think?
And I just wanted the opportunity to see Maddie, like, because I wanted to spend more time with my daughter throughout the week while I was working.
I'm going to rewind that just a little bit so we hear that question, because that is a very good question and she does not have very good answers for it, in my opinion. Well, I think Just Me asked, why is her room behind a screen, you know, like separator? I don't know exactly why. I don't know the reason she would give, but I assume it would be because... So Maddie, Jennifer Soto lives in, I don't know if they call this a townhome too, but it's it's a several room apartment, let's say. And it might be a townhome. Everything's a townhome in Winter Park, I guess. And her father owns it and I don't know if he was renting it to her. I guess she paid some rent, but she was renting out the rooms. So there were a lot of tenants there. And at least one of the tenants, who was a woman who spoke at Maddie's sentencing, at Stefan Stern's sentencing, she made a victim's impact statement, because Stefan Stearns was placing his camera under her door and recording her without her knowledge. Needless to say, she was traumatized by this, and she gave a very impactful statement, in my opinion, which is also in that video I made. So, yeah. That's what we're dealing with here. This is the kind of person. It's not just, you know, he's consistent. I'll give him that.
Versus had she stayed at my mom's, I wouldn't have seen her all week.
Because I like the question.
This job at Disney Coronado Springs like a week or two earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And your sister and other family members would help with Maddie getting to school because of your job?
Yes, my mom, my sister, yes.
Okay. Why is it that now Stefan on February 26th is coming up to help as opposed to any of your family members helping getting Madeline to school?
I had asked for him to come and help me because I think I was working a lot of night shifts or like really late shifts. And
I'm calling it a townhouse too.
I just wanted the opportunity to see Maddie, like, because I wanted to spend more time with my daughter throughout the week while I was working, versus had she stayed at my mom's, I wouldn't have seen her all week.
Okay.
So that was just me wanting to see her and spend time with her.
Did Madeline stay at your mom's house fairly frequently?
Every few weekends here and there, like just for the weekend kind of thing.
So like if she described it to her friends as like her second home and like kind of offer up its better jacuzzi and pool, does that sound like that's the place?
Yes.
Where does Madeline sleep when she's over at your mom's?
She will sleep in bed with my mom.
Okay. Did she ever have sleepovers? Like have friends come over and sleep over?
Slumber parties, no.
Does she ever go and attend any?
No.
Is there any particular reason? I mean, she's a 12-year-old girl on the cusp of being 13.
Yeah, I've been very uncomfortable with sleepovers just because I know what can happen. Anything can happen in a sleepover.
Well, then you can be the host house like we kind of were. You never hosted any sleepovers for her friends?
For her friends, no.
Did she ask about it?
Yeah, she did ask.
Was it probably a source of contention or arguments?
It was, I guess what was the source of argument is she wanted to really sleep over her best friend's house, and I just kept saying, no, you never know what could happen. I don't know the dad, I don't know the brother, I don't know anybody there. Like, I don't.
So suspicious and protective, this one. You know, a lot can happen at a sleepover, so why don't you stay here?
What can happen to you, so.
Where you should be safe all the time.
Just afraid of her getting assaulted.
Hey, James Boo.
Did Madeline do her own laundry?
Yeah.
Did she cook for herself?
I was teaching her how to make a few things, so I mean, yeah, she could, I guess.
Okay. What's her normal routine for getting ready for bed?
We give her her meds.
I'm sorry, take your time.
We get ready for bed. I'd give her her medication. She would get in the shower.
Take a long shower, I understand.
Like an hour plus, yeah.
Okay.
She loved it. She'd get out, she'd get dressed, she'd let her hair towel dry for a while, and then she would brush it. We would watch some TV. She'd probably have a snack before bed as well.
Okay. What were kind of her nighttime uniforms? I mean, everybody kind of has their pajamas, but they're not necessarily pajamas. What was her routine nightwear?
She really liked wearing shorts. So she had a few pajama outfits, but she really liked wearing shorts and baggy t-shirts.
Okay. How about her routine getting ready for school in the morning? What's that about?
I don't know exactly why, but apparently some kids do.
We'd wake up. The alarm would start ringing around 7:30. We'd snooze it up until 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then she'd get up. She'd get dressed. And then she'd lay back down in bed while she would wait for me to make her breakfast.
So she's a breakfast eater? Okay.
She'd have breakfast. Then she would start, with brushing her hair, brushing her teeth, putting on makeup. I would give her ADHD medications for school.
Is that every day or just school days? So it sounds like you're heading out like 8:45 or 9?
Yes.
And it takes like, what'd you say, 15, 20 minutes to get to school?
Yes.
And first bell's 9:38?
9:20.
Something like that?
9:20,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, let's bring in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Hi, guys. Great to see you so much. Thank you so much for being on the show with us. Marie, we're all listening to this and we're all looking for clues, right, about what she knew, what she didn't know. I think I might have found one, and I want to get your thoughts. My initial question was going to be, she doesn't sound like a woman whose daughter was killed about a month ago, or found out that her daughter was killed.
A month ago.
The only time she gets emotional was when he asked her about the nighttime routine. And my sort of spidey sense went up saying, that's because she knew what that routine was about. That was the sense I got. I want to know if you kind of heard the same thing.
You nailed it. It was an unofficial contract she had with that monster. And the fact that she could say, I don't like sleepovers because anything can happen. But wait, before you go to bed, let me give you your hydroxyzine. You take it, make yourself nice and drowsy, and go to sleep with your little shorts and your least tight t-shirt, a loose t-shirt. That was the outfit her little girl wore to bed as she sent the little girl off with her on and off boyfriend. Does that make any sense? And that's where I'm gonna get back at Philip. Philip, how do you say that she was on the spectrum? She's almost empathetic and she's just unaware. She's clueless. She knew enough to say, I don't like sleepovers at other people's house because you never know what could happen, but she trusted him. Why? Explain that. Please, somebody.
I have to also say, though, the sleepover, looking for clues, I wonder if the reason she didn't want her on sleepovers was because it gives more of an opportunity for Madeline to be around other adults, to maybe bond with someone, to maybe tell someone what was going on, allegedly, under the own roof of her own home. The last thing you want to do is let her go bond with other adults she might talk to. So that's something I wondered about the sleepover.
If I could, just one thing.
Yes.
I thought the fact that she didn't want the sleepovers at her own house was because she wasn't willing to put other people's children in danger.
See, those two things go hand in hand.
That's what you would do, right?
No, I agree.
The interviewer asked her.
I agree.
If you're afraid to send your kids over to somebody else,
you host.
come on over our house.
Yeah, which
you know
is
what I mean?
what you do.
That's what you do.
That's a really good point. Philip, there was a little bit of language I noticed. When she was talking about the normal routine, she said, we give Madeline her meds. Then he asked again, and she said, oh, I give her all her meds. You know, it seems insignificant, but it's a pretty big thing to say we versus I. Does that mean anything to you, Philip?
Yeah, it meant to her that they were a package.
Fuck you, Philip. I know, Noni, it is horrible. It really is. And Jackie Anderson, I'm so glad that we're all having such a good time together today. And James Booth, I get it, believe me. I mean, I've gone through a lot in my mind with Mr. J and the whole thing. Today, I don't know how long you've been here, but today we watched the prosecution closing. And then we watched a yoga class with Mr. Cacciatore, because, as you do. And in the rewatch, obviously not the first time I've rewatched it, but I do feel a little bit differently about it. And I do think that I've come to realize how much it really shows if somebody will take the plea, because you do have to admit guilt. And there are a lot of criminals, and Sarah Boone is, of course, one of them, that will never do that. And I think that they're used to seeing that, and they know who will take it and who won't. But maybe that's just me making myself feel better about it. I don't know. I'm not sure if we want to listen to this guy, but let's see.
Good deal. They were a family. Even though Stefan wasn't the biological dad,
open your eyes.
He sort of acted almost like a parent by estoppel, if you will. You know, he was basically dad. He fed her, took her to school.
Today. Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
And Marie Pereira is sticking around with us.
Good.
All right, folks, coming up, Jen Soto goes into more detail about her
If they were leaving at 7:30.
His trial is set.
What was the discussion about when Stefan and Madeline were going to leave on the 26th?
There wasn't one.
So you didn't know anything about these plans, or did you? Or
I knew that they were going to go to McDonald's, but not 7 o'clock in the morning. That wasn't
No, absolutely, you're right.
I had assumed like 8 o'clock.
She got life in prison without parole, so.
But even then, 8 o'clock is kind of
And they
early, like
walked out,
8:30, because you could just go to McDonald's, be done by 9, and then drop her off at school, because McDonald's is right the block away from the school. So
Madeline's not driving, so she can eat while she's riding.
Yeah, so I
And
don't.
she takes about an hour to get ready in the morning?
They couldn't get her.
Yes?
Yes.
So if they were leaving at 7:30, you'd think she'd have to get up at 6:30 to get ready and go through a routine, right?
Yeah, that's extremely early.
Okay. And is that what Stefan
LZB makes a very good point. She says, yeah, because girls tell secrets on sleepovers. That's right. I didn't think of that, but you're right.
told you after these events unfolded was that they left early, like 7:30? What did he ever tell you?
It was early. I can't remember the time. I think I dropped her off in front of her school sometime between 8:15 and 8:45.
You say I. What do you mean by that? Did you drop her off that
No,
morning?
I'm speaking, sorry.
Okay.
What Stefan was telling me. Stefan let me know that he dropped her off sometime between 8:15 and 8:45 on the road by the church close to her school. And I remember asking him, why so early? That's too early. School doesn't start until 9:30. Why did you drop her off that early? Oh, I don't know. We just left the house and made good time. I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
Okay.
I don't think Maddie was officially diagnosed of a lot of the things that they are talking about here. You know, they went back on the autism thing, saying that she was diagnosed and then she wasn't. And, you know, I don't know if we just heard that now, but these are people who have self-diagnosed and diagnosed, in my opinion, for excuses to not have jobs, to not be good parents, to not be good anything, sons, daughters, and members of society. And, you know, this woman needed to get such good sleep. First of all, I don't have children. I don't expect to get good sleep. Once you have a child, forget it. Like that party's over for you. You know, that's just nobody who I know who is a parent cares about sleep that much anymore, because what if your kid calls? What if they text? What if they this? What if they that? What if they need you? No, this bitch just wants sleep, so she lets this predator into her house so that she can relax and not have to worry about anything.
Did Madeline ever have like effects from taking the hydroxyzine in the morning? Like still be kind of sluggish?
Yes.
How often would that occur? Was that like every morning or not every morning?
Not every morning. If we happen to give her medication later than normal than routine, that would happen. But,
Okay. And were there ever any instances where she had taken too much of the medicine? Perhaps you and Stefan had given her medicine, not knowing that the other person had?
yes, that's happened once before.
Just once or more?
I want to say once.
Okay. Were you taking medicinal marijuana in pill form at any point, or THC?
Yes.
And what do those pills or tablets or capsules look like?
They're purple capsules.
Did you ever suspect or confront Stefan about giving those medications to Madeline?
Exactly.
No.
See what I roll with.
So during this incident where Madeline had been double dosed with hydroxyzine, do you recall any conversation you had with Stefan and inquiring as to whether or not he had accidentally given her any of your THC?
That hadn't occurred to me. I had asked him the day that, the one morning Maddie wouldn't wake up and get ready for school, and she was just out of it. I assumed it was medication related. But I didn't realize, I'm like, did this one medication hit her too hard because we gave it to her late? I called poison control. I needed to see what would happen. Because at this point, I think I had gotten Stefan to admit that he gave her a second dose of the sleeping meds as well, because he thought I had given it to her in the first place.
Okay.
But that was with hydroxyzine. I didn't know anything about THC, the marijuana.
I'm just asking you.
Oh.
I'm asking if you remember having that conversation, because there is a conversation on your phone about you were relaying that Madeline said that she suspected that it was different, bigger pills, and you relayed that to Stefan and had a conversation with him. And if you don't remember it because it was a year ago, that's fine. My next question is, you have 2 female roommates?
Yes.
And one of them has a child, a son, that sleeps part-time over there?
Yes.
And so my understanding is they're kind of, it's like a, I don't know what to call it, like a bed and breakfast. There's numbers on the doors upstairs?
Yeah, I don't know. I just, to make it easier for the roommates, I just labeled each bedroom.
So they're in 2 and 3?
Yes.
All right. Now, bedroom number 4. At one point, you told the police that your sister was staying with you, and that's why the sleeping arrangements were as they were. Was your sister ever staying with you, or did I misunderstand what you said?
No, my sister wasn't staying with me.
Okay. So let me ask you this. At what point did Madeline's bedroom kind of become the living room? When did that setup start?
I think as soon as a few months into us moving back into that townhouse.
And when would that have been?
Let's say June of sometime in 2022, but I'm not sure when.
Okay. And it's my understanding that it's December of 2022 that you and Stefan kind of break up?
Yes.
But he still remains in the townhome?
Yes.
Why is that?
So even though we were broken up, I still considered him one of my best friends.
Really? You don't even have friends.
I wanted to give him the opportunity to live there, and he had just he had gotten a job at Disney.
Exactly, literally.
That was doing well.
Okay.
And I didn't want him to continue to lose that because he had been struggling for a long time to get a job or do anything because his own mental health issues.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give him a chance to like do something, be something. So
Did he pay rent?
yes.
How much rent did he pay?
$600 a month.
So in December of 2022, kind of when the breakup happens, prior to that, what were the sleeping arrangements in your home? Was he sleeping in your bedroom as a couple?
Yes.
So who's in bedroom number 4, if anybody?
Yeah.
I think that room remained empty for a while. For a little bit, there was another roommate there, but it remained empty for the most part.
And were your female roommates already there in 2 and 3?
Yes.
Why doesn't Madeline have that bedroom 4?
I wanted her to have bedroom 4, but my dad really wanted rent. That whole unit that I live in is owned by my father.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you pay your father anything to live there, or does he just handle the collecting the rent from your rentees, lessees, whatever they are?
I pay him rent as well.
Okay. What do you pay for the rent?
My portion of the rent was $400 a month.
All right.
Michael Huang says that young ladies should have a secure space in which they can feel safe. Such a weird deal. Absolutely.
And what did the 2 female roommates pay?
$850 and $650.
Okay. Prior to Madeline having her own bedroom set up in the living room, where was she sleeping in that townhome?
In my bed with me.
Okay. And this is during a time frame when you were together with Stefan, so is it the 3 of you every night?
Well, when we had first moved in, it was just me and Maddie. So it was just me and her on the bed. Then I think we eventually got her own bedroom. Stefan moves in eventually, and then, yeah, then at that point, it does become the 3 of us on the bed.
Okay. So Madeline's 12. And she has her own bedroom. And how often is she sleeping in her own bed alone?
Hardly. She doesn't like sleeping alone. And she doesn't like the living room. It's too big, too quiet. She says it'd be too dark and that there would be spiders. She would see spiders, so.
So you say hardly. Were there ever nights where she just slept alone?
But unless I'm missing something, sorry, changing. We're talking about Sarah Boone also. We know that Judge Jackson's mother did away with her father, but we don't know the details there. We don't know if the father was abusive. At least if we do, I don't know it. I don't know that. I don't get the feeling from Judge Jackson that she's taking any of Sarah Boone's bullshit, no matter what her own personal situation was. And as a judge, her situation really shouldn't have any impact on what she decides. But I don't think that she was very impressed with Sarah Boone, do you? My guess is that all of the things that Sarah Boone did, as usual, in that hearing, did nothing to help her case.
In her bed? Or is it 100%? Because there's a difference between hardly ever and 100% to me.
Just wanted to help him be somebody.
If she ever slept on that bed, it was like once.
Okay.
You're a better person.
All right. So now you've broken up with Stefan in December of 2022, right? Mm-hmm. He's still paying rent, and he's there full-time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
Thank you, Carolina. I think it's Carolina who told me that, right? Thank you. No, wait. Yes. Hang on. I think I thanked him for that one. I made him come in here and he was tired, but thank you. I did see it.
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We'd broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year and I didn't want to affect her in any way. So we just...
No privacy.
Played it off.
And worse than no privacy.
Acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on. And then once she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay. And once he moved up to bedroom 4, were there instances where Madeline would sleep alone upstairs with him?
Thank you, Dwayne. I thought so.
I'm going to say...
I want you to think carefully before you answer, because obviously we've gone through your phone and we've seen all the conversations that you've had with Stefan. So it's clear that that's occurring. So I'm giving you the chance to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay. Why are you allowing that to occur?
I saw Stephen as someone that I completely trusted with my life, my child's life. I thought he had cared for her as a father would. He had been in her life for more than half of it, playing the father role. I thought he cared for her the way I did.
Now, does there come a point in time in 2023 where you've kind of had enough of roommate, ex-boyfriend Stefan and ask him to hit the road?
Yes.
And is that fair to say it was like October?
Maybe like the end of October, because then I gave him all of November and told him he had to be out by December 1st kind of thing. But yeah, that sounds about right.
And then did you kind of ask him to leave a month earlier and it was a source of arguments?
Yes.
Okay. So now at this point in time when he's being asked to leave, have you had any conversation with Maddie that mommy isn't together with Stefan anymore and this is kind of the ways of the world? Do you have that conversation with her?
She had, by June, she figured it out already, so she knew we weren't together or anything like that. So by December, yes, she had already known he was leaving, but that was okay.
Why is he coming back to visit after he's out?
We're still friendly with each other at this point. Christmas is coming up, and we wanted to spend Christmas together. So he comes up for a few days during Christmas, and then he does visit a few more times after that, but for the day. And it's to pick up packages. He keeps getting mail delivered to my house, packages. So he just comes up and picks them up.
And when he comes to visit after he's been kind of kicked out, is he paying rent, or how is this working, or is he just coming to visit?
He's just coming to visit.
Is your father making any arrangements to rent bedroom number 4? Because this is his income that he's losing.
Yeah, we had it. We had like an ad posted to see if we can get any renters. So we were trying to rent it out, but then we had to stop.
And what happens if you ended up renting room number 4? Is Stefan gonna still come up and visit you and sleep in your bed?
I don't know. I hadn't even thought of it at that point.
At one point, you told investigators that Stefan was quote-unquote stuck down there until they could afford for him to come back. Were there plans for him to come back?
We had discussed him coming back and living with me. We weren't sure if temporarily or like for me to help him out with the place for a little bit before he can find his own place and move out. Or we were also considering talking about living together as like a companionship. It was my best friend who's helping me out with my child.
Because you told investigators that a lot of the reason your relationship fizzled off with Stefan was that your antidepressants. You had moved on to other people, had you not?
Yes.
And so despite having moved on with other people, you were still having Stefan come up and visit, and there were plans to cohabitate with him again, potentially.
Possibly, yes.
Maddie had the opportunity to go visit her biological father in the fall out in Texas. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember texting the biological father, hope nobody touches Maddie or tries it or films her under the bathroom? You remember sending that text?
No.
Because that seems like a very oddly specific thing to text the father. So you didn't know anything about what was going on filming underneath bathroom doors?
No idea. I don't know why I would have texted that.
June 16th of last year, about 9:30 p.m.
Oh, actually, I can't actually think back to that.
Okay. What?
I think around the time that Maddie was going to fly out to Houston, there had been an airline person that had gone into the bathroom and placed their camera on the toilet to film. And I remember thinking, I don't want Maddie.
She is so paranoid and overprotective, right?
I'm afraid of Maddie being alone on the plane because what if an attendant does that to her? I said, hold on, let me fix something in the bathroom. And in reality, they're setting up a camera because this did happen to a girl. So I want to say it may have been concerns over that.
Okay. Now, June 16th of last year at 9:30 p.m. and 27 seconds, you texted Stefan this.
See you later, Noni.
Maddie's no longer sleeping with me. I can't risk it. What does that mean? How often was Maddie sleeping with you?
Often, all the time.
Well, you keep on saying often versus all the time. Was it 100% of the time or not 100% of the time?
If she wasn't with my mom and she was with me, then yeah, she was sleeping with me.
And if she's at mom, she's 100% of the time sleeping with mom? Your mom?
With my mom, or she does have her own room, I guess. Like there's another spare room she could use, but for the most part, she prefers to sleep with my mom.
Okay.
Little context for the interview. Police wanted her to come in. They basically told her they would give her immunity for anything she said during the interview, and she is there with an attorney. Just wanted to put that on the table for everyone. Now, in another part of the interview, detectives questioned Soto about why she was tracking Madeline's menstrual cycle. Take a listen.
Now, my understanding is that you had some sort of period tracker that you kept track of Madeline's period with?
I had a calendar app that I would write what days she would get her period, yeah.
And obviously, Madeline doesn't have a job, so she's not going out and buying the products that she would need if she had her period, right? You would have to do that for her? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So, do you remember her using any of those products at all?
I'm glad not intentional. And James Booth, I agree, but I really get the feeling that they wanted to get her, you know, especially those detectives that were interviewing her. But, I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I also don't get how to restart the video, even though I'm supposed to. I do this every...
In February? Because I assume you take the trash out, or does she take the trash out, or how does all this work?
I take the trash
out. He's hungry, detective.
In February, no, I didn't notice her using any of her feminine hygiene products.
Did you have any conversations with her about that?
So, for those of us who don't know and do, there was speculation, of course, and this conversation kind of may or may not support it, that one of the reasons that poor Maddie lost her life that day is that she was pregnant. And my opinion is, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. It's very possible, in my opinion. This question that Mr. J asks her in particular makes me think that may be the case. I also think that would be a very good reason for Stefan Stern to take a plea, because I don't think he's the type to take a plea unless he really, even he, idiot that he is, saw that this was not going to go well. And Maddie being pregnant with his fetus is, I mean, it's his suitcase video, you know, but worse even.
No, but I didn't notice until after everything.
Because it would have been due like at the beginning of February, and this all happens at...
Yes, not intentional, finally, but he was kind of groggy, and he woke up from a nap, and I had texted him, and so did Derek, being like, you got to see that, you know, we wanted to like kind of sucker punch him with him, but of course he didn't quite make it in time because it's such a long walk to his phone. And it was, I mean, he was like, what's happening? But then he went back to his nap. But we did force him to watch a little bit of it.
At the end of February, so she's almost due again in March. So you never had any conversations with her about not having her period at the beginning of February?
No, she's had other periods that have been missed or like super late, so I just assumed this was going to be one of those situations again.
Okay.
But no, I didn't.
Did you ever discuss her periods or lack of periods with Stefan?
I don't think so.
I don't think so?
It's my understanding that Maddie had to take Miralax. I'm familiar with that myself because of my daughter when she was little. So she had constipation issues?
Yeah.
Would it ever cause her discomfort, physical pain, bleeding?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
She would tell me. There have been moments. So we've gone to doctor's appointments. They've run a lot of tests on her, and they told me why her body is doing what it's doing. But she's shown me if there was blood, or if she's in the bathroom and she just can't go, like it's stuck. She showed me that too. So.
Did she ever specifically seek treatment for tears or bleeding or anything due to her bowel movements?
No, I don't think so. Tears or anything like that, no. Okay. I don't think there was ever a tear.
Okay. On February 26th, the whole purpose of Stefan coming and taking Madeline to school was so that you could get some sleep. You had missed your medication Saturday night and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Is there any particular reason Stefan couldn't have driven your car to take Madeline to school and therefore not embarrass her and he could just drop her off normally?
Yes, but because he's on my car insurance, I was very nervous to let him drive my car.
You did let him drive your car after this occurred, though, right?
Yes, but he was very insistent because he wanted to go look for Maddie, and he had a spare on his car because he had a flat, so he couldn't drive his car. So he just really wanted to go out. So I just let him, but I wasn't comfortable with it.
During your previous interviews, and you did it once today, you kind of interchanged I, we, or Stefan dropping Madeline off at school. Did you see Madeline at all on February 26th of 2024, that Monday?
No.
Do you know anything about how she died?
No.
Did Stefan tell you anything about how she died?
No.
Did Stefan tell you about his plans to go back down to Northport in your car that Wednesday morning? Got any questions, Mark? I'm getting close.
I'm going to jump through, because I was making notes as we were going on. So how frequently did Stefan come up here after he moved back to Northport?
I'm going to say...
How many times total do you think he came back here?
Hi, Jen Rains. Somebody gifted Jen a membership. She says thank you. We had a few very generous gifters today. Welcome. Congratulations on being one of the only sexy people. We've been through the prosecution of Sarah Boone during her trial. Then we watched some yoga taught by one of the state's attorneys, and now we're listening to Mr. J interview Jennifer Soto, who had a boyfriend that murdered her daughter, her 13-year-old daughter. Yeah, anything to please Stefan.
2 to 3 times.
Do you remember if those were around specific dates?
One was like the week of Christmas.
Thank you, Jackie.
I can't remember when the other one was.
Was Stefan in town the week or two prior to this last time he came?
I don't remember. It's possible, but I don't remember. Everything is becoming a blur.
Do you remember sending him a text message asking if he can babysit Maddie while you go have lunch with your friend?
This was a few weeks before. I remember going out a few weeks before. I don't remember asking him to babysit. I don't know where he was.
Did you ever go to lunch with your friend? And he babysat her?
I did go to lunch with my friend, but I don't think he was here. I think Maddie stayed home alone for a few hours.
Okay. When you mentioned Maddie caught on about you guys being broke up, how did that happen? What did she say, or?
I forgot. Me and Stefan were having a conversation, and she was like, "You guys broken up?" And we kind of looked at her, and we're like, "Why do you ask?" She goes, "Because you guys are kind of acting like you're broken up. You guys haven't hugged and kissed in a long time." And we're like, "Okay." So we just...
Apparently, those
how do you think she felt about that?
Anyway, so.
Fine. She didn't sad or happy or anything. You're just like, whatever.
Just so many red flags in that interview. Anyway, we're going to take a break here. Coming up, we hear more of the police interview with Jen Soto about what she did the night before Madeline disappeared. And then a little later, we'll bring you some of the police interrogation of Stephen Stearns, including when officers questioned him about disturbing images of Madeline found on his phone. Keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
See our lady again.
Vinny Politan, welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Vinny, relax.
What happened that night? Are you not prepared to take responsibility?
So, on her side...
Does she have a specific spot where she plugs in her phone to charge? How does she charge her phone?
This is somebody else.
So, on her side of my bed, she's got a long charger. She'll connect it there to charge. Don't know how she charged it that night, though. Don't know if she took her charger and moved it to the room upstairs. Not sure.
How do you charge your phone?
I charge my phone with my charger next to me on my side of the bed.
Okay, is it one that you plug in, or?
The magnetic one.
Okay.
Of course, magnetic, but she's too lazy to even plug something in.
Now, when you go to bed at night, is there any kind of routine that you do with your phone? If you're texting, look on TikTok or whatever, and you go to bed, you just set your phone down
Even this makes me angry.
and go to sleep, or what's that routine like?
I'll TikTok until I start dozing off, and then I'll put my phone on the charger, make sure my alarm's on, and then just lay down, close my eyes, and hope not to think of too much, just fall asleep.
What could you possibly be thinking
Okay,
of?
that night, Saturday or Sunday night, when you guys spending this half hour of time together, was all that you were doing was talking about gifts and counting her money, or were you guys doing anything else?
Just asking her for more details about the party and tell me what I missed. She seemed like she had a really good time.
When you got home from work that day,
Yeah, I am
where was everybody?
I think everyone was in my room, hanging out in my room.
Okay, everybody meaning.
Maddie and Stefan were in my room. Sorry.
Yes.
All right. Now it's obvious that you and Stefan communicate via text message and phone calls and stuff like that.
Yeah,
what is
TY.
Google Meet?
I mean,
what is Google Meet? That is like Google's version of FaceTime. So just face chatting.
Okay.
Video chatting.
Okay. When her birthday party was planned, was this planned before you got your job or after?
The birthday party? I think it was planned before. Because once I saw my schedule and I saw that it was during a training day, and I wasn't going to call out. I considered
oh wait, I know the case.
rescheduling the party.
I don't even
my
have
family
to.
was insistent to just keep it that day.
I know
I
it.
said okay.
We can look in. In that case.
All right, so Stefan moves out of his room, and
But it's a good one.
I think he mentioned
Let me make
that
sure
your
it's
dad had plans on renting that room again to somebody else. Is that right?
Yeah.
How was that room set up? How was Stefan's room set up after he moved out?
Pretty much the
Best
same. The bed was in the same location. The TV, the dresser, the desk, and the mini fridge. Everything stayed in the same location.
Okay, was the bed and did it have comforter, blankets, and all that stuff on it, or?
When he moved out, everything was empty. There was a mattress protector cover on it.
But still complaining.
But I had clean sheets and clean blankets to put on, like they're available. So
Where were they available?
in the closet.
Okay. Do you know if he made the bed?
I don't know, but I'm going to assume.
What did the blankets look like that would be used to make that bed?
They would be white cotton linen sheets with, they're white, but they're white stripes, different shades of white. So white stripes going down it.
How many pillows were on the bed?
I'm not sure. I know that we had taken things out of that room before. I don't know if we used those pillows. I'm not sure what pillows were there.
Okay, did you ever go into the room after you discovered that she was missing? Did you go upstairs to that bedroom? No. So when you go to sleep in your room, and you're either with Maddie or without Maddie or with Stefan, is your door open, closed, lights on, lights off?
When I go to sleep? So I have a cat. I can't shut the door. I have to leave it cracked. So it stays cracked.
Cat too.
With a door stopper behind it so it doesn't open all the way because my cat will just knock it over. Yeah, but we sleep with the door cracked.
Okay, lights on, lights off?
Lights off with a YouTube video playing in the background, playing rain sounds.
Okay, would the screen be illuminated, or is it something where a screen, like a phone, where the screen goes black and it still plays?
It goes black, yeah, and still plays.
Do you remember it happened that night if you were listening to those YouTube videos, or?
probably was.
Now, the purpose of you telling or having Maddie sleep with Stefan upstairs is because you told me before that you needed a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
If you needed this kind of sleep previously to when Stefan wasn't there, what would happen?
You mean if Stefan wasn't there and I needed this good night's sleep?
Okay, detective.
It depends. If I had missed my meds the way I missed them that night, and I wasn't feeling, or I was feeling just how I was feeling.
Yeah, she's definitely not like.
I'm not sure if I would have had her sleep, have her sleep with me on the other side of the bed, or if I would have sent her upstairs to the guest room. But she sleeps like a monkey. She sleeps. She rolls. She'll start on one end of the bed and end up on top of me by the end of the night, and.
It's like Sarah Boone says, I'm in the most luxurious dorm. Well, thank God, because we were worried.
Yes, but
Have you ever sent her upstairs to sleep?
AM leaves.
Not for any of these reasons.
Oh yeah, Stacy Castor is another
Have you
one.
ever sent her upstairs to sleep by herself?
Anti-free.
Oh,
no.
All right, they're on the list.
I'm gonna need to wrap this up.
Okay, one more question. Does anybody use your phone other than you?
No, except for the day that we were sitting in front of my house and forensics was in the house. That was the only time I've ever let anyone use my phone, and that was Stefan. Stefan had my phone.
What about, do you wear an Apple Watch?
Yes.
Does it track any of your movements or anything like that you know of? Do you sleep with your watch on?
No, I hardly ever put it on, honestly.
All right, let's bring in our guest. Joining us this hour, criminal defense and civil rights attorney Sue Ann Robinson. Sue Ann, great to see you. Happy holidays to you as well. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Today, first and foremost, I'm going to get your impressions of Jen Soto in this interview. Again, I gave people the parameters. The police wanted her to come in. She has an attorney during this interview that they're doing with her. They also have a lot of information. Her helping me out, you know.
And some people will say, hey, maybe she shut down and she just is in shock, and that's what her responses mean. But to me, it just screams that, you know, she's part of it or was aware of it and has already had the opportunity to process and is almost okay with it. Because her responses are not, as you said, of a mom just finding out that all of these horrible things were happening to her daughter. It's almost nonchalant in a way.
There's just so many red flags. And again, I don't know if that's because we know what's happened at this point, but I think under any circumstances, some of our answers to these questions make no sense at all. We'll get into those red flags in just a bit. Stand by, Sue Ann. Coming up, we're going to continue our coverage of the murder case of Maddie Soto. And up next, we're going to be watching the interview police conducted with this guy. He disappeared. So here, police question Stearns about those
Sue Ann, we like you better than Philip. That's for damn sure.
claims.
Something may have happened. Do you think any...
I don't think so. I don't think what could happen.
Right, Russ, she's got it.
All right.
Sarah Boone just needs something in her life.
Do you know anybody that lives in St. Cloud? Do you know where St. Cloud is?
St. Cloud, that's... That's north or south? Or...
East.
East.
East of Kissimmee.
I haven't been out there too much. But yeah, I'm familiar with St. Cloud.
Okay, whereabouts in St. Cloud? Like, do you know friends out there, or...?
Yeah, those
I don't have any
anti-free
friends,
girls.
really. I've driven out
Stacey
there a few
Catcher's
times before.
Because she set up her daughter.
Mostly just when I'm meandering up and down 192.
Were you out there this week?
Yeah. Yeah, I was out there sometime this week. Sometimes I drive. just drive the neighbor around and explore. And drive till I don't know where I am, and drive till I know where I am again. And I don't know, just driving it's peaceful sometimes. Alright. If I got time to kill, I'll just drive around.
These guys are, they're not having it with him.
So you're saying when she had her backpack, presumably her school computer was in her backpack, and you described her wearing a green jacket, some kind of dark colored shorts, and white Crocs. Okay. Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash.
I don't know if it's true though. That's my thing.
So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching.
But then why?
Okay. Do you understand? Family's pleading with you. I'm pleading with you because this is all that we need to find. And it's, as more time goes by, it's tough. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. Okay. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but
You don't? Well, I think
I'm pleading with you.
Well, I don't think he wants to get off his chest either, because he will be under the jail.
I don't.
What happened?
I dropped her off.
Where?
I dropped her off on the road to school. That was the last I saw her.
Sometime throughout the night on Sunday, did you guys have any interaction, conversations?
What, like fight?
No, I'm not saying fight. Just, did you guys sit up and talk, or?
We talked while I was making ramen. She was excited about her choir performance coming up. She was singing a little bit. I told her it was pretty. It reminded me of Sister Act. That's why I wanted to show her that movie. Just talk about a crush she had on the boy.
How'd that make you feel?
Interesting
she
question.
knows she's not old enough to date, but I told her crush on. Get your crush. That's healthy.
Do you think, had she had any boyfriends in the past?
Not per se, boyfriends is however they can be early on, but we decided that she was too young, needed to avoid that BS.
All right, being that she's too young, so she shouldn't be having sex with boys.
They know exactly.
She's all the that stuff. None of it counts. None of it's real. I just told her she'd be better off waiting until high school.
And you just think about it, the cops already know what's been going on between him and that little girl, and you hear his answers. Anyway, we do need to take a break right now, but when we come back, we'll be playing more of that police interview with Stephen Stearns. Stearns is next, questioned about photographs of Madeline that were found on his phone, which leads him to ask this.
Should I be talking to his lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question.
Yes, sir. Find out why he wants to speak
You can just tell that these guys want to fucking kill him.
to a lawyer. That's next.
We want to understand the mindset behind your actions in this case. Tell me, why are you here?
She needed payback.
Payback with her life?
Really funny, really. I'm laughing. Did you see me? I laughed.
I don't want
driving that Lincoln.
Now, here police question Stearns about his relationship with Madeline and about pictures found on his phone.
What are you thinking about?
Sorry, I'm spacing out here. long day, no sleep.
Who else has access to your car? Are you the only one that drives it?
My parents have access.
But here in Kissimmee?
Here in Kissimmee, I'm pretty much the only one with access to it.
So safe to say you'd be the only male driving that Lincoln?
Presumably, yes.
Alright, I want to get back a little bit to you saying she's not allowed to have boyfriends or anything like that.
She can have crushes. She likes them. That's fine.
Alright, have you and her ever exchanged, like, do you guys exchange text messages? How do you guys communicate?
FaceTime. She'll FaceTime me at night when I'm not around before bedtime to say goodnight. We'll talk. Sometimes we don't even talk about anything. We'll just sit there doing our own thing and just with each other's faces on the phone. Just spending time, you know.
What happened? So the deputies made a comment. So what happened to your phone?
I have no idea what happened to my phone. I was pushing off doing this update for a while and ended up trying to do it. I don't know what the hell, my head being in the state it was, I wasn't paying attention. I ended up somehow doing some sort of option that updated the OS, but it ended up like wiping my phone at the same time. Even just now, the phone that my dad gave me and set up for me, I literally just pulled it out of my pocket and the sucker was reinitializing again. So I don't know if it's just me and technology right now or I'm just not paying attention.
Did that happen once to your phone, or how many times do you think you updated your phone?
I think I tried to update it twice, and I don't know what happened.
Okay, and from what I understand, that you gave the deputies consent to look through your phone.
Although
you did, okay.
I think that the family was probably more involved with this one than the Brian Kohberger thing, because that seemed to be the real source of contempt, of like anger there. The families were angry about the Brian Kohberger thing, you know, and in this case I think they were involved to a certain degree, because they certainly didn't see any anger there.
And you voluntarily
about that.
Gave it to them so they could bring it here to do the extraction and stuff like that. Okay. What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Phone stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Trading card pictures. Lightsaber pictures. Disney pictures.
You know, loser shit.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and.
Yeah, I think it backs up to Google.
And then sometimes when you reset your phone and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure.
Do you have
I assume so.
Do you have any pictures of you?
Probably. I mean, we went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures of family events. I'm not as much of a shutterbug. I take them every once in a while.
Any other pictures that you think of? Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's your phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about.
You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find, and I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
So you want an attorney?
Yeah, I think so.
Exactly, Kim called it. I mean, Kim called it. Can you imagine
That can
what these
happen.
guys are thinking? You can tell.
I want to let you know you're not free to leave. You're being detained, okay? Do you want to know what you're being detained for?
Yes, Zach.
Capital
just
sexual
let me
battery and possession of child pornography.
Because you're disgusting.
All right, just a quick note. Every time the audio drops out there, they're actually saying Madeline Soto's name.
We know.
Remember, this was done a couple of days after she disappeared.
We know what's happening. What next? You're going to tell us what luminol is? Come on. There was something else in this case that...
Over.
Right. You're absolutely right, Michael. He does have a realization, and that's when he tries to, or starts to...
This is Jennifer being interviewed. I'm not sure if it's after the photo was found or... Yeah. We'll watch a little bit of this and then we'll maybe revisit tomorrow or something. You should be talking to a wood chipper, you filthy worm. Yes, Sub Rosa. Correct.
With all kinds of people still here.
No. Far from it, Mandy. Hey, Lutheros. Yeah. That's right. He had tons of stuff. Well, if you're not caught, then no one sees all of your footage. Right, before she was found, but after they found Stephen Stern's cache of material. Look at her. Everything she does makes me angry. Just the way she's sitting. Okay, not intentional, good. These guys also hate her, by the way. In my opinion. Yeah.
So, actual tissues?
No.
I can give you some.
Come on. Because she...
Sunday.
I don't know why, Jen, but...
Birthday party.
Really irritating.
She spent the whole day at my
I think 'cause she wants to look tiny.
They celebrated with the whole family.
Yes, they all...
I was at work.
So, Derek, the photos were, to my knowledge, certainly the ones we heard about, were of Stefan, and Maddie, exclusively, doing things that were unquestionably illegal. And she has seen one of them. Now, if I'm thinking correctly, they're going to confront her on one that she saw where there was oral copulation involved.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at...
Yes, just me.
Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Thank you, Michael. That's very generous of you.
I was finishing up my last day of... No, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle
Michael
of
Huang
training.
just gave 5 gift memberships.
I
That's very
couldn't
nice.
miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work.
What? No, not yet.
It was my
They
family
didn't see
all
the
day.
picture? They didn't
She had
confront
the
her, or
best
are they
day.
going to?
She was so happy when I got home and I saw her.
Yeah. I know, ecstatic.
At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone.
Word, Kim.
About
Yeah.
10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there, and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds, and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know
Typically,
that?
that's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually seeing, watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill bottle, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Is there ever been an issue with that in the past, if you took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many, or she took, my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime.
Why do you have Adderall lying around the house, you drug addicts? I mean, if either one of these two is on Adderall, you could have fooled me.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds, because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday. While I was at work, everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like, I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I
don't know, TY, maybe, but I mean, he certainly doesn't strike me as somebody who's on a stimulant.
I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side.
You tell her, TY.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and
I don't know. Emily.
I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
I think they both did.
So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And like, how do they put you?
Although, you know, my ride or die body behavior therapist, whatever they are, people, Paul and Helen, Paul did not find her to be deceptive. I don't know about this interview, but at the first thing where they first show her, like, in the room with the, you know, when they're at the place, I don't know, at the school or at the precinct, I'm not sure. He didn't find her to be particularly deceptive, and that surprised me. Although I think I'll have to watch it again and see what he says. Maybe we'll watch that if I can do that without, you know, bogarting their videos.
Do you sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep, and they help me function. So I'm stable all day.
Yes, it
they
is.
They only work well
a
if
dead
I've got a good
plant,
night's
Maddie
sleep,
Soto.
and
it's nice.
I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them.
Yeah, the potato.
The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone.
Yes, Zach.
I took my meds, and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her.
Almost everyone I know is on some kind of medication, myself included. She has already said I took my meds more times than we have since we've known each other, which is many, many years. Like, the two of them are just so overly concerned with their own comfort and medication and this and that and what they've got and what's wrong with them and their sleep and their
For bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs.
Yeah, Mandy.
I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed.
Yes.
And then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he uses my restroom.
Yes, A to B. It never ends. That's right.
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs.
Oh, Madeline took Adderall.
Yeah, and then
I see. That makes more sense to me. And Jen and Stephen took downers. Thank you, James. Always in the know.
I went to sleep.
Yeah.
I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up. I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog because the way the dog reacted,
right,
he gets very nervous.
Nobody's
and
business
will
when I'm
urinate.
taking him.
If you put the leash on him too directly, you have to like be nice and talk to him. Yeah, he's a very he's a nervous dog. Yeah. So I got up to try to help him, and he said, "No, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this." And I said, "You sure?" He said, "Yeah." So
Yeah, Ian Watkins was, but he was also like a star, so that, I mean, changed things a little bit, but it just shows you how disgusting people are.
Laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been.
She never cooked.
Getting ready.
I mean, not that a woman has to cook or anyone has to cook, but just I don't know what she did.
I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of woken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom.
I'm sending text alerts.
So if you woke up at like 9, so you never...
That morning.
Monday morning. No. So the last time you would have been Sunday evening? Okay.
Me too, Seb.
You're fine.
I want to see her.
Take a minute, okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this?
Well, her father did, her biological father, and her mother's extended family
Negative, positive,
did, but
neutral.
not in time.
My best friends have
Hey, Nikki D.
in contact with me, just trying to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers.
Exactly, Ken.
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
Not that
Yes, Margarita.
I've been avoiding
We are still
social
here.
media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, texts, things like that?
That's fine.
Next, we're going to have
What
Jen
they'll do is they'll
also
plug it in, they'll do a
taught
forensic
yoga.
download
We're going
of
to
it,
watch
so they
that.
have the data.
That would be
And
amazing.
they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have a password on it?
030280.
I don't either. I don't like lie detector tests. I think they're for lazy, untalented detectives. They may have their place, but Joe Kenda, the homicide hunter, he did not use lie detector tests because he didn't need them, because he used his brain. And I once took a lie detector test for a job, like some summer job as a kid, on which I lied, and I passed it. So, there.
030288.
Was that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
Your
I
birthday's
think,
tomorrow.
Super Kelly, I think she was ignoring everything.
Today's the first.
Yeah, just now. She got sad suddenly. It's true. Margarita, I told you don't go outside. I don't like her. Me too, said Rosa. Yeah, Nikki D.
That way they can get that going, so we can get it back to you before we're out of here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment.
Of course.
I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while.
So, to my knowledge, she has now seen a picture of the SA. If I'm wrong, let me know. But I believe that they ask her about it in this interview.
To see me.
A picture from Stefan's phone.
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I have it on my phone.
No. When we get it back, we'll get back to it.
It's, if you need to Google it, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment.
Welcome, Em Leaves. I'm giving
I finished there sometime between 11:15.
We're giving Hidden True Crime
When I got
a run
home,
for their money
Stefan was
with this
there.
live.
I
Not
had
quite
talked to him
9
a little
hours
bit
yet,
earlier
but
while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, but she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
Okay.
And he said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was gonna go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking, he was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now. And I said, do it, don't avoid it, just get it over with. And he updates his phone.
This is such bullshit.
And then tells me, oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone.
Yeah, detective,
said,
I was just
how the
making
hell
a
does
joke.
that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently
thing's
I wasn't paying attention and it just, I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate, that sucks. Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me
He's gonna go back out. He's gonna stop at a few gaming shops. And then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Was waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry, I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I was just like, it's fine. I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb.
Yeah, super. Kelly, she's still...
While changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
I want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest bedroom.
Do you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
That was all. I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. Wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line, yeah. At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now, because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. And I'm holding up the line behind me, because there's kids getting in the cars behind, and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So,
I just can't believe that she, and I mean she did, I guess, but that she managed to bring her to school every day and pick her up. Like, it was early in the morning, too. I'm sure she went right back to sleep all day.
I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does
I don't
it
know,
often.
not
She
intentional.
does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at in the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I knew her bedroom in the house.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
Townhouse.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed.
Maybe.
That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs?
Yes.
Got it.
Her dresser, her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my god, she's looking her phone again. That's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just gonna yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09, and then at this point I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full, they're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off, and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her, maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't
Danielle,
working.
we are hanging tough here.
I don't know if she knew if I was off.
Thanks for coming back.
So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty
It
close
is.
to
I
school.
agree. Christina
If
J.
I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to. I drove the path.
Just me watching her feet makes me so angry.
She would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. She goes, no, it's a little too early.
But I know what you mean.
I said, okay. Let me go drive back down, wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here.
Good night, James Booth. Thanks for joining. Always good to see you. Sweet dreams, if possible.
And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call. I don't know if I text her, I call. I think I text her. And I asked, hey, or I called, no, I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, I actually emailed a few of her teachers and 2 of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance, and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness.
Yeah, Margarita, that's what
any of the
someone else was saying
administrators or
too.
anybody in the office. Lights were off. Everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in.
Can you imagine missing your daughter's 13th birthday party?
I think at this point the teacher had responded to me
Electively?
and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just
Oh,
you at
yes,
this point?
Nikki D. I think you're right.
It's me.
I'm not sure if it's the same
and my
one, though.
sister. And I want to say one of Catherine.
Actually, I don't know.
I start panicking.
Is it? Wow.
And I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him, hey, she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance.
Yeah,
for
me
her at
too.
all today.
Everything she does makes me want to slap.
Right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And
Interesting.
he came to the
Thank you
office.
for letting
And
us know. A teacher, not long after this, I think, the music teacher in this school was arrested for,
there for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Works for the sheriff's office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon. I'm not
Do you
sure.
know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait?
Where's Robin? I don't see her. Oh, there you are. Okay. Phew.
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too. In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell
Bye,
them
Super
they were on the
Kelly
playground or
G.
something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunters Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me. They interviewed Stefan. They asked Stefan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off.
So, Rosa, she ugly everything's.
Wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there were any video recordings. I think.
Did Stefan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back. And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. It was like 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stefan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home.
Here we go. Yep.
I shouldn't have been driving.
You ugly drove on the way there.
And I went straight home.
Just like you ugly did everything else.
And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News.
Ugly called.
To see if we could, like, air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly cry, just overly emotional tears.
He wants to know what she means.
What does your mean?
Hello, open your eyes. That's what she means.
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road and I shouldn't have been driving, like I was swerving.
Makes sense.
Like I was swerving.
Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video.
Yeah, not intentional. I don't think it was today. I think it's been around a minute, but unless there's a new one.
Did Stefan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there? Like,
yes.
okay.
Yes. Drove home.
Danielle Siobhan is
waited there. We didn't know what to do.
Making the best of the emojis.
I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35.
Right, Brigitte. Professional excuse makers.
I think I had to eventually eat.
That's what I'm saying, polynomial. How else she gonna cry, you know?
He told me he was gonna go out cruising.
Just like we all sexy cry, she's gonna ugly cry.
And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was gonna take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive, or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day.
I want to see if we can find the part.
And we sat in the car for
I want to see if we can find the part where she talks about, where they confront her about the picture.
Are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her.
Hang on.
She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline Place asked me for photos as well. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. He was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought,
Danielle.
Not me.
I agree. Under the jail.
The lies are about money. They're about where he's at, what he's doing.
She knows that he's a master liar and manipulator because she's seen him do it to his own parents. Yet this is the man that she wants to.
Was he?
Yeah. all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents.
Grease fire, Sarah.
They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during
So
COVID,
good.
he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it. No matter what. So, he
Just
wanted
listen
RC
to yourself.
vehicles, they're remote control cars. If you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up, and I said, "Here, play on my phone.
Exactly, just me.
Have fun." Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stefan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, and his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's.
If it's YouTube Streets, that channel, I think they got it from Hear Me Out, but it might be something new that I don't know.
Getting it home. But I'm linked to his Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party.
Yeah, Miyagi.
If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him.
So disgusting.
He's constantly buying stuff, and he doesn't have money. He's saying he's got money in savings, but me and his dad called bullshit because he hasn't had. When he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas.
AG Tactical got the call from Hear Me Out. And I think it's exactly the same, but I will say that every time I hear it, something new, a lot of new things like, she's so fucking disgusting. That call made me more angry than I think I've ever been, if
paying his
possible,
insurance.
at her.
Stefan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff, but I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
Interesting, Robin.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into
Yes,
his
just
he's
so
he was trying to log into his emails on his phone, and I said, 2-factor authentication, you can't do anything.
Yes.
You're just gonna have to wait till you get your phone back.
I know it, I think. Not intentional.
What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like,
she's such an
focusing
idiot.
on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are just...
Not intentional, new to me.
Then
New to you is all
person.
that matters.
I wanted to think that he was good.
It's all still pretty new anyway.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex.
And Jumpsuit Pablo did
we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here in the directions.
I'm looking for when they confront her on the photo.
Or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
Now she's going to spiral and be hospitalized again.
When did you meet Steve or Stefan?
Not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder, a collector.
Disgusting.
But just my house was always a mess. And
I mean, like.
If I wasn't at home, I was substitute teaching, but
She was living on disability.
Primarily at her school or at the school close by, but I'd make sure I get out around the same time.
And there are actual
I'd get out in time to
disabled people who probably could be.
The thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stefan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that could happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that, so I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear
I think
is that sense
except
of guilt
Rosa also, she's hospitalized because that's
want to assist in the location of
a vacation
her, not
from all
because
this,
you're a bad
basically.
person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now by her being found brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no! If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw, and then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him, and I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today.
Well, that's what happens when you live with a bunch of strangers with your kid.
Right? You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stefan, we want your phone. Stefan, we want to talk to you. We are going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me, I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing stuff. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind...
Yeah, the lie cry horn.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
Yeah.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that, I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her,
here we go.
I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, No, what if she... What
How do
if
you
he
like
did
that?
this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe his... I believed him. I believed his whole story.
I don't know
So
if Derek is still alive, but he will get very angry about
what if
that.
she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing?
Are you YouTubing? Yeah, very
But
strange.
that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know
right
that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance. Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on.
Except Rosa. Someone needs to call True Crime Loser.
I'll use the word weird. I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like. Different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with.
The only thing he's
Me
ever
too,
expressed to me
Jackie.
was like anal.
Okay.
He had an
Why
anal
is
kink in my
everyone
butt.
always talking about
But
anal?
that was something I was never comfortable with or doing, and
None of our
I let him know
business.
that. Like that's something.
That's fine. You guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stefan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past. In the past, the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle.
There's no need for that. Any of that should be happening.
So you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center. You've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
She's got her own blanket. She's got her
spooning
own.
for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? Do you guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or
She sleeps in her
baggy
everyday
t-shirts and shorts.
clothes.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep.
Yeah, she may have gone to a hospital
With
in
his
the
t-shirt or
beginning under
boxers,
advice of her
sometimes with his
You're right,
pants on.
Carolina.
But he didn't have pajamas.
Okay. So they would snuggle. Sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that.
Me too, detective. We never will, though.
Okay. Again,
I don't
you
think.
and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, I hope you're happy now.
With you home, most likely, because you said
Potato.
you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures.
Yes, I agree.
I tell you that today,
Tilly.
you're still downloading his Google Drives. You're still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe we've gone as far back as in when she... So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? Did he talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So if we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only was he being sexually active with you, he had a sexual relationship.
That's right, A to B.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things, you're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but...
But I do believe that a reasonable person, and I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right?
He literally did destroy her, like
just started like
beyond repair.
Right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush. At the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you establish that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
Right, just me.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, this isn't, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department.
Yeah, Michael, she could and she should, but she ain't.
Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of your sexual relationship.
She was,
I think at a certain point throughout this
about to
relationship,
move,
you became aware of it.
Possibly about
and
to
for whatever
move
reason,
to where her dad lived
your reasons,
and live with him.
Whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right?
Luxurious
But her
dormitory.
going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's
Yes,
almost
Gail
become
Marie.
a lie.
Hi, Gail Marie.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. That's just how far back the cloud goes. And I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night.
Yes.
But not where she slept or what relationship.
Thank you.
His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because.
Wouldn't let her go on a sleepover.
That he hadn't shown me anything so far. Like, everything seems fine. Like, he seems like he treated her like
he treats you.
What's going on with that sweatshirt? Is that open in the back?
In his mind.
Oh no, it just has something printed on the back, I guess.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what happened, right? We searched murder.
Me too,
We
Ada.
can call her murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack.
Right.
We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm gonna kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually
I know,
things
Ben
cause
Aaron, I
people
thought of
to
it, but
stay.
I don't think I have to get his
Now what?
permission to do that.
You know what?
Which I
Not
will,
in
which I
trouble.
can do, but, you know, I don't
Or
want to just play them.
I feel like I'm gonna, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have two
That's right,
underneath
Shannon.
the kitchen, the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen
Me neither.
if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her. What do you think made him snap?
Yeah. Other than the murder. They do talk a lot about, it sounds like it's possible that she
Tell
was
me your theories, because
pregnant.
here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
She doesn't care if you don't go home.
What I've heard
But
is-
she needs some sleep, I'm
What
sure.
what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down?
That's a very convenient theory she has, in
What
my
do you
opinion.
think?
See, I don't feel sorry for Jen.
I believe.
Because I just don't think she was a good mother in any way,
I
really.
believe he killed her. He was just telling me he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her stuck in the car.
The autopsy said no? How do you know that?
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the
Well, that's
case
not
at
what
all.
happened. Yeah.
I know, my brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive and she's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day.
It
He's
was?
like, I'm so
I don't
impressed.
think I
We
thought
got
we
out of
never
the
got
house
that.
so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like every detail was so believable.
Really?
He's just been lying this whole time. Like he's.
Well, Carolina, you are very tough. You're a tough broad. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Did you disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs to live?
No. He acted. He kept like
But I agree.
He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening, and I'm like, don't you see forensics? Like,
I mean, she cared about this schmuck, you know.
Something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you, and I'm like, in
trying
my
to
head,
help
going,
him
they have
and
the wrong guy. Like, they're just
I didn't
honing
know
on the
that,
last person who
Margarita.
saw her. But no, you guys do more.
You never said, what did you do?
I've never asked him any of that.
Yeah.
I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until
when we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know that they released that autopsy report.
So
That's
we're still
interesting.
going through his phone, his drives, like I told you, all the socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, and the reason is because she would get jealous.
Okay.
And also, he didn't want her
If we
involved.
find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? Like if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
Who, me?
Okay. If you had knowing Stefan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you've had.
Yeah, she wants to see more photos. She's not convinced.
Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
I mean.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities.
And I think she named. I think she nails it in this. I'm not sure. Didn't she name the place where they found him? One of the places.
It doesn't have to be based on evidence. Just in your gut, give me your top 5 places where you think he.
Olive oil, can't stop, won't stop.
In this
area, I'll stop soon.
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport,
I hate the way she
knows
talks.
more
I hate
people.
everything
He has
about her.
more friends. There could be a place, and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like,
when you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
His parents' house.
Yeah, of course she means his parents' house.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So, it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. feel like he had more.
Yeah,
there
Gail
would have been
Murray.
More spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me,
Yes,
he went to St.
Margarita,
Cloud, he
she's
went to 192.
childish, right?
Could you
Childlike.
guys tell where he turned on any of these roads? It just that he was on the main road.
But I also think a lot of that is an act, and that not just an act, but like a persona that she lives, which is also one of the reasons why she's an irresponsible parent. You know, like. Robin, makes sense.
I didn't think he ever even knew
the way she sits.
Where
you know,
St.
Miyagi.
Because we've never driven down that way ever.
Yeah, or at least what made him kind of.
To me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, like ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, by Florida. I sent the last detective like 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday. When he left the house in the afternoon.
I don't know, Christina, but I don't know anything about those things.
He had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. There's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to. The only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like an electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before.
Stephen Stearns would have an electric.
Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house that starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on John Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well. That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, it's called Emergency Response Team. It's just a group of people who search areas.
Interesting YouTubing.
Can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're going to be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow.
Sometimes it's good though, yeah.
2026. Okay. I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know.
She'd be fine. She'd prefer you call her never.
Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
Right, Carolina. That friend with all the birds. I think, right?
I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
I wonder if she'll make it to her funeral, because she didn't make it to her birthday and she didn't make it to the sentencing. I wonder if she made it to the funeral. Jackie. Yeah, it is.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
Right,
no, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Stefan.
She was the same kind of mother
They
in
feel like
her daughter's life
absolute
as
shit
her
right
dad.
now. I know that
Not present.
they kind of got into a fight because Chris started. Are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all.
Yeah, even
The
they
mom was
knew.
defending him,
You
but
idiot.
now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad. I mean, his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can. Whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stefan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I kept... I can't tell you why my brain was thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken.
Yes, Craig.
Yes, he's done this to her. And that's not okay.
No?
But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person.
Yeah.
But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw.
Yeah, this part is...
Giving a
like you said,
blowjob to a
right.
grown-ass man. And you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you... But then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual.
He has to explain this to her.
You prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the fuck did he do?
Also, she's a child. Anything
Hey,
you do with
we
her
need
is
to figure
rape.
out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, it's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, and we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stefan.
Yeah.
So now, ordered by Stefan, you're aware of this, you were shown pictures of this, you were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail, you know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said,
I hate her
I
too.
only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was,
Thank
fuck.
you, olive oil.
Oh my.
How cute.
Victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stefan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's...
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So
Yes,
why
Jackie.
do I sit here and believe
I love that he
you
does
don't?
this.
Because right now you know Stefan killed her. You know Stefan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen?
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Yes. Said she was a child since her victimization.
It also makes you realize that Maddie may have felt, understandably so, that if she did tell her mother would have her own personal meltdown because of Stefan, you know, or not believe her, or just the reaction would not be what it should be.
Started occurred under your roof and you
I wish she
acted
told
like
her
it didn't
grandmother.
exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That
Part
was
of the blowjob.
That was
Oh,
then.
he can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
So we
lying
have to show
this
you a
whole
picture
time.
of her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side?
And the blowjob, which didn't really matter to her.
Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it
know.
makes
Right.
absolutely no sense that your name is Stefan.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stefan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not.
Yeah, she was jealous, for sure.
Protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so?
I
You
can't believe it,
explain
Kevin
why you
Brady.
protect him. You
Not-
can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stefan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stefan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days. Because
Hi, Kevin Brady. This man, in my opinion, handles this really well. He's very straightforward. He's not pulling any punches, and he's not taking any of her nonsense.
I'm looking. Truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting.
Yeah.
I can't. You're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think
And her
you're
grandma, I think.
in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not
Now you
protecting
don't.
him.
But you knew he was a
Hi, hello,
predator when
baby.
you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer and you hope that he invoked, was
Yes.
the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important to you, that
No.
wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was a
terrible.
predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance,
It is.
2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen is, listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stefan? Now, once have you shown priority in this conversation, in this investigation? You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stefan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob, no big deal, get a lawyer's.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I was, honestly, I saw that and I was in shock.
It's impossible to believe that she wasn't charged.
My first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe, I don't know what to believe.
Yeah. I agree, Jackie.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay, the murder's not. At least that makes sense.
None of that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her. And we need that information.
It's crazy.
That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't shown me that I am.
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stefan. Think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed, whether that's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stefan put her? You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I've sent you the list of the stores that he may have stopped at, didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area? Because it's a place you guys have talked about together?
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't
know my phone. We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
Yeah, I think she's both. Not smart and a manipulator. It's possible.
Video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
He's such a waste of life.
I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores
Yeah. But he did tell me, like, I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not with these stores.
Yes.
I have no idea.
Great.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could double body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of a search.
Okay.
Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based off of conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
He hurt his thumb.
So he said he got a flat tire.
Yeah, Margaret, he's like done.
I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and just popped and shredded and fell apart.
And
he pulled over into a plaza and changed a tire for the first time in a very long time.
In his life, guaranteed.
And he hurt himself doing it. The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 in the morning getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, ah, whatever, bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, yeah, I got a flat tire, I was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 in the morning with my car?
I didn't know
Like
he
this,
did that.
because this is 2 times he went to 192. He went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her, south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. And 192 is south of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't.
Imagine.
I let him do what he does.
I mean, if she doesn't think you're smart.
But I don't trust a lot of his... Is the word judgment? I'm not sure. But I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
He said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
Pretty good.
What do you think happened? Monday to know. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday into Monday.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
I still want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it probably be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys have. I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And those
Thank you, YouTubing. That's very interesting.
photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged, but...
Okay, Miyagi, I'm gonna end this soon anyway because we have to get back to our lives, I guess.
And it was done upstairs. I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
She's very matter of fact about that. All of a sudden, she's...
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him.
I mean, I think Stefan would know where they are because he had hidden cameras on them.
Or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen?
Yeah, exactly, Jen. She's like, I don't know how else would she do without making a mess. Like,
that's what I don't understand because like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors had Ring cameras?
Shut up.
Nothing.
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
All of a sudden she's Deputy Dog.
I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday? Because we do not
interesting,
know.
Jackie. I mean,
Not for murder
shocking,
Sunday
but...
or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car, what is she thought of what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard. You're saying he drove all around town. I'm not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he
Right, cray. So, you might wanna, or you might wanna.
killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck, but if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him.
You're not letting her
tell me he hasn't told you.
Corey.
So it's not real. So you're telling me what you think,
Deputy Dog.
right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week, all right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing at 192?
He's got a nice deep voice, too.
He's doing here. He's doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time.
Yeah,
When
me
he
too,
came back,
Jackie. Everything's
and
annoying
then
me
left
over there.
again. But it's daytime.
But
Like,
ditto.
how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to change.
Oh, good.
To check to make sure he did a good job.
I'm glad you're home, Dwayne, and hello back from us to Sharon. This is a good example of art making things worse, not better. This room, you know? Paul thanks whoever gifted him a membership. There are a lot of choices, but we're glad to have you as one of the sexy, sexy people. Yeah, stashed the body. He probably strangled her, because how else would he kill her without making a mess? You know, she's just all business now.
Or to move the body again?
Move the body again. Just, this is like Sarah with the suitcase in the trial. Just like, meh. You want me to show you what I did with the bat?
Multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. No teenager leaves their phone at home.
See?
They're attached to it.
That was a lie.
Her cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. We know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident. So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body?
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone?
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you he's just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day. Because he went to look at the House of Cards bullshit or whatever it is. Yeah. And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious.
It's all suspicious, you stupid hooker. Yeah.
The thing is when he had my
She
cell
does,
phone,
but I think it's an act.
now that I think back to it,
This is Forever Wonder.
he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like.
Like I think she's so used to this
like
act.
looking at the screen at one
Like she
point,
thinks
and I could
she's
see
cute,
him.
you know. She leaned into
What
the
happened
cute
to
thing
cell
because
phone
she's
we
not,
took from you today, or you gave us today?
you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Just saying, Jackie.
Can you
Calls
guys
him
tell
like
me
I
if
see
this is
them.
true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it.
Yeah,
but
cute act.
I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you like? Could you guys explain what happened yesterday?
That's exactly what I just said,
For that, I
Robin.
need you to continue going with.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your
Yeah,
phone.
well, at least they have to
Of the
think they're
phone.
cute.
Him disappearing multiple times. Him disappearing to Northport.
Yeah. Ugh.
What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where
All
he
of a
went,
sudden now
that
she's-
is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to
That's suspicious
a storage
as all
unit
fuck.
facility What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the...
Now she's giving the whole, we're all working together on this, you know. Now she really wants to solve this thing.
That to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
Yeah. 192, no, because 192 would be... Something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would take...
Do you understand what I was asking?
She's almost acting like she wants to
like, do you
figure
feel
out
like
what happened now.
It's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
Can you imagine how you would feel right now? Like,
I don't know which one's... I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both... 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her, or like figured out where to put
exactly, Cray. All of a sudden, this is...
Unless she was in my trunk the
suspicious
whole time
as fuck, in her words.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
They're sitting there with her... Ugh.
Didn't you drive your car at some point? Did you guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think. I'm like, did he stash her body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He was probably hiding something or destroying something.
Yeah.
So I guess 192 would probably be the most important right now.
Right.
Her being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because...
Yes, Craig.
From what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
Lieb says Jen is like, this is a real tough caper, fellas.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving...
Other than this, what was the cause of death? Other than this snuff film of me suffocating this man until he dies, what was the cause of death? And keep me posted, because that's just how I work.
Patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because his car was in Northport, where he stopped, where he went in between. That cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumptions, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah.
Exactly, this is Forever Wander. This is not how they do it.
If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night? Just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport? I think he had time.
No, she was strangled.
Your car since it came back from Northport?
She was strangled, Siba, but what I was talking about is Sarah Boone in her interrogation is acting like she, you know, they're still waiting to find out what the cause of death is when she killed the man and recorded it, you know. This one, on the other hand, thinks he must have been strangled because how else would he do it without making a mess? She's very matter of fact.
Was he brought to a car wash? Is he detailed it? Paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like, I don't know, he would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just.
We're gonna go everywhere.
You're searching the woods right now, or she's not?
Okay. I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think. I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think you took her?
Or maybe it wasn't Vanderart. I'm not sure.
And I had to stash a body?
Yes, Dwayne, this is Jen Soto.
But I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there, there's a lot of gators. I don't want to think about though. No, I know. I just don't want to think about him getting eaten.
Stalk is worse than her, this one. I mean, not necessarily worse person, but like worse in the interrogation because she's just nuts. I don't think she's nuts, but you know.
I don't know where she is.
Yes, Dwayne, this bitch is lying.
Like I told you, there's going to come to a point where we lose. Like, Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I'm hoping this situation is today, tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find her. What you need to think about is, when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan, but do you prioritize jail? You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us,
No.
that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're going to be mourning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you. mentioned, we haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
Any of the days that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, everything else, did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't know how she missed all this. It's not like she was doing anything else.
I don't believe he showered.
Of course he didn't.
He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over.
He did laundry for the first time in his life, too.
It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed change of attire thing, but I
wasn't thrilled about that judge, actually. Like nothing.
But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
Other than the killing, no. Exactly, Cray Cray. Even the roommate noticed that. That Stefan never did laundry until then.
Very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
Yes.
But I thought he was.
What happened to her? Where did you ask that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around that.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school when I called him and told him to come to the office.
Yes, correct.
I asked him if you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way.
Other than,
a reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
No, I didn't.
I mean, that's. That's insane.
I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit.
I hate them so much.
I know I was medicated.
Of course you were.
And I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything.
Okay, Dwayne.
I
Me too, Jackie.
I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know, I just wanted to think.
That was enough answer for you? You haven't seen her now in days?
Not think the worst, I guess? I don't know. And I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know.
Well, it's too late now. Literally, it's too late now.
was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery
She made this
suspects,
happen. She
you
made
realize
him.
the
She's
excuse
the one who
of,
invited him
I was high
over.
on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you bad to numb the fact that the investigation is
No,
right in front of your
Margarita, she
face
didn't.
because
Yeah, I
you're
don't
missing.
think. We
So
skipped
being
around a little bit,
medicated
but
is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened.
she's talking about how she's medicated, so doesn't remember anything.
Your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent. But the person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
Yeah.
There's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
No, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that while we were sitting in the car, I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she
Well, she was. By you, to
She
him.
thought enough to get him a lawyer.
That she had thought of. Very sneaky.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her.
Yeah. It is attitude.
That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. We only discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because
yeah?
if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Oh my God.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
I'm talking about if she had been found. That was a lie.
Ugh. Yeah, she did. She was like, you're all blah, 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 blah. I know, I saw that too. And also, there's not an amount of drugged up you can be. When you find out that your child is missing, that's the biggest buzzkill in the world, I would imagine, you know? Like, and like they said, she was sober enough to tell his parent to get him a lawyer.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road.
What group SMS?
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like two people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stefan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stefan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Exactly, Cray.
Do
She's
they
just
have
so
their
happy
own
and
friendship?
someone put an end to this.
Or is it just that's your friend and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend, and he would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about this second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
What does this matter?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives. Can you pull up the map?
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
She lives somewhere in this area over here. Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking here.
Yeah, but what group text? I don't know
Often.
what you're talking about.
Well,
There's a preserve there.
yeah, a few years ago, we would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stefan?
No, Stefan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
Cray, that just kidding thing that she says, I didn't play that earlier, but that made me cray. That irritates
When
me
we talked
so
about
much.
St. Cloud and, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't think I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie.
Why was...
Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
Oh, they're trying to figure out where she
did
is.
enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there, to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her.
Can't believe she went hiking. That she can do.
But it's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Just kidding.
It's been at least 2 years.
All right, Jen. Let's keep this moving.
It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying swear.
Yeah.
And that's the only opportunity. You obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers. You have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay.
Of course not.
I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know.
All
You're
right.
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Mina, the chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives we talked to.
Kyle.
All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
I wonder if she's ever going to face any charges. Probably not, I guess, at this point. Ugh. Surprised she's not asleep yet.
Yeah. My my dad is downstairs, I think, waiting for me, so I can give you my dad's number since he'll be
Whatever
with me.
phone numbers we can have, just to make sure that
Yeah.
if we are unable to give you the phone back today, we'll tell my shit out there. That way, if we are unable to give you the phone back, we at least are able to contact you, and we want to make sure you have a phone to contact us if something arises, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Poor father's sitting there waiting for her.
What's Dad's number? What's his name?
My dad's name is
Oh, I guess that's it.
and if you can't get a hold of him, you can take my sister's number. She's
Yeah, Emily's. He won't though.
Are you gonna be going back to your condo? Or are you gonna go to?
Exactly, Margie. Things never work out the way they
I
should.
don't think I'm returning to my townhouse ever again. I want to. I would be staying with my sister.
I don't think he was enough of an asshole, quite frankly.
So what we'll do is we will walk you out this back parking lot. If the car is in the back corner, so I'll walk with you.
Jackie,
We'll go through the back, so we don't go through the front lobby.
Just
We'll
kidding
discuss
was on
comments today.
another
Obviously,
thing. I'll
neither of
find
us
it.
had-
We'll
none
play
of
it
us
another
had seen
time.
what was
It's
said. I assume it's just an update. But we will go through the back to go get the car, and that way we are not walking through the front lobby making you wait out there. I don't know if there's still media present. I assume you're not in the state or mood to go walk past 32 news cameras. So we will go out the back and get the car, and I'll show you how you can leave here, and we can call your dad from the back so he can know where to go or where to meet you.
Bye,
Just tell him, hey,
Jen.
she's gonna be in the back.
Thanks for
parking lot.
joining.
Drive around. You guys can follow each other out or whatever you choose to do that way. All right.
All right. Well, yes, Cray, I agree. Like, completely false, based on nothing, that relationship that she describes. Because they were so tight. I don't know. I don't get it, Margie. All of her behavior, her language, it makes no sense to me. It's so bizarre. And we've seen plenty of bizarre. So for us to be like, what? This is her one child. Like, this was fun. Thanks for spending the day with me, guys. And Dwayne, I don't know if you're listening or if you come back. We didn't get a chance to say goodbye to you, but I hope you have a nice evening. Oh, I do that a lot, Detective. Not a lot, but, you know, enough. It'll still get clean enough. You know, Stephen Stearns only did laundry once in his life, so what are you going to do? All right, guys, I'm going to do this again in the next few days. We'll figure out what to cover. We won't have a hard time. And thank you for the day. Thanks, Jackie. Thank you all. As always, wonderful. I believe Maddie was conceived to keep her father around. Yeah, exactly, to trap the ex-boyfriend. Yes. So I have a video about his sentencing, Stefan's sentencing, and there are a lot of, like, the victim impact statements are very telling because of the father and the, if you want to check it out. And if not, then, you know, fine. What can I do? Thanks, guys. Good night. See you soon. Thanks, Meowgie.